Now. I'll have that ready to go here in just a second. Then let me go ahead and open up the guest boxes. Make sure we got the guest boxes open. Very good. I think we're good to go with our guest box. I think the YouTube stream is up and open now, so that should be running. And see what else we got going on here. Let me get the guest box for YouTube open here real quick. All right, the YouTube guest box is open and active now. So we got the YouTube and the TikTok guest box open and ready to rock and roll. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. Dugald, good to see you in the house. Thanks for being here, guys. That's right, Commando Crab. Let's go. It is go time. So we should have a guest here in just a minute. And we'll get the party started. We haven't done this topic in a little while. Maybe, probably not since the beginning of November, maybe, or end of October. I don't know. It's hard to keep track anyways, but thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. And, some of the Christians are obviously still in their Wednesday night church service, but they'll filter in here eventually and we'll cook them on how nonsensical their God is. But Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships already. I really, really appreciate that. And that is 5 more people who now have the ability to access the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And so big thank you to Dexter for making that happen. Good to see you in the house tonight, Dexter. All right, let's see if we got anybody in our guest box. We got somebody in our guest box. Let's pull them up. How you doing, Fro?
What's up, man? I'm good, man. I just had some questions for you. I wanted to know how you define good.
By the dictionary. You want me to pull it up for you?
Well, that's a fallacy. That's an appeal to definition fallacy.
No, it's not.
I'm curious how you use it. Yeah, it is.
I use the word good the way it's defined in the dictionary because I speak the English language. Dugald, thank you for all the confetti. And LeSteven, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Now, if you want to write your own dictionary, you're welcome to do it.
Gotcha. So what does the dictionary say to help you understand your worldview?
To be desired or approved of. So
to be desired. So if anybody desires anything, that's good?
Something that is good is typically something that is desirable or beneficial.
Well, desirable according to whom?
According to the individual. It's subjective.
Oh, so like everything you desire is good according to you?
No.
Okay, so wait, I'm confused. So if goodness isn't just what you desire, then what is goodness to you?
Because some things have bad effects, right? So there's a difference between things that are just merely desirably good and things that are demonstrably good. So like I can desire to be stabbed because I don't know what it's like to be stabbed, but it turns out that being stabbed is probably going to be bad because it causes harm and damage, which I thought that I wanted it, but when I get it, it turns out it's not actually the thing that I want.
Got you. So goodness is what again?
Do you have a dictionary? Do you need me to read it a second time, or?
Well, I don't need a dictionary for you to explain what goodness is to you, right? You're the one making the affirmative proposition that God is not good.
My affirmative proposition
so I'm trying to figure out
that God is not good using the definition of good in the English language.
Which is what?
The definition of good in the English language. So I'll give you a couple examples. Do you think that it's ever good to practice injustice?
Well, sorry, now define good again. Yeah, don't ask me about my worldview, right?
We'll try it again. Do you think that it's ever good to practice injustice?
Yeah, the burden of proof is on you. You're making the...
There's no proof here.
You can mute me and abuse. You're the one...
So you came up here the last time I was live to piss and moan, and you came up here a second time to piss and moan. Do you actually want to engage in a good faith discussion, or do you just want to be a baby?
Oh yeah, what's goodness?
I already told goodness. You. Okay. So in order to find goodness, we need to engage in a little bit of examples, okay? Is it ever good to practice injustice?
Wait, do you need me to answer questions for you to explain what goodness is? Is that what you need?
Okay. You can go cry in the comments. I don't know why he does that. He did that last time I was live. Rain Man, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Really appreciate that. Let's get the next guest in here. Also, T-Mac, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite and Gear 24. Big W, guys. Big W. I appreciate that. All right, we got Electric in here. How you doing, Electric?
Hey, what's up? How you been?
Good. How about you?
Yeah, good. I think that's my first time being here. I'm not sure.
Well, welcome in. So, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yep, I'm 21 and I believe in the creation, in the grand architect, in the God within. Yeah.
Sure. What's the name of your God?
That's a tough question. I mean, the name of God is derived from our DNA. Our DNA has strands. It has 5, 6, 8, 2. That's a code. And this numerical code leads to YHWH. That's Yahweh.
That's not true.
The name of God.
That's not true at all.
That's sort of like a scientific explanation of where.
That's not true. That's bullshit. You've been lied to. So your God is Yahweh, but you just didn't want to say it, or what?
Yeah, when you breathe in, your lungs make a specific sound, which sounds like yeah.
No.
And when you exhale, it's a yeah.
That's not true.
And it's also scientifically proven.
That's not true.
Using our DNA. So if you read Genesis, in Hebrew,
you don't know Hebrew. I can almost guarantee it. So, when you breathe, it doesn't make the sound Yahweh. These are nonsensical claims. I'm just asking you what the name of your God is. All you had to do is say Yahweh. So, is Yahweh your God?
No, there is no God. All religions say that God is within.
Buddy,
so there is no God in the
you
sky.
said you were a believer.
Yeah, I believe in the God within.
And what is the name of your God?
The name of my God?
Yep.
It's the eternal energy which people call Christ, they call Krishna, they call different names. So for me, it doesn't have a name. It's just God or the eternal life energy within.
How do you know that?
So
how do you know the properties of this God?
So when you read books from the 1400s of occult philosophy, you learn that the God is actually the energy which actually derives all the mental, physical
capabilities. That's not an answer
to
my question. My question is, how do you know the properties of this God?
The properties?
Yeah. Characteristics.
First of all, you have to define God. God is generator, operator, destroyer.
Okay. Well, you can go destroy somebody with your nonsensical claims. We're going to try to talk to an actual adult here tonight that actually worships a God that is definable. So we'll see what we can do. We will see what we can do here, guys. Got a lot of loonies already to start with.
Hey.
Latanya, thank you for the $5 super chat. Glad to have you here. Latanya says, glad to be on my first live. Well, we're glad to have you, Latanya. Welcome in. And hopefully you enjoy it. All right, we've got Jam in the box. How you doing, Jam?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Jam, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 18 and yes, I'm a believer.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God, yes.
Cool. And do you think that the Christian God is all good?
Yes.
Great. Now, in the being of all goodness, does that entail that the God doesn't do anything that is bad?
No.
Okay. So does your God give any laws that are bad?
I'm thinking no.
Does your God give any laws that are unjust?
No.
Okay. You want to read a law with me?
Want
to read some laws with me?
Sure.
Sure. We'll start out with a banger, literally and figuratively, one of my favorites here. I'll put it on the screen. Deuteronomy 22. Suppose a man... Actually, let me make the text bigger because I bet you can't read that. Hold on. That big enough to read?
13, right?
13, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her. slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So far, we understand what's happening here, right? There is a test to determine if she's a virgin, and the test is whether or not she bleeds on the sheet on her wedding night, right?
I understand.
Okay. Now, if it turns out the man lied about it, he claimed that she wasn't a virgin, but she actually was, he has to pay a fine, and then he has to marry her and can never divorce her. But in verse 20, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. Okay, so if she lies, she gets executed. If he lies, he pays the fine. Is that a good law or a bad law?
One question before I answer that.
Sure.
Is this from the Old Testament?
It's in the Bible.
I know, but like, which like part of the Bible is it?
The part where your God gave the laws.
So the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think. Well, I'm sorry. Before I'll answer your question first, that I do think this is a really bad law. Yeah.
Fair enough. That's the right answer. I'm glad you can make that realization. Okay. Now, do you want to know what makes it even worse?
Sure.
Only about 45% of women bleed the first time they have sex, which means whoever made this law, that being God, doesn't know how female biology works. And at least half of the women that would have been executed would have been innocent.
And did God make this law, or did the people who like followed God make this law?
All the laws in Deuteronomy are from God, given by Moses.
But isn't it like us humans are like we're responsible for executing those laws?
Yeah, I think humans are responsible for following the laws. That's how laws work, right? But the lawgiver is the one that says that you're required to execute her on faulty premises.
Wait, is this a story, or this is like a law?
It's a law given by God in Deuteronomy.
Do you mind if I just like look at it real quick?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. While he's grabbing that, LA Silver Surfers, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Erroneous Gaming, thank you for the $1 super thanks. Definitely appreciate that. And we've got 2 more members of the Kraken Crew Elite. Welcome in, Hipster Doofus. Great name. Hipster Doofus, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Nala Kopis, I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. You should have a link available to you now that goes to my deconstruction cheat sheet, the cheat sheet that I use in virtually all of my lives. It's full of Bible passages and data and talking points and biblical contradictions and the manuscript evidences and resources for study, different things like that. So glad that you guys can get access to that. Well, we lost Jam. I suspect he'll be back in a second. I think he's looking up, trying to find his paper copy of the Bible. Master Mashit here, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, my new Oxford annotated Bible came in. It's awesome. I agree. I've got my 3rd edition here. That's the one I use the most. I think the 5th edition has got better maps and graphics, and it's got some nice goodies, but most of my scribbles and handwritings are in my 3rd edition, so I'm still using the new Oxford 3rd edition. I would also recommend a Bible that it's been out for a couple years now, but I just recently got one. This is the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, and I think it's nearly as good as the new Oxford Annotated Study Bible. And Yolanda, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. Big W, Yolanda. I appreciate that. Yolanda says, guess, make your God proud. That's what hopefully is going to happen here tonight. Jam, did you find the passage? Tris?
Okay,
Oh.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I read the passage, yes, but I think that from this written, it isn't like sorry, I can't find the words right now. That I think this reflects on cultural more than like what God actually given, because the commandments still given by God were not to kill or murder.
No. God commanded people to be executed all the time. There's like 30 different instances in Leviticus to Deuteronomy where God says you need to be murdered for your crimes.
Mm-hmm. And like from those books, are those all from the Old Testament?
Yeah, those are Old Testament, but those are laws given by your God, so it doesn't really matter what testament they're in.
I'm just making sure, sorry.
So with this, Jam?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just I'm very sorry.
Yolanda, thank you for the hat.
Can you just talk more about it and I can just like respond?
Sure, yeah. So I think we both understand that this is not a good law, and there's a bunch of laws that I would say are similarly bad, but we can actually just look at the behavior of the God as well, right? So let me read you a short little story from 2 Samuel. Are you familiar with David and Saul as kings of Israel?
Yeah, I know that story, yes.
Okay. So there was a pact that was made between Israel and the Gibeonites way back in Joshua chapter 9, because the Gibeonites treated the Israelites well when they came into the promised land rather than fighting against them. And so they promised that they would allow the Gibeonites to live in the land alongside the Israelites. Now, Saul kind of went back on this promise when he was a king and he executed a bunch of Gibeonites. And this is kind of where the story picks up. Saul is now gone. He's dead. And David's in charge. And it says in 2 Samuel 21, now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years. Year after year, David inquired of the Lord. The Lord said, there is blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to death. So God, what he's done here now is he said, Saul, he acted wickedly by putting these Gibeonites to the sword. And because of it, I stopped the rain. I brought famine to the land. And I think that this is already bad enough. So God is basically now punishing the Israelites for the crimes of King Saul. There are babies that are starving to death. There are mothers who don't have food or water for their children, all because he didn't like what King Saul did. So this is not a form of justice. What God should have done is punished King Saul and not punished the Israelites, decades later. And it does get worse. If you don't think this is bad enough, we can keep reading the story. It gets much worse, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So if we keep reading, the answer to this blood vengeance, the thing that happens in order to appease God, is that they're going to execute some of Saul's family members. This, let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon on the mountain of the Lord. The king said, I will hand them over. So the king takes 7 random members from the household of Saul, and they impale them. Verse 9, he gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they impaled them on the mountain before the Lord. And this appeases God, because when everything's done and said, it says they did all that the king commanded, and after that God heeded the supplications for the land. So not only did God bring a famine on the land and punished all of the Israelites for the sins of the king, but then he was said, I'll call it even if you take 7 random family members of King Saul and you execute them via impaling. See how that would probably constitute God as not really being all that good, maybe more of a monster,
Yeah.
right?
hmm
We got a lot of examples. Want to go over another one?
Is there any ones from the New Testament where, it shows it?
Yeah, Mark chapter 7, Jesus says that he is upset with the Pharisees because they're not executing the sons that cursed their mother and father. Gunslinger, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Now, also keep in mind that Jesus is God in your worldview, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then everything in the Old Testament Jesus was there for. He was helping out with. He was part of it. He commanded it. But in Mark chapter 7, Jesus chastises the Pharisees for making a law that prevented them from executing children that cursed their mother and father according to the law in Exodus. Because in Exodus says, I think in, was it chapter 31 or 31, Exodus 31 verses 15 and 17 says that anyone who curses their father or mother will be put to death, and anyone who strikes their father or mother will be put to death. And Jesus has a problem with the Pharisees because they're not actually doing this. And it says, he's being questioned here. You abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. Then he said to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me as Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition that you have handed on. And you do many things like this. So Jesus is all for the law of Moses being carried out, even the horrific laws where they're supposed to be executing the children for cursing their mother and father. Oh, we lost him. Well, Jam, thanks for coming up. I think you realized over the course of our conversation that this Bible is pretty horrific, and I don't blame you for dropping out. I would have done the same thing if I was in your position. Nick, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. Big W, Nick Trail. I really appreciate that. Guys, we just got the thing going here tonight, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. There are so many passages to pick from. There are so many. There's a smorgasbord of passages you can pick from when trying to detail the horrific elements of this particular deity. But we'll get the next guest up in here. We'll try. Well, we're trying to get Repkilla 32 into the chat here, but they're having a little bit of trouble connecting right now. We'll give them a second to see if they'll be able to connect. Maybe. Nope. I don't think they're going to connect. We'll move on to the next one. But if you want to chat, welcome to coming back when you get the opportunity to. We'll grab Grace and Peace in here next. Grace and Peace, welcome in.
Hello?
Yeah, are you with us?
Hello?
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 Hello? Can you hear me? Grace and
Yeah.
Peace.
I'd like to talk about the resurrection.
Can you hear me?
hello,
Can you
can you
speak
hear
up?
Yeah, I have to go in my car. Hello?
Are you okay? Where are you?
Wait, I have to go in my car.
Okay. You got a sleeping baby over there or what?
Can't talk loud right now. Wait, I have to go in my car. I want to talk about the resurrection.
I don't. Did you see that there
Why are you scared?
Did you see that there was actually a topic on the screen?
Yeah, but I was waiting
Why
to talk
are you
about this
scared?
for a long time.
Why are you so scared of actually addressing the topic on the screen? Don't you have the Holy Spirit living inside you? You shouldn't be scared at all. Guys, thank you for hitting that first gift goal. Big W, guys. I appreciate that. Dugald, thank you for all the confetti. So, Grace, what I'm hearing is that you don't have the Holy Spirit because you're not willing to address the actual topic. That's what I'm hearing.
So you don't want to talk about the resurrection? Are you scared?
I want to talk about the topic on the screen.
Are you afraid to talk about it?
Nope, I talk about it all the time.
Oh, let's do it then.
Nope, we're talking about the topic on the screen. Either you want to talk about the topic on the screen or you don't.
So is your demons making you run away?
Okay.
Is that?
So you can go piss and moan somewhere else. We'll get an adult in the box and keep on moving. Wild how many of these people don't have any Holy Spirit power to address the topic on the screen. Nick Trail, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Praise Doug from a Jamaican atheist. Well, thank you so much, Nick. Doug definitely appreciates that. He is the rock of salvation. And also, don't forget Doug's counterpart and consort, Sharon. The two of them are Doug and Sharon Stone. They are together. Jay Cal, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Jay Cal says, Doug is good. Hail Doug and his prophet Justin. Yes, Doug is good. Doug is absolutely good. Doug has never commanded horrific crimes like executing women that don't bleed. And Michael, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Michael says, God is so good that it's best if you repeat affirmations of his goodness slowly in groups to a nice little tune. Yes, that's right. God is so good that he will torture you forever if you don't worship him. Michael, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. All right, we've got UFC fanatic in the box. How you doing, UFC?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Can you talk a little bit closer to your phone? It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, I'm doing good, man.
That's
You
better.
doing all right?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. So, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm at least 18, but no, I'm not a believer. I just had a question.
Okay.
So I've been following this account for a while, and I also follow Jeff for Truth.
Sure.
I'm sure you know this.
Yep.
So I've been a non-believer for several years, and I asked Jeff this same question, and basically it went totally the wrong way than what I thought. So I'll ask you the same question.
Okay.
When I was younger, my grandmother, who was very religious, she was able to talk off warts through the Bible. So when I was younger, I would always have these warts on my hands that I couldn't get rid of and go to dermatologists, doctors, have them frozen off, cut off, but it never would work. So my grandmother decided to do it, and it was some things that she had to have special thread and this verse in the Bible, which there is a verse in the Bible which talks about this. And within 3 days, the warts would disappear, and that was over 25 years ago, and they've never came back.
Okay, so she didn't just pray for them. She did something to them with thread?
Right. It had to be like 100% black cotton thread, and you would use this verse, but you would have to not be able to hear anything. So I would had to put my head under a pillow to not be able to hear what she was reading through the scripture.
So it sounds to me like it was the type of thread that she was using that was probably having an effect on it. Just like you could put duct tape over warts and duct tape so it'll get rid of the warts. I mean, if she had prayed for your warts without touching them or doing anything to them, then I'd be impressed.
Right. And she was also able to talk the burn out of fire. So I had burned my hand on a stove, and she was able to take the burn out to where I wasn't feeling it anymore using the same technique with thread. But when I did this to...
Sounds psychosomatic to me.
Right. Like I haven't been able to understand it, and I've never developed warts ever again in my childhood nor adult life. But Jeff basically was saying that I was stupid for believing in it, and I told him there was no other way that I could even comprehend it. But I've been a non-believer for years, but that has stoked me for years.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, those types of phenomena happen. I'm sure there's a great explanation for it, but I think when it comes to like feeling pain, like you can deal with that mentally. Like the placebo effect is an amazing thing, and the placebo effect is really good even for not feeling pain.
Right.
So like that's how I would have explained it.
Okay, so I understand the placebo about not feeling, but the ability to have something that I dealt with for 10 plus years, doctors couldn't cure it.
Yeah.
And after that, they went away within 3 days and they've never came back.
Oh, you mean your warts?
Correct.
I don't know. Tell you, maybe you should have had her pray for it rather than touching it with the thread. Then you'd have better information.
Right. It was, like I said, till this day, it surprises me, but 100% non-believing in anything, but I still cannot comprehend what happened that day.
Yeah, the real question is, why is God healing your warts but not feeding the starving children?
Right. I've said the same thing for years.
Yeah.
It's an evil God.
I think it's much more likely that something about the thread is impacting the warts than it's likely that God just saw fit that he was going to look down and heal your warts randomly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's honestly all that I have. I just wanted to get your opinion on that. And, I appreciate your opinion and what you do on this app.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks so much for being here, UFC.
Yes, sir. Take it easy.
All right. Cheers. Yeah, I've never heard of people praying for warts to go away. I would actually love to see though that because warts are so common, that would be a good like test run or a case trial for whether or not prayer for mundane things like work. You know what I mean? Because if you pray for 1,000 people with warts, and it's easy to find 1,000 people with warts, I can guarantee you that's not a hard thing to do. If you pray for 1,000 people who have warts, and then don't pray for another 1,000 people who have warts, and just compare, the two different groups together, I would assume that you basically get the same statistic for each one, and hold on, let me catch up on some super chats real quick. Dash, thanks for coming in though.
What?
Judas, thank you for
what
gifting.
What did God do
10,
bad for you?
Judas, thank you for gifting 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. That's very generous. So thank you so much for that. And Yodafer, good to see you in the house again tonight. Yodafer with the $5 super chat says, Doug is good, but Justin, wait, what? Justin, a false prophet. Follow my church. We know Doug and Shaza. Listen, I'm not a false prophet. Doug is with me. I have the only image of Doug. I'm obviously Doug's prophet. I can't be a false prophet. Garbage Man, thank you for the $10 super chat. Garbage Man says, your recent appearance on the line with Godless Engineer was an absolute masterpiece. Hey, I really appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words, Garbage Man. And maybe I'll be back on the line soon. This weekend on Sunday, I'll be hosting on the Atheist Experience. So keep your eyes open for that. And Nick, again, with the $5 super chat. Forgive me for not recognizing Sharon Stone. Listen, Sharon is forgiving. Doug and Sharon will forgive you for anything. But Nick Trill, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And thank you for being a subscribing member. And Roberto Zane, thank you for the $5 super thanks. Susie, good to see you in the house. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Love your show. Hope to see you on the line again soon. I hope to be there again soon. So just start chatting up all the comments on the line. Tell me you want Justin back. And Flawed Rias, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, can you explain why Christians are not under the old covenant? I brought up Matthew 5 to Chat GTP, and it brought up Romans 6:4 and Galatians 3:24. That's correct. The reason why there's confusion on this is because the New Testament disagrees with itself. Jesus was a Judaizer. Jesus was pro-law. Jesus says you can go to paradise by following the laws. But unfortunately, Paul was not. Paul was anti-Judaizer, and he was the faith alone voice of the New Testament. And last one, Chef Rockstar, thank you so much for gifting 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's very generous. Much appreciated. Dash, welcome in, and thank you for being patient. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
18. Nah, I'm a grown-ass man. Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah, I asked if you were at least...
I'm not here to defend no man, God.
Try this again. I asked if you were at least 18. It sounds like the answer is yes. And the second question was, are you a believer? What's the answer to that question?
Stop muting me, dude.
I'll mute you whenever I want to. So the question was, are you a believer?
I asked you a question and you muted me. What did God do wrong for you?
So I have 2 introductory questions that I ask everybody, and you have to answer them. Are you a believer, yes or no?
I mean, obviously, dude. Obviously.
It's not obvious. If it was so obvious, you wouldn't have had a problem just saying the word yes. Okay, so Dash.
Yes, I am a believer. Alhamdulillah.
Great.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, you believe in the pedophile.
And I'm not here to defend no God, man. I'm here to defend God the Father.
Okay.
So what did he do wrong for you?
Oh wait, are you referring to the Father God of the Bible or the Father God of Islam?
It's the same one.
It's literally not
the same God.
It's not, because you don't believe in the Trinity.
Dude, don't worry about it. You're an atheist. You're a disbeliever. You answer questions.
It doesn't matter.
What did God do wrong for you? Simple question.
God didn't do anything wrong for me. He just doesn't exist. But I will.
Exactly, dude. So what did he do? Why is he?
So, but I will ask you a couple questions about your God. So clearly, you're of the Muslim persuasion. Are you okay with Iraq setting the legal age of marriage at age 9?
Nigga, you invaded Iraq. Nigga, go talk to George Bush. Tell him, why did you have to ruin Iraq, nigga?
I don't know how that was an answer to my question.
Muting me, bro.
So my question was, are you okay with the country of Iraq lowering the age of marriage to
give you to
age 9? It's a yes or no?
2 lips and 1 tongue.
Was that a yes or a no?
No, give you hair that protects you from the sun.
Okay, so you're not going to engage in any dialogue, but that's fine. We'll move on to an adult. All right, we'll grab Jack in the queue next. Guys, thank you for hanging out with us. It's going to be a hell of a night. I was hoping he would actually engage in dialogue, but he obviously just came up to yell and shout and say nonsensical things. Jack's been waiting in the queue for a little bit, but we'll see if we can get him in. I don't know if Jack is still connected or not. As Shia says, I'm a Muslim, but this Muslim guy is acoustic. Do you mean caustic? Caustic and acoustic are 2 different things, by the way. I'm totally down with acoustic Muslims. Not interested in caustic. Oh, autistic. I don't think that's the insult that you think it is. There's a lot of autistic people that are incredibly intelligent. That person just wasn't. Maranatha, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. You all right?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Great.
Yeah,
are
what's
you
your
at
question?
least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah.
Okay,
Over
fantastic.
18.
And I assume you believe in the Christian God, right?
Yes, I am.
Cool.
I do, yeah.
And do you believe that the Christian God is all good?
Yes, all good, yes.
Okay, so then under the definition of all good, then would it be true to say that the Christian God never does anything that is bad or evil or unjust?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. What is your definition of unjust? So just so we're using the same definition.
Unjust could be that God sent his son as a sacrifice for our atonement for our sins.
That's the gospel. I'm asking for your definition of the word unjust. What does unjust mean?
I'm going to tell you what the word unjust means. So unjust is if for that sacrifice you mock a sacrifice you don't accept.
That's not what unjust means. I just need a definition.
Yeah, I'm going there. I'm getting there.
All right, well, I'll just give you the definition and you can tell me if you agree. When you're just, that means you're giving people the punishment that they deserve. If you're unjust, that typically means that you're either withholding the punishment or you're punishing somebody unjustly. So, for example,
Yeah.
if I committed a crime and you got punished for it, we would call that unjust, right?
Yeah, if somebody commits a crime and there is not any punishment for it, that will be unjust. In the
Right.
same way that this world, can I just give an example? In the same way that this world is wicked now, and if God doesn't give a judgment where He's going to destroy all evil, then that will be unjust. And God is righteous; He will destroy evil.
He's literally not
Yes.
righteous. So we'll just go on to the next talking point. So it's your claim then that the Bible God never does injustice. So I'm going to give you an example from the book of 2 Samuel. I want you to tell me how this was just. It says in verse 11, this is a punishment for David taking Bathsheba and executing Uriah the Hittite. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. Ye shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God says, I'm going to have your wives taken from you and raped in broad daylight as payback for the women that you took from Uriah.
Yeah.
And that's good?
So do you think that after God giving him everything to David,
That was a yes or
and
no
promising-
question. Was that a good thing that the women got raped?
you phrase it in a way that you are forcing me to, to say yes or no, but
It's a yes or
the
no
context
question. Is it a
there.
good or a bad thing?
It's a just thing. He's righteous.
It's a just thing for women to get raped for a crime that their husband committed.
He is righteous.
So we started this
And
conversation by you agreeing with me that it was unjust for somebody to get punished for the crimes of somebody else. And now you're telling me that it actually is just for the wives of David to be punished for David's crime. So
But
now,
what is the context? What
so
happened?
now you're just
can you
being
so
now you're just being a hypocrite.
Right. So can you give me the context of what happened to David?
I gave you the context. The context was David slept with Bathsheba, got Bathsheba pregnant. Then he sent Uriah the Hittite to the front lines to get executed in war so that he can take Bathsheba into his house and not have to incur the adultery punishment. So that's why Nathan, I don't know why you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer or do you want to talk over me? I don't know why you Holy Spirit-filled Christians can't wait 5 seconds to hear the answer to the question that you asked. Okay. So the context is clear. There's a punishment that's given. And the punishment is that David's child with Bathsheba is going to be executed. That child dies after 7 days. And then 10 of David's wives get raped by Absalom. That happens later on in the book of 2 Samuel. And now you're going to say that it's actually a just thing for these women to get raped for David's sin?
You have to understand something. If you sin, there will be consequences, especially if God puts you in the path where you're gonna achieve good things and He's got a promise for you, then if you know God and if you disobey, there will be a punishment. If you commit a crime, do you think there will be a punishment on you?
Are you married?
Not? Sorry?
Are you married? Do you have a significant other?
Right. I ask you a question. Then
That's
you
a yes
jump
or no
into
question.
something else.
I'm answering your question.
No, you jump into different.
I'm demonstrating the folly.
I'm going to.
I'm demonstrating the folly of the argument that you're making right now. Do you have a significant other?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you committed a crime, would it ever be okay for your significant other to be raped?
If there is a promise for me from God, and if I disobey and I did what David did, there will be any punishment, and I will expect
and that would be fair
from God.
That would be fair for your wife or your significant other to be raped because you committed a sin. Lock this guy up right now. Somebody. So what country you live in? We're calling the police right now.
It's my fault.
Somebody call the police right now.
It's my fault.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, you're an idiot. That's what you are. Why don't you criticize
it's
other
really funny how
why don't you criticize
how easy it is to it just mid conversation change the definition.
No. You
change the definition of the word just. So we started the conversation with you explaining that it's not just when you punish somebody for somebody else's crime.
Why are you muting me?
Because you never shut up. So we started this conversation by you
Because you don't
agreeing
know.
that it's not just to punish somebody for a crime that somebody else committed. And now that we're reading a sample of the Bible where that actually happens, you're saying, no, it is just now. So do you retract your original agreement that it's unjust to punish somebody for somebody else's crime? Do you retract that?
I asked you several questions.
That was yes or no. Do you retract your previous statement where you said that it's unjust to punish somebody for somebody else's crime?
There you go.
Is
So
yes
you
or
haven't
no?
answered my questions.
It's a yes or
You haven't
no.
answered my questions.
I promise
You haven't
you-
answered my questions.
As soon as you say yes or no, I'll answer whatever question you want to. Do you retract your previous statement when you said that it's never just to punish somebody for somebody else's crime?
No, because you haven't answered my previous questions.
It's a yes or no. Do you retract your previous statement that it's unjust to punish somebody for somebody else's crime?
And that's how you kicked out people, because you don't answer the question.
It's a yes or
Yeah.
no. Mac, thank you for all the paper cranes. Big W, Mac. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good to see you in the house tonight. It's wild how quickly they crash out when you read the book to them. It's almost like they've never almost like they've never actually read the book. Is this your first time reading the story?
Maybe you haven't read
You never-
the book. Maybe you
You
haven't
never read
the
the
Bible.
story before, have you?
Maybe you haven't read it.
I've read all of
Maybe
it.
you haven't read
That's
it.
why I'm reading
Right,
a
go
passage
back-
to you that
right,
you've
go
never
back
seen
to-
before.
right, go back to Genesis. Go back to Genesis.
I've read
and look
all
at
of
the
it.
promises.
I've read every last word of it.
Okay, right. So what is the promise in the Garden of Eden? What is the promise that God puts in the Garden of Eden? Is there a plan of salvation for the
No,
world?
there's no plan of salvation in Genesis
There is
3:15.
one. There you go. You don't understand
You
it.
have no idea what you're talking about, and that's irrelevant to the
Exactly,
topic.
because you don't know.
It's irrelevant to the topic. I do know. So, in
No,
Deuteronomy
It's not
22,
irrelevant because it's all correlated.
it's not correlated. In Deuteronomy 22, we find a law of God, and I'd love to read it to you. Do you believe that all of God's laws were good? Mac, thank you so much for all the face paint. Big W, Mac. I appreciate that. Maranatha out here crashing out for Christ hard. We literally just got started. Mac, thank you so much for crushing that goal. Big W for Mac. I appreciate that.
Are you criticizing Yahweh or are you criticizing Allah as well?
I'll criticize
Or
every
are you
God.
scared of- are you scared of
So
Allah?
actually,
Are you scared of Allah?
look what it says. Does it say a specific God?
Yeah, but why do you say they got the Bible?
Does it
They
say
got
a
the Bible? Why do you
specific
say they got
God?
the Quran?
Because you're a Christian,
Right.
dummy.
No. But I can every time.
I will try this
your
again.
life
Maranatha,
pops
are
up.
you a Christian?
I am a Christian.
Okay,
but
so
do you
why would I be
criticize Allah?
talking about the Muslim God to a Christian? I'm
Every
talking
time you
about
crit-
your
you-
God,
you-
so
no,
don't
every
make
time
up.
that you do a lie.
So don't get up here and cry that I'm talking about your God and you're getting cooked on it. So I ask you a very easy question: are all of your God's laws good? Yes or no?
My God is.
That was a yes or no. Are all of the laws of your God good? Yes or no?
They are all good and just.
Fantastic. All right. Would you like to read some of them with me?
He's a righteous God.
Would you like to read some of them with me?
All of them, whichever chapter.
It's a yes
you
or
can
no.
read
Would
it,
you like
whichever
to
verse.
read some of
Yes,
them with
yes,
me?
all of them. Yes,
Fantastic. All right. Have you read Deuteronomy 22?
all of it. Yes.
All right. Do you know the test of the bloody sheet?
The what?
The test of the bloody sheet. Do you know it?
Yeah. What about it?
Okay. Tell me what it is? What happens?
No, you tell me. I could read, but I can't remember. I read it.
Of course you don't remember. Yeah. In Deuteronomy 22,
Yeah, yeah.
13 through 21 says that if a
Okay.
man goes into a woman, but she doesn't bleed on the sheet, and she's being accused of not being a virgin because she didn't bleed, that if it turns out that the man is lying, he has to pay a fine. If it turns out that the woman is lying because there's no blood on the sheet, then she gets executed. And so you think it's fair that if he lies, he pays a fine, and if she lies, she has to be executed?
They are the laws of God. As in every country.
That was a yes or no question. Do you think it's
every
fair that
religion,
if he lies, that he has to pay a fine?
You have.
It's wild how they don't have enough Holy Spirit to say yes or no. So according to the New Testament, the Holy Spirit is going to give you utterance when they call you in for questioning. So all you need to say is yes or no. Is it fair that if the man lies, he pays a fine? If the woman lies, she gets executed. Is that a fair situation?
Ask God. You need to
I'm
ask God why.
I'm asking you, and it's a yes or no question. Is that fair? Yes or no?
Why you keep muting me? I'm talking. I think
Because it's a yes or a no question. The only thing that needs to come out of your mouth is a yes or a no. Is this a fair justice for lying?
he is a righteous God.
So yes, you think it's fair that a man has to pay a fine, but she gets executed for the same crime?
He is a righteous God.
It's a yes or no.
He's a righteous God.
Are you aware that only 50%, actually slightly less than 50% of women bleed their first time?
What's the problem with it?
Are you aware that less than half of women bleed their first time they do the deed? Are you aware of this fact?
Yeah, and
That
what is
means
the problem?
half of the women that are going to be executed under this law were actually innocent. So your God doesn't know biology.
He is a righteous God and he's perfect.
This is a
Simple
broken
as that.
record.
I
These
leave
people
it
are
at that. I leave it
embarrassing.
at that.
He's
No,
righteous.
you're-
He executes
He's righteous.
innocent women, but he's righteous. Praise God. I don't know how these people sleep with the sleep
Have you
sleep
read
at
the
night.
context?
It's wild to me. So
Have you read the context?
So I've read every last word of the Bible. That's why I know this is here and you don't know it's there. That's why I had to read it to you. So the question I have then is it just to execute innocent people for a crime they didn't commit? Yes or no?
Give me an example.
I just read it to you. Is it ever just to execute a person on faulty evidence for a crime that they are actually innocent of committing? Is that a just thing to do?
I hear you criticizing God.
It's a yes or no question. Is it just to execute somebody for a crime that they're actually innocent of committing? Yes or no?
Well, I gave you my answer. He's a righteous God.
So the answer is you're a coward. So I'll move on to an adult now. J. Cal, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, Justin, you are hilarious. I think you mean you're hilarious. There's meds for that. Let's try that again. How cute. Classic quotes. Those are definitely things that I say to the guests. I need to make a list of Justin quotes, maybe. We'll see about that. Cut by Occam, I assume Occam's Razor. Thank you for becoming a new member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W. You now have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And Amir, good to see you in the house again tonight. Amir with the $5 super chat says, great hair day, Justin. I'm jealous. Also, you tell him you're doing Doug's work. Thank you so much, Amir. I appreciate that. I'm trying to keep my hair a little bit longer on top for the winter because of the cold weather. Where I'm at, it's chilly. It's really chilly. Daniel Silva, good to see you in the house tonight. Daniel says he's a Rastafarian. That might be true. That might be true, but they never really come out and say it. Like, that's not something that people usually admit, Animal Farm 84, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, even my autistic ass can focus on a question. Their sarcasm, hostility isn't a good look either. No, it's definitely not a good look. No, the fact that they get up here and they're hostile right out of the gate and they act like buffoons, it makes their God look even weaker and more ridiculous. Also, Stephen Portillo, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Big W, Stephen, I appreciate that. Says, would you consider doing a reaction video to Joe Rogan and Wesley Huff's recent discussion? Wesley presents interesting talking points that I do not have the knowledge to refute like you could. I've not seen it, so I don't actually know. But I am working. My goal for 2025 is to do more response videos and long form videos. In fact, my first long form video is coming out this weekend. I might release it early on Thursday. I don't know. But I am going to be doing response videos and long form content in 2025. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And if you have videos that you want me to respond to, send me a message and let me know. I'll put them on the list. Charles Chip, thank you for the $2 super chat. This dude is literally incapable of thinking. I agree. absolutely bonkers when God is just for executing innocent people. And Raphael, thank you for the $2 super chat. Did angels marry women? They boinked. It says, it doesn't fully say. It doesn't fully say, but they went into them for sure and created offspring. Dago Days, thank you for being in the house tonight. Love you, buddy. Haven't seen you live in a while, but I'm sure you're busy doing things. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says you're doing these lives because you're demon possessed, but don't worry, I can help you for just $69.99. I can take that demon off your hands. Love you, man. Dago, I love you too, and we've missed you so much. You need to go live soon, but I hope you're well. All right, look, 2 more super chats, and we'll get the next guest pulled up in here. All right, we've got $10 super chat from Wilma. Thank you so much, Wilma. Wilma says, I'd like your take on Romans 5:13 and not being guilty of sin prior to Moses. Yeah, okay, that's it's a little more nuanced than I think most people will realize, because in Romans chapter 5, there's this idea that even though there's no transgression without the law, people still sinned. So according to Romans chapter 5, he's not saying that nobody ever sinned prior to the law of Moses. What he's really suggesting is that nobody is guilty of violating the law. The requirements and the punishments according to the law don't actually apply to them, even though they did sin. And because they did sin, death still reigned, because the wages of sin is death. So when we get to verse 13, it says, "For sin was indeed in the world before the law, but sin is not reckoned when there is no law. Yet death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over those who did not sin in the likeness of Adam." So he's saying that there was sin. It's just that the relationship between sin and the law was a little bit different prior to the giving of the law. But Paul's crazy. Listen, Paul's a maniac. He has no idea what he's talking about. I wouldn't worry too much about what Paul's saying. If you like the teachings of the New Testament, just stick to Jesus, you know? Cora, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, it's so insane what religion does to people and their ability to reason and sense of justice when it comes to the Bible. Yes, Cora, 100%. People, they will literally justify anything if it's in the book. As we've already seen tonight, they will literally justify women being raped and innocently stoned. Rocket X, welcome in. How you doing?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Rocket,
yeah, doing all right.
Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you driving?
I am. If that's a problem, you can definitely mute me if it's too loud.
Well, it's not too loud, but it's against the TikTok terms of service. They'll take my live down.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Okay. Well, go ahead and you can go ahead and kick me off. But anyhow,
well, come on back when you get stationary, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Cheers. Yeah, according to the rules of service, friends, you cannot drive in live. That's the whole situation with the rules. It is dangerous anyways. I wouldn't recommend it. So we'll get the next guest up in here. And Godlike Atheist, thank you so much for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. All right, Asher, welcome in. How you doing?
Yeah, hi, how you doing? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, and yeah.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh, you could say. I just wanted to say about the conversation you were having with the other guy before. It sounded like you were painting it as if he lies and he has to pay a fine, and she lies and she gets stoned. But if she lied, she hasn't just lied, she's also fornicated, right?
So do you think it's good that fornicators get stoned?
I mean, good. What is good?
Is there a law in the Bible where men get stoned for not being virgins?
No.
Oh, only women. Funny how misogynistic this law seems to be. So you think it's a good law that women get stoned for not being virgins, but men don't get stoned?
Yeah, well, men get stoned for adultery, though, don't they?
Well, they both get stoned for adultery. We're talking about virginity. So there's no fairness in the virginity law code. It's also that you failed to address that half of the women that would have been stoned would have been actually innocent.
This is the thing.
So,
this is the thing. Yeah, but realistically.
So what I'd like you to do is realistically explain to me how it's a good thing that innocent women, at least 50% of them, would have been innocently executed under this law. Can you explain how that's good?
Now I'm going to ask you a question.
No, you're going to answer my question. So I want you to answer, is it a good thing that innocent women get stoned under this law?
So you telling me that 50% of women don't bleed, right, on their first time?
Yep.
So you telling me that 50% of the time, when people got married and they had intercourse and she didn't bleed, half of the women who got married were taken in front of the elders and stoned to death?
No, because a lot of times they wouldn't have been accused. So
it just didn't happen like that, did it?
it's kind of funny how you asked me a question and then you didn't let me answer it. So you only got drug in for the execution if your husband wanted to accuse you of not being a virgin. So it's not the case that every man who lay with a woman and she didn't bleed is going to drag her before the court and say, hey, she's not actually a virgin. But if that thing does happen, then it's true that the proof of her being a virgin is the bloody sheet. And we'll do this since I've got you up here. All the women in the comments, put a 1 in the comments if you didn't bleed the first time you did the deed. I want to see it. And Asher, go ahead and watch the comments. I want to see all the ones. A lot of women that would have been stoned.
Oh, I agree. Not everyone bleeds when they first have.
Do you think it's ever a good thing to execute innocent victims?
No, not at all. But
okay, so this law was not good then, was it?
Did God say execute innocent women?
Yeah,
did he say?
He did.
No,
so
the point is,
we'll try this again. Asher, you asked me a question. Did you want me to actually answer the question?
Go on, mate.
You asked me if the law is calling for the execution of innocent women. The answer is yes. The law is calling for the execution of innocent women.
How is the law calling for the execution of innocent women?
Because the test by me...
Sorry, so let me just... I
don't know how you... Listen, when you ask questions, you don't just keep talking. You notice how when I ask you a question, I shut up? So
I understand, but I hadn't finished my question.
No, you did. You literally finished your question. The way that the law is calling for the execution of innocent women is that the only evidence you need to execute the woman is the bloody sheet. If there's no blood in that sheet, she gets executed. Do you see?
I think it's very unlikely that you could just bring a white sheet to the elders and they'd stone a woman to death.
It's quite likely. It's written in the law.
Yeah, but there was a court system.
Asher, it doesn't matter how likely it is. This is the way the law was written.
Just bring a white sheet to a load of old men. Wouldn't be evidence to stone a woman.
It was evidence. Do you know how this ritual works?
No chance. Go on, mate. Tell me where you're getting this from. Where you're getting the evidence that this is how the ritual works?
Because that's not only is that what the book says, but it's also written about by other people from the time period. So the evidence, since you weren't listening the first time I read it, I'll read it for you. It says in verse 16, the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him, if there's blood on it. If, however, the charge is true, and that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town shall stone her to death. So this was a ritual in the ancient world where they would consummate the marriage at the wedding. This didn't happen after everybody went home. They would go into a tent or into a small dwelling, and people would already have a bed set up and waiting for them. Typically, it was done by the parents. The parents would then collect the sheet afterwards. Sometimes it wasn't the parents. Sometimes it were the attendants of the bride and the groom. And I'm not making stuff up.
Yeah, tell me where it's from then.
Well, first of all, it's in the Bible. Did you hear that part?
It's in the Bible that they'd have intercourse at the wedding, and the parents would stand around and wait to.
No, not that part. But you can read about that. But you can read about that part. But you can read about that part in the Talmud and in other ancient Near Eastern texts because.
So in the Talmud.
Because as it turns out, it was widely practiced in the ancient Near East, and there are people groups that still practice this today. Are you aware of that?
So what does the Talmud say about this law?
The Talmud says that
it say that a man can just bring a white sheet.
The Talmud says that if there is no blood on the sheet, that she is presumed to not be a virgin, and it is up to the attendants to verify the sheet if it's not from the parents. But it's also irrelevant because what we're talking about here is whether or not there's blood on the sheet. Who
That
checks?
is a piece of evidence.
Who checks the sheet? Who collects the sheet? None of that's important. The important thing is whether or not there's blood on the sheet. Do you understand that part?
I understand that as a piece of evidence, but what I'm saying
is there any other evidence presented in this law code?
No, it's simply not true that in this law code, but there's a lot of
So in the Bible, the only evidence you need to execute a woman is the bloody sheet, right?
That's a lie, because there's a practical application.
We'll try this again. In the Bible, according to the biblical text, the only thing you need to execute a woman is a non-bloody sheet, right?
Okay, I'll say yes to that, but will you also...
So then the only evidence that you need to execute somebody innocently is a faulty piece of evidence, which is the non-bloody sheet. Do you understand?
No, because there's a practical application of this. There's a council, there's the elders have to make an actual decision. It's not simply a man presents a white sheet. Well, that's what
the Bible says.
No, that's all the detail the Bible provides, but there's a lot of...
That's all you need. This is the only law code. This is the only law code.
So what is the Talmud then? What's the point of the Talmud?
The Talmud came hundreds of years later.
So when you say the Talmud came hundreds of years later, it was written down hundreds of years later, but was it produced hundreds of years later?
Yep.
Or was this oral law being spoken about well before it was actually written down and codified?
No, the oldest parts of the Talmud only go back to about 100 BCE.
The oldest parts of the Talmud only get written down. Do you know why it's called the oral law?
Yes, I know why it's called the oral law. And do you know who the oldest? Do you know who the oldest quotation in the Talmud is?
Go on.
One of the oldest quotations in the Talmud is Gamliel. He lived in the 1st century BCE. If it was quoting people that lived in the 5th century BCE, then I might say, yeah, it's recording stuff from the 5th century, but it's not. The oldest quotations we have from the oral law don't come anywhere near the quotations from Deuteronomy.
Okay, so Gamaliel was a rabbi, yeah?
Yep.
Or a Jewish elder. Did he have a teacher, and his teacher have a teacher, and his teacher have a teacher?
Yeah, but they're not quoted in the Talmud.
Well, that's fine, but were they all producing law codes, and did they have like a Jewish law before the Talmud?
Oh, there were definitely oral laws that were being created.
Did they have a practical application of the law that wasn't just white sheet stone them to death?
Yes, but we have no evidence that any of that existed when the Bible text was given, and it also it also wouldn't supersede the biblical text. And that's the problem that you're having right now, is you're suggesting that there are additional laws that you're assuming people created, and those additional laws would then supersede the biblical laws.
It's not about supersession. It's about the fact that
so let's try this again, Asher, from the very top. If we're a Bible-believing people and a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, can I take her before the court, present the evidence of the non-bloody sheet, and have her executed? Can I do that?
You can take her before the court, but there's definitely a process.
That was a yes or no question. If I lay with a woman on my wedding night and she does not bleed on that sheet, can I take her before the court, have the sheet presented, and have her executed? Can I do that?
It's possible, yeah.
It is possible. The way the law is written, I agree. Yeah, so no amount of adding nonsense to it makes this any better. So this is why you should just be honest with what the book actually says.
Because
you're embarrassing yourself is what you're doing.
You're telling me that 50% of these women don't bleed on their wedding night, and I agree with you. It's definitely not 100% of women say hymen break on their wedding night or bleed on their wedding night. But to say that every time someone's hymen didn't bleed on their wedding night, these people didn't know that the hymen could break before someone has intercourse, it's just an ignorant statement.
I never said that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but as it turns out, we're talking about what God in the Bible said. We're not talking about what you are conjecturing people to believe about the ancient time period. So the only test you need the only test you need to determine if a woman gets executed is that bloody sheet.
No.
That's what the book says. That's literally what the book says.
You think this law code is completely exhaustive? They just had nothing else. There's no process to it. Exactly as it says in the book. There's nothing else that when this law was actually being practically applied, there was nothing else to it. There was no other.
All right, let me illustrate how stupid this talking point is. So imagine a man and a woman go and they consummate their marriage, and then there's no blood on that sheet. How does she prove she's innocent now?
Sorry?
How does she prove that she's innocent? They go to consummate the marriage. She doesn't bleed on the sheet. And then they go to the council of the elders. How does she prove she's innocent?
Well, I'm sure there was like character witness and also. How else? How did
Character
people
witness
prove
is
it?
useless. We're talking about whether or not she bled on a sheet. So she's accused of not
because
being a
let me-
virgin because she didn't bleed on the sheet. What
See,
is the
that's not what we're
evidence that
talking
she could bring that would validate that she actually is a virgin?
We're not talking about blood on the sheet. We're talking about whether she's fornicated before she's had intercourse.
And the proof
Because
of
these
that
people-
is whether or not she bled on the sheet. So the question is, if she goes before the court, what is the evidence that she can bring to prove her innocence?
Well, this is the thing. In the ancient world, what evidence do you bring to prove or disprove a crime? It's testimony, it's character
No.
witness, it's
There's
family.
there's no testimony of being a virgin. You can't put somebody under lock and key and monitor every moment of their life. So
can't
what
monitor
you can't
every
do
moment of
is bring a character witness in and say, well, this person who knows my daughter said that she wouldn't have done the thing, and they're
Well,
going to
it's-
accept that as evidence. That's ridiculous.
In a tight-knit community, if this girl has
That's
been-
not how that works.
has never been-
That's
So,
not
telling
at all
me
how that works.
this
You're just
character
making
witness
stuff up
wasn't a
because you're
thing.
coping now.
No, character witness wasn't a thing in the ancient world. Is that what you're saying?
A character witness is not evidence.
Well, it had to be evidence in the ancient
It
world.
was
They didn't
not.
have fingerprints, didn't have CCTV. It wasn't.
Character
Right.
witness has nothing to
How do you
do with
know?
proving
What
whether or
are you
not you were
talking
actually a virgin. That's why there's this sheet of the
What are you
test.
talking about? So you're telling me that these people who you admit knew that the hymen didn't break every time?
No.
on the
At the
first-
time this was written, they didn't know that. That's
They
why.
didn't know
That's
that.
why I keep telling you. Hundreds of years later, they figured it out. Same with the Greeks. Same with the Egyptians. Same with the rest of the ancient Near Eastern cultures and the Mediterranean cultures. They figured it out eventually, but at the time that these law codes were written, they didn't actually know that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What kind of activities break hymens that aren't sex?
Oh, there's lots of different activities. Riding a horse could do it. Riding a donkey could do it.
Lifting
But
heavy things.
that's also irrelevant. We're talking about
So-
what the
so this
evidence
what these
is.
people were doing.
We're talking about what the evidence is that you can bring to court to demonstrate that you're actually a virgin. Because according to the law code, if you get accused of not being a virgin, you will get executed if you do not provide the bloody sheet. Do you understand this?
I understand that as a piece of evidence that was provided.
Then tell me, what is the other evidence?
Well, there could be a lot of pieces of evidence. I'd love to see.
Name one of them.
Like I said, could be character witness.
That's not evidence.
In the ancient world, what else is evidence? Let's for
Exactly.
example.
You know what would have been much better? You know what would be much better is to not have a law in which the evidence is faulty, that it could only literally apply to 50% of the women, and then they get executed for it. Because even
It's a
if
piece of evidence. It's a
even
piece of
if the test wasn't faulty, it'd still be ridiculous to stone a woman for not being a virgin, especially when there's no law to stone a man for not being a virgin.
Well, that's a good point.
And you know,
So
they
why-
could just
why
they
did
could
you-
do a
why-
Numbers chapter 5 test and bring her before the Lord. You notice that they didn't do that. They could have said, listen, if you suspect that she wasn't a virgin, you take her to the priest. The priest puts either like a curse or a potion on her, and the Lord will determine if this person is either guilty or unguilty. That they could have done that. But what they but what they didn't do is that. What they did is they said, if there's blood on a sheet, then she's not guilty. If there's no blood, she's guilty.
Can you tell me why it's wrong to stone a woman for fornication?
Oh, so you think it's good to stone women for fornication?
Let me finish. But make a man pay a fine if he lied.
So do you think it's a good thing that women get stoned for not being virgins?
I'm a believer, so whatever it says.
Asher, I need you to harness a little bit of Holy
you know
Spirit
my
power here and answer my question. Do you believe that it's a good thing to stone women who aren't virgins on their wedding night?
This shouldn't happen today, but you know my.
That's a yes or no question. Do you think it's a good thing that non-virgins will get stoned for not being virgins?
Not anymore, but you know my standard. I have to stick to the.
Was it a good thing when they did it back then?
Whatever is commanded, I have a standard. I say that it's good. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll stand by. So you think it's a good thing that the women got stoned back then on faulty evidence for not being virgins?
No,
at least
I
you stood
anyone
by
who-
your text. You want to read? You want to read another one with me?
I hope everyone who got stoned was actually guilty of the crime. But yeah, go on.
I hope nobody ever got stoned, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah,
So
well,
you
yeah,
want to
I
read
hope
more of the Bible with me?
Go on, mate.
Fantastic.
I'm
Have
enjoying this.
you read 2 Samuel 24?
2 Samuel 24. You're not going to do 1 Samuel 15:3.
Nope.
No, go on. 2 Samuel 24.
I could put it on the screen.
Okay, yeah, you tell me what happened.
Yep. So David takes a census of the people, and David realizes that he committed
just before we start, do you believe this happened?
No, I don't believe this happened, but that's irrelevant.
Okay.
So David took a census of the people. You believe it happened, and God sends a punishment because of it. And the punishment that God chose was that he was going to send a pestilence. In verse 15, it says, "The Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from the morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 people died from Dan to Beersheba." So do you think it was a good thing that 70,000 Israelites were killed in a pestilence for David's sin?
Well, it's one or two things here, isn't it?
That's a yes or no question.
Wait. Let me just explain, please.
Asher, what I need you to do is provide a yes or no, and then you can explain your yes or no. So stop being a coward and say yes or no.
Well, not being a coward. Okay, so whatever God commanded.
So we'll try this again. Yes or no, was it a good thing that 70,000 people got executed for the sin that David committed? Go.
Yes, and
Oof, he said it. At least he was honest and said, okay, so now explain to me how it's a good thing that 70,000 Israelites were executed for David's sin.
I'll tell you what. It's either one or two things.
These believers will say anything.
Let me just explain. It's one or two things. Either God exists and God is the arbiter of what's good and evil.
Oh, so you're just going to pivot hard. Oh, what a cowardly pivot.
Wait. God commanded it and it's good, or
what a cowardly pivot. I knew it was going to happen.
Wait. Or God doesn't exist and this didn't even happen.
What's the definition of justice?
Yeah, you tell me. It's a good question.
The definition of justice is when you get the reward or the punishment for your behavior. Is it ever just to punish a person for a crime that somebody else committed?
Yeah, that's your definition of justice, right?
Asher, I asked you a very easy question. Is it ever just to punish an individual for a sin that somebody else committed?
I'll answer that. It's never just for us as humans to take out the punishment for someone else.
So it's just when God does it.
Yes, exactly.
So then you don't believe in objective morals or definitions.
I couldn't give, when people throw this objective morality thing, I couldn't give a toss. Yes, whatever God gives, that's what's good. And whatever he says is evil, that's what's evil.
Is there anything God could ever do that would be bad?
No.
Okay, so if God told you, if God said, Asher, I want you to go,
do this.
If God said, Asher, I want you to go to your local orphanage, collect all the children from your local orphanage, and throw them into an incinerator, you'd have to say that was a good thing, won't you?
So would you if you believed in God.
Is it yes or no? Is that a good thing?
You would think that as well if you believed in God.
Check his hard drives. This guy, check his basement, check his hard drive. This guy's literally willing to throw children into incinerators as long as his God tells him. You guys are sick. You're the reason why we do these lives. This is the most disgusting thing I have ever heard. Most Christians will at least try to find a way to say no, but listen, at least you were honest. Thanks for being honest with us. We're going to drop you now. And we're going to call the police. Everyone, someone track down what country he's in and go ahead and call the police, guys. Thriving, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That guy was wild. Recently deconstructed Mormon here, loving your show. Would you consider debating the guys over at Apologia Studios, Hardline Calvinists? I've never heard of them because I don't watch Christian material because I never found apologetics to be very convincing, even when I was a Christian, because they're all pretty bad. But I'll debate anybody. I don't care who it is. You get them on my live stream. I'll debate them. Marduk, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $3 super thanks. Big W, Marduk, great to see you. And PK, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. PK says, I suffered from warts when I was younger. I left Christianity and became atheist around 16 years of age. They went away in my late teens without treatment. Must have been God rewarding me for thinking for myself. I can't think of any other reason. PK, that's a great observation for that first guest that that guest we were talking about with warts. I wish you had sent that super chat while they were up here, because there's a lot of things that kind of go away naturally, like back pain. Back pain is classic for going away naturally. When people do like these faith healings, it's always interesting that they always do faith healing for things that kind of cure themselves or work themselves out naturally anyways. You never see limbs grow back or, blind people receiving sight. I cannot pronounce that name. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, why can't these guys ever just answer honestly without lies? Christianity dies. Yes. Without lies, Christianity dies. Thank you for all you do, Justin. Thank you, for your support. I really appreciate it. And then Animal Farm again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says the majority of cultures checked for virginity. Yes, some of them still do today. The Chinese would use a white egg to check for blood. In Scotland, they use something similar to the sheet. Yes, they still do. In fact, there are Crystal. Thank you for being a 6-month subscriber. By the way, there are Aborigine peoples that still use a sheet test, and there are many parts of the ancient Near East where the sheet test is still something that happens. It's still a real thing in some locations. Seth, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Seth says, I'm confused. On one hand, God is obviously a very big fan of blood. On the other, he clearly has an aversion to iron. Girl, so confusing. I know, yes. Remember this. God has a rash if you get him near iron or yeast. He hates yeast and he hates iron. I don't know which one he hates the most, but he hates both of them. Jenna, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He should meet Andrea Yates. I don't know who that is. I'm so sorry. And we'll read 2 more super chats, and then we got Kobe in the box. Matthew, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Matthew says, this is why I'll never be a Christian again. When pressured enough, you'll have to defend the worst things imaginable. Yes. If you take the Bible seriously and you think that it's all the word of God, the position that the last guest took is the honest position. You have to tell yourself and everyone around you that it is good for innocent people to be suffering and executed. Aaron also, thank you so much for being here tonight. Good to see you, Aaron. Aaron with the $5 super chat says, it needs to be exposed more. The word good has 0 meaning in Christianity. Yes, Aaron, as we've just discussed, the word good means nothing if you're a theist. It means whatever your God does. And remember, it's good when your God does it, but it's not good when you do it, which is the weird part, because now you're saying that the word good has 2 different definitions. But Kobe, welcome in. Kobe? Kobe, are you with us? No? All right. Well, we'll move on to the next one. Let's get music up in here. I think Bearded has been waiting for a while. How you doing, Music?
Hi, Justin. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to talk to you as well. Music, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm both of those.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I'm kind of the believer that everybody believes in a God. Now, people try to what is the word? Allah is the same as a Christian God, and
that's just not true. So do you believe in the Abrahamic God then?
That's what I believe, Justin. So
yeah, but that can't be true because the Bible says that Jesus is God, and the Quran says that Jesus is not God. In fact, the Quran says he wasn't even crucified. So one of them is true, or both of them are false.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be a much happier place if we could all agree that there is one God and not try to decipher that.
Why would it be better to admit that there's one God versus 10 or 15 or 20?
Because I think that causes a lot of controversy.
So what if it's true? What if there are 15 gods?
Well,
I think people should believe what's true. I think it's most likely true that there's no gods, though. So you believe in the biblical God, I assume, then?
Yeah, I mean, as a kid, that's what I followed. I actually married into a Muslim situation. So my wife is Muslim, and so I converted to Muslim.
Okay, so you're
But
Muslim. So
we're open-minded.
So do you believe the Quran is true?
I believe most everything in the Quran would be true, yes.
Do you think that children should be able to consent to marriage?
At this time, no, I don't.
At any time?
No, I would pretty much, I would have to say that I don't want to put an age on it, but I would say that once they reach adulthood, then they could consent to marriage.
Okay, so in the Quran, when it says that you can divorce somebody who's prepubescent after your 3-month waiting period, that was wrong.
Oh, don't try to test me on the Quran, please. I'm here for God is not good.
Well, your God is the God of the Quran.
Yes and no.
Well, you just said that you think the Quran is true.
To me, it does not have to be.
And you worship
Justin,
the
so
God
why-
of the
why
Quran.
is it?
So we should be able to look at the Quran and read. So in the Quran, it says, as for your women...
I don't worship the Quran. I don't.
As for
Okay,
your women past
but
the
you can
age of
use-
menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not menstruated as well. So the waiting period to divorce your wife who's not menstruated yet is 3 months, just like the grown women. Do you think that it was good when the
Yeah,
prophet married a 6-year-old?
No, absolutely not.
You think it was
No.
good when he consummated that marriage at age 9?
I follow more common sense.
So you don't follow this God then?
Well, that's what I said. I just because there are words, just like you've been talking about all night, that I've been listening to you, and I follow you quite a lot, Justin, and thank you for all your patience with all the people. You do a hell of a job. But just because it's written in the Bible does not necessarily mean that it's 100% true. And I'm not going to throw everything out because you or somebody else that wants to push your agenda
I didn't ask you to throw it out.
I'm not going to throw out the whole no God thing because
I didn't ask you to. I don't
found
know
a
why
few
you keep putting that
scriptures
on me.
that contradict themselves.
Sounds to me like that's your internal struggle. I'm not telling you to do that.
Now, you're pushing it to say that there is no God.
No, my claim is that
That's what
whatever your God
you're
is, your God's
doing.
not good. It might be true that your God exists and he's just an asshole. I don't know.
Do you believe in? Okay, so you believe in 100% free will.
No, I actually don't think I do believe in complete free will.
How can that be? If there's no God, everything that you would do would be your own free will.
Free choice or free will? I don't think those are two different definitions.
Free will, free choice, I guess, are very similar. So I wouldn't.
They're similar, but
contradict
they're not the
the
same.
other.
But no, I don't think that people can do just anything they want to. Of course not.
But free will is what I'm talking about. In other words, you're not being led in some certain way by an entity such as God.
But you've already determined that you're not, because you just said that you can pick and choose the stuff that you believe.
I think that we can. You think I'm going to burn in hell because I do that?
Right. So you're doing the same thing I'm doing. You're picking and choosing what you think is moral. The only difference is the stuff that you think is moral, you're going to ascribe that to a God, and I'm not.
Okay, but do you believe that whoever wrote these things 2,000 years ago, that they should apply to today's world?
Yeah, because in both of the holy books, the Bible and the Quran, these are eternal laws of God. These are not temporary laws.
How did you determine that it's from the hand of God?
I don't think.
Let's say,
Again, I don't think either one of them are from the hand of God. You do. So if you
No,
don't believe that they're from the
I'm
hand
not
of God, then
saying
just say
that.
so.
I think we all have free will. I think that some of the books of you were quoting some from Deuteronomy with some of this other stuff. I think it sounds ridiculous.
I know, but so does the Quran. Listen, either you believe these books or you don't. It sounds to me like you're just picking and choosing what you want to believe, in which case you're basically not really a believer in any particular God. You're just making it up as you go.
Well, that's obviously what you would say.
Well, that's what you're doing,
and it would be obvious for me to just sit there and talk about such as the bleeding of a woman. I don't think 2,000 years ago, in my heart, I would say that that's a good thing, and I wouldn't. I would think that they would be judged by their own God in doing so. So whoever
God told them to do it.
Sounds kind of like a Trump thing to me.
I agree, but I don't think the Quran is much better. The Quran says you can beat your wife. You think we should be able to beat our wives?
I think that we have different morals now than we did back then.
So there's no such thing as objective
we'd
morals
end up in
then?
jail, wouldn't we? So
there's no thing as objective morals?
Yeah, there would be objective morals.
Okay,
yeah.
objective morals are timeless.
Living in different regions will have different beliefs. And
nope, that's not how objective morals work. Objective morals exist objectively, independent of region or time period or mind.
Okay, I know you're scholarly on these sorts of things, so I'm not gonna challenge anything that you say about what is written in any of these things. But I will tell you that I've read in the whole Bible. I have read most of the Quran, but I look at those from a standpoint that this was done 2,000 years ago, and probably some of it is metaphor. The splitting of the Red Sea, things like that, as an example, probably has been, elaborated, right?
Exaggerated, you mean?
But better word. Thank you. But what I'm trying to get at is, why do we have to throw out that there is no God or there is just a bad God? Because we do see some of these things that you're bringing up altogether. Why should we just not believe a God because of a few talking points that you're coming up with? Why?
Because there's no evidence for a God. All the evidence we have takes us away from the belief of a God.
Theists? How many billion people are atheist?
Irrelevant.
How many are atheist?
About 4% of the population, also irrelevant. We're talking about evidence, not what people believe.
How many?
What's the evidence that there's a God?
I'm more along the lines of the telelithic, the chances of us being here are so demonstrative that it's not even so. Physicists and things like that, they won't cross the line in a lot of cases. They won't say whether or not there is a God either. So
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why throw it all out?
Are you referring to the teleological argument?
Yeah, the teleological, yeah.
And how does that prove God?
Just the extremes of what it would take for us all to be here right now.
Well, let me explain the problem with the
I don't
argument
have
you're
that.
laying down. This is the same thing as like the fine-tuning argument. It's got two major problems. One is it assumes that the goal of the universe is life. That's not the goal of the universe. If the goal of the universe was to produce life, then yeah, we would say, yes, it's exceedingly rare that we have life, given that it's so hard to produce. But that's not the goal of the universe. So it doesn't make it rare. It just happens to be the case. And it's also true that there's almost certainly life elsewhere in the universe. We just haven't found it yet. But the other problem with this particular argument is that it assumes that somebody must have created the universe with some kind of intention, like they had a goal in mind. But to me, it's wild to believe that there was a creator God who had a goal in mind that was going to fine tune the individual fundamental like, physical properties of the universe. And then he like shat the bed when he got to the earth. And he's like, well, we'll make sure that 97% of the water is undrinkable poison. And we'll make sure that like a third of the planet you can't actually live on. And that children will be born with bone cancer. And that like 1 million people a year will die of starvation. That's weird to me that you think there's a God that finally tuned the universe. And then when he got to the earth, he's like, now that we're on the earth, let's just have endless bloodshed and carnage.
Sure. Well, you can only subscribe to the fact that we as people are inherently not good, and our free will has pretty much got us to that point.
No, I don't think
maybe
so.
not the poison.
Our free will
Maybe
didn't
not the
create
poison
volcanoes and earthquakes and
water.
hurricanes and tsunamis and bone cancer.
Well, those are unfortunate things that we have to deal with, but that doesn't mean that I can't believe that there's a God.
But that's
or
what I'm
that
saying.
God is all.
But we're not talking about
It's
whether
not good.
But we're talking about the fine-tuning argument, the teleological argument. It's not a compatible thing to believe that a creator finally tuned the finest little details of the universe, and then when he got to the dwelling of mankind, the crescendo of creation, he got to our dwelling place, and he's like, let's just make sure this dwelling place is a hellscape.
Okay.
It's not a
Well,
sensible thing. All right, well, listen, music. It was good to hear from you. Thanks for coming up. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, lastly want to say is that there are contradictions in the Bible. Does not mean that we have to take them word for word and throw it all out, because there's a few people out there that want to try to convince us that what we're doing is nonsensical, that is ridiculous, that we could believe that there is a God, because there are a lot of people a lot smarter than you and I that did believe it and do believe
There's
it.
a lot of people
presently.
smarter than both of us that don't believe it. And that's why
That
most
doesn't mean
most
that-
scientists agree that there's no God. So the majority of both philosophers and scientists don't believe in God, which means I think the most scientifically minded people probably got it right.
Which one are you talking about? Just give me an example.
I said most. There's a survey. Have you read the Pew surveys?
No, I haven't, but
Pew-
I've looked it up.
Pew Research has been
about
doing
80
surveys. About once every decade, they do a survey on how scientists fall on the whole situation between evolution and creation and other topics.
Well, most of them will not throw it out that there is a God, that there is an intelligent
Why
being.
would they?
And
This
that's
is an
why we're
anonymous
here
survey.
today. I'll look it up. What was the Pew survey?
Just look up the Pew Research surveys on scientists' belief
How
in
do you spell
evolution.
it? Pew.
PEW. Like
Okay,
stinky
I'll
Pew.
look that up.
Yeah. Pew
Okay,
Research
got
does them
it.
every now and then.
All right.
All right. Thanks for talking with us, Music.
All right. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Listen, if you're going to invent your own God, that's fine. But why cling on to these dusty old books? Why cling on to the Quran? Why cling on to the Bible? They're useless to you. If you're going to create a God that you like, that works for you, just create a God that you like that works for you. Then throw the book out. The book's useless. Doesn't do you any good. Being God is a bloody mess. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. Being God is a bloody business, but this is the business we have chosen. You're right. Human beings have basically chosen to create God in their image, and humans are bloody and horrific. Blackjacks, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, bring the words of reason, O Lisan al Gihib. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what that means, but I'm going to try to bring the voice of reason, Blackjacks. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $5 super chat. Said, God is good because he makes me feel like I'm better than other people. Stop challenging my feeling of superiority. Yes, that's precisely what God is good for. God is good for, making you, feel good or, better about yourself. Ben Jones, good to see you again tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Ben says, how do Christians get around divine hiddenness? If going to Party Land is just believing in Jesus, what about cultures before Jesus or never heard of JC, like Thailand, 98% of Buddhist people or with autism? I agree. I brought that up before. My child actually has autism. Evan, thank you for sending out 5 subscriptions on TikTok. I appreciate that. Yeah, so like we've got all these loopholes. If you ask a Christian, like what happened to the Native Americans or the Jewish people before Jesus, they'll make all these loopholes. Oh, of course they're in heaven, because God is just, right? Then, but if that's the case, if you don't really need Jesus to get into heaven, then the whole gospel is useless. Throw it out. You don't need any of that. It's ridiculous and redundant. God like atheists, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, what anyone know about God is heavily reliant on what humans know, teach other humans. Theists fail to acknowledge they never learn about God from God. That's true. And you know what happens when people do claim to hear from God? I mean, let's be fair. We typically we're on the edge of like locking them up. You know what I mean? Like those aren't the people that we typically take very seriously. But we're going to get Wild Rat from the YouTube queue into the box after this super chat. Pricey, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, since birds evolved from land animals, wouldn't that mean Genesis 1:20 NIV and Genesis 1:24 NIV are wrong because 1:20 came before 1:24? So even the metaphor excuse wouldn't work. Inaccuracy. Yes, some people will say that Genesis is a metaphor for how things unfolded scientifically, but that can't be the case for the point that you pointed out and for other reasons as well. For example, it rained long after rivers had existed, and you need rain for the rivers that are listed in Genesis, and they went hundreds of years without rain. So we've got Wild Rat in the box. How you doing, Wild Rat?
Blessings, brother. Happy 2025, everybody.
Yeah, good to hear from you. Wild, are you a believer of some kind of a God?
I would I identify myself as a knower.
Okay, so you're a Christian that doesn't want to say they're a Christian?
No.
Okay,
no.
So you're not a Christian.
Yeah, as far as recently, now like coming across brothers as yourself, and then who's that? Derek with Myth Vision, and
yeah, Derek's
just
awesome.
a few others, and just a bunch of other stuff. I'm going with I know God is. That's what I go with. So I just hoping for a good, quick, convo thought pong with you, brother.
Sure. So
I don't know. You probably got more people.
Can you like define the properties of your God so I know something about him?
Define the properties of God. Okay. So yeah, I've been thinking of a few things while you're talking with the other guys. Trying to keep this quick. So let's just keep this simple, right? Who do I say that sent me? God says, I am. So, existence, I think, in my own opinion, right, us trying to define God, I mean, I would definitely say there are characteristics and attributes of God's character and spirit, but so far, because you were identified a Christian as well, right? So if I reference the Bible, you know a lot of the Bible for sure.
So do you
Right.
believe in the Bible God
Okay.
then?
So here's another thought is I don't believe in coincidences. So like I believe that
So I just
we
need to
have
know
this book.
something about your God. I can't talk about your God till I know what it is, what it's like, what its properties are.
Right. Okay, so this is all I wanted to say was wait. Sorry, brother. Somebody just walked out. No, you're good. You're good. What is that you wanted to know, brother? I'm sorry.
We can't talk about your God till I know who your God is. So I need to know something about your God other than you believe in a God, because your God could be a magic farting pony in the universe. Well, what is your God?
Right. So God is. What does that mean? Like beyond our comprehension, like just eternal, eternal, infinite, beyond our comprehension. Right. So there's so much in our finiteness that goes beyond our comprehension.
I'm not sure
What
any
I'm
of this
saying is I
answers
don't
my
think that we
question.
can.
Listen, Wild, you're a really nice guy. I really appreciate being here, but I'm not sure that this is the right place to have this discussion, because I don't think you really know what you believe about your God. And that's fine. If you have a God that you believe in, but you don't know how to describe them, that's fine. But I'm talking about like actual gods that have descriptions, okay?
Right. Here, can I just throw you out with this one real quick?
Okay. Johnny, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny Barrios. I appreciate that. And Michael, thank you so much for the $4 over Venmo. Michael says, "What do you make of the especially in 1 Timothy 4:10?" 1 Timothy 4:10. Well, I'd be curious to know what translation that says. 1 Timothy 4:10. We'll put it on the screen. Says, "For this end we toil and suffer reproach, because we have our hope set on the living God, who is the Savior of all people, especially of those who believe." Yeah, it's a redundant statement, because if he's the Savior of all people, then there's no especially. You can't be especially saved. But there's a little bit of a caveat to this, because in the Gospels, Jesus says that those who follow the law and teach others to follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, and those who teach others to not follow the law will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So there's a hierarchy even in the kingdom of heaven. That's why he says of his disciples that you'll be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel, in the new heavens. So there's definitely an idea that something's happening, and all people get judged, even in Catholic doctrine. All human beings, if you read like the Catechism and how they interpret the New Testament, and a lot of the Orthodox too, there is a judgment for all mankind. So no one escapes punishment. So there's like this gradation. Like if you believe in Jesus, your punishment is lessened than people who don't believe in Jesus. But it's a good question, because the way that it's worded makes it seem as though people are saved through Jesus, even if they don't really believe in Jesus. But Artie, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You have a link to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. And JM, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Big W, JM. Says, "Justin, congrats on 16,000 YouTube followers. Cheers, amigo." Cheers to you. And thank you so much for the support and being a member of the Kraken Crew. I really appreciate that. And guys, before the end of January, I'm going to hit 20. I want to hit 20,000 before the end of January. But thank you so much for the super chat. We'll read two more and get the next guest in here. I love how Christians can't just answer straight. Are you a Christian? Taylor Tom. Oh, good to see you, Taylor Tom. Zigmount. I didn't know that was your YouTube name, but yes, it's wild to me that so often people, they literally just cannot say, yes, I'm a Christian. It's weird. Why is that the case? Why can't they say it? Anyways, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Wildman Chris. It's good to see you in the house tonight, Wildman Chris. Wildman says, you get my Discord message. I too got autism, Asperger's, that is. I'd really like to guest and just discuss my doubts, my theory on the Trinity. Yeah, you didn't introduce yourself on the Discord, so if you sent me a message, let me know who you are so we can have a discussion about it. But yeah, I'd love to have a discussion with you. And then we've got, it looks like Daniel in the house. Daniel, let me read the super chat. We'll get you right in. Ben Jones again with the $5 super chat says, have you read Battling the Gods? The author, who is from Uni of Cambridge, states that atheism in ancient times was more prevalent than we thought. I agree. And even in the Bible, remember, it says a fool says in his heart that there is no God. So even in the biblical times, there were people who obviously didn't believe in a God. It's not like we invented this in the modern age, but thank you for the super chat. So we've got Daniel in the guest box now. How you doing, Daniel?
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Daniel, are you at least
Is
18?
the audio good?
Yeah, things are good. Are you at least 18
Okay,
and are
perfect.
you a believer?
I am 18 and I am a believer, yeah,
Great. And what God do you believe in?
in the Christian God. So I actually am a Christian. I'm not ashamed to say this. So
About time.
surprise.
And
Yeah.
do you think that the biblical God or the Christian God does only good?
Yeah, for sure. It depends on what your definition of good is, but yeah, I would say so.
Well, does he? We'll start easy. Does he do things that are like unjust?
On which definition? That's what I said before. Depends on your definition, because if you're Hitler, you obviously think something is good, and if you're like the Jew or the other side, you think some other thing is good. So
Right. That's
it
what I'm
depends
saying.
what your
That's
standard
why I
is.
asked you, does God do things that are unjust?
No,
That's not subjective. The definition of justice is definitive.
yeah, on an atheistic worldview, it's not. I'm sorry, I'm not a native speaker. It's not possible to have a definitive like standard, but on a theistic, it is, and I would say God does not do unjust things. But
Right. So the definition of justice means that you get rewarded for your works accordingly to what you do. So if you commit a crime, you get punished for it. If you don't commit a crime, you don't get punished for it. That's the basic gist of justice. Can we agree on that?
it's a little bit vague, but I would agree as far as you said. Yeah.
Well, can it ever be just if somebody is punished for somebody else's crime?
If it can be just, it depends on who is punished.
We'll try this again. Is it ever just for a person who did not commit the crime to be punished as though they did commit the crime?
As I said, I would like just repeat my answer. It depends on who the person is. If you're alluding to Jesus,
I'm not.
It can be just. If you're not, I'd rather have a specific event and then answer to this.
It's never just. It's never
because
just.
you're alluding to something, and that's the thing. You just
So
make
this is just like basic
question.
definitions. It's either definitionally true or not. The definition of injustice would be something you're getting a reward or a punishment for something that you had no involvement in. So if you commit a crime, it is never, ever just that your spouse should be punished for a crime that she or he was not involved in. That's the definition of injustice.
On which basis? On which basis? Who writes this?
On the
this moral
definition
code?
of justice.
Yeah, and who makes this?
It's
The
just
definition?
it's just definitionally true. If you have a different definition,
Yeah,
of
but wait a second. Is
If you
definitionally
have
true?
if you have a different definition of justice, then please provide me your definition of justice, and we can determine whether or not that's better.
I'm just asking where's your coming from? Because we evolved from like fish and stuff. So who made like the definition
of justice is defined in the dictionary.
Yeah, exactly. So it's what we agree on. If it's like when Hitler is here and he would like make a different dictionary, then it would be just what he says.
No,
right?
We're not talking about what is the conditions of being just. We're talking about
No,
the definition. We're talking about the we're talking about the definition of the word. The definition of the word just means that people are being rewarded or punished according to their deeds, not according to what somebody else does. That is the definition. Do you agree that that's a good definition of the word just?
No.
So what is a better definition of the word just?
It's a little bit complicated to just pack it in one sentence, because as I said, if it's just like it is in the dictionary, that's your stand of your point. This is the definition of justice, but it's just, I don't know, in a few hundred years ago written down. So therefore, before that, there was no justice because we have no definition. So you have to present me a case, a thing which happened, and then you can say, do you see it as just or not, and what's your basis for this? Not just what is the dictionary definition of this. But you can go on and present.
If you go ahead and you rob the local Walmart and they lock up your second cousin who had nothing to do with it, is that justice?
In our terms, no, not.
Why?
Because we have laws who disagree with this.
Okay, is there ever a case where that would be just?
If the law would say so, yes.
So if the law says that it's just to do, then it would be just.
I hope so, yeah.
So then justice means nothing. In your worldview, there's no such thing as justice.
In a world without God, it doesn't mean anything, no.
It does.
So it can change based on anything.
It means definitionally what it means. It means that you're reaping either the punishment or the reward for your behavior. So according to the definition,
but you live
So according to the definition of the word just and unjust, which is what we're using, it would be unjust to punish somebody for a crime that somebody else committed. Now, if that happened, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
In the explanation which you gave before, I would say it's probably a bad thing. I mean, I don't have any details. If you give me like 2-3 details more, maybe I change my mind on it. What?
Why is it a bad thing?
Because if the person who is punished didn't have any involvement and there is no reason for the other person to be punished, it would be a bad thing. I would assume.
I agree. Yes, it would be bad.
I'm curious where you're going.
There we go. So it would be bad to punish somebody for a crime that somebody else committed that they had no involvement in. Finally, we got to a point of agreement. Don't know why that was so hard. So then, now we can read a point
why?
From the biblical book that you believe in, where God does exactly that, because your God's not just. So, have you read Exodus 11?
Probably read it, but I'm more familiar with the New Testament. But you can quote it.
Sure.
I'm not sure if I get off the application because you use it on my phone. If I'm that fast,
you should be able to see my browser right now. Do you see my browser?
Yeah.
Fantastic. It says, Moses said, "Thus saith the Lord, about midnight I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne to the firstborn of the female slave who sits behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of livestock." What crime did these firstborn commit that warranted being executed?
Man, I thought you had a more hard case. So this is a pretty easy case. If God is the one who gave life, and if God is the one who judges man ultimately, there is not you cannot say, okay, that's in this case they got punished just because of that. If the person had sinned in any other way, and God says the punishment of sin is death, he can kill anyone according to his own will, and he can take the life he gave them.
Okay, so justice is completely arbitrary then.
Just a second, I'm answering. Just because God takes the life of the firstborn, it doesn't mean that he punishes them for the sin of Pharaoh. They can be punished for their own sins, and life is, according to God, his own gift. So it's not unjust for him to take it.
It is unjust. I'm going to explain it to you, because now it's completely arbitrary. So what you're describing is an arbitrary system of justice, where you think every human being ever created is worthy of death. We have no right to life. But God is going to arbitrarily pick and choose who he kills and who he doesn't kill, which means there is no justice in your worldview. It's all completely arbitrary. Do you see the problem?
No, that's not true.
It is okay. So then it's completely arbitrary unless it's completely arbitrary unless you can give me a reason why it's not. What's the system being employed here that makes it not arbitrary?
If you would not sin, you would not have to die. That's justice. If you sin, you have to die.
But the
And
Israelites sinned.
therefore, it makes total sense that God
Did the Israelites
paid
sin?
our. I'm sorry.
Did the Israelites commit sin?
Yeah, for sure. For
Okay.
sure they sinned.
Did the Israelites get executed?
Sorry.
Did the Israelites get executed?
Someone is speaking to.
Did the Israelites get executed?
Yeah, if they get executed, I think the Israelites we read in the Bible.
That was a yes or no question. I need you to say yes or no. Did the Israelites get executed or did the Egyptians get executed?
Both of them.
Try this again.
Because both are dead now.
We'll try this again. Who got delivered from the land of Egypt? Thank you, Evan, for the check. I appreciate that.
Who got delivered? It's the Israelites.
Okay, and which people group got their children executed?
No.
The Egyptians. Okay, and did both the Israelites
exactly.
and the Egyptians commit sins?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but only some of them actually got executed, right?
No, that's not true.
We'll try this
I think
again.
all the Egyptians.
We'll try this again. Only some of them got executed, yes or no?
Can I answer? Or
the answer is yes or no.
Both of them had already died. Both got their judgment. When they die, it's not about according to us to.
As incapable. Of
I mean, we.
So my question was: only some of the people died, yes or no?
No, I think.
Try this again. Yes or no? The answer is yes. By the way, the only answer to this question is yes. So I'll ask you for the last time. Only some of the people in this story died, yes or no?
You're unsincere. You cannot.
I'm not. So we'll try this for the last time. The answer is yes. It's in the text. I'll read it for you again. Yes or no? Only some of the people in this story died, and some of them lived, yes or no?
They are all dead now.
Okay, so he can't be honest. All right. Maybe we'll get an adult in here, maybe not. Sorry, Daniel, you got to go. We're going to get an actual adult in the box. I don't know why they do this. The story is very clear. Some of them lived, some of them died. They were all sinners, which means the system is completely arbitrary. All right. Yeah, that's right, Pricey. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Believers will say that you need evil for free will to exist, but then how does heaven work? I agree. Revelation 21 completely debunks that. It's ridiculous. Flanker, good to see you in the house tonight. Flanker, thank you for the 420 super chat. I'm sorry, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, they tell us that we have no grounding for intelligibility, but then say forever is temporary, death is spiritual, and words don't mean words. Hilarious. That's exactly what it is. And remember, justice doesn't have a definition. The word justice only means whatever I want it to mean based on what the Bible says. It can't mean like definitionally what it means in the dictionary. That would be ridiculous. All right, let's get somebody from our TikTok queue in here. Bearded has been waiting for a little bit. I don't know if they're still with us, but we'll try to pull them in. It's wild how quickly they'll go to, well, everybody deserves death because everyone has sinned, despite the fact that we have no choice in that. We have the sin nature. Because we have the sin nature, everybody's default position is that they have to sin eventually. That's what God did. God made it so that we had no choice but to be sinners, and then said, because you're sinners, I can just randomly execute you anytime I want to. Doesn't matter. No system to it. Just randomly, just whoever I choose, because I just want to make my power shown. I want to show how strong I am by executing a bunch of babies that had nothing to do with the actual crimes being committed. Look at Landy Christ crashing out for like the last hour in the TikTok comments. Landy, you're the weakest ass Messiah I've ever heard in my entire life. iLift, welcome in.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Very good, thanks. I was listening to your live and I was listening to that last gentleman and the argument that you guys were having. And I am a Christian. I am a believer in the Bible. I know the Bible, not a scholar, but I know it well enough for me to be satisfied with. And I wanted to point out that from our perspective as a Christian, the reason why we are okay with that sort of judgment is most people don't know how to articulate it, but the reason is that we believe in an all-knowing God, that He knows the present, the past, and the future. He knows
Yeah,
all
we know
the
what you believe, my
choices.
man.
Right. So if God is all-knowing, and if God judges everyone before He creates them because He already knows the future, then why wouldn't He be able to randomly take the life and give the life to whoever He chooses?
The
What
question
would be
is
the
not
problem?
whether or not he can do it. The question is whether or
Right.
not it's justified behavior. Because if he can do it at random without any system, without any method, then that means it's completely arbitrary, which means there is no justice.
No, I heard that, but
Can justice ever be dealt arbitrarily?
have you heard that? Have you heard the saying that justice
It's yes
is
or
in the
no. Can justice ever be dealt arbitrarily, or does it have a system of processes?
Have a great night, sir.
So you can't answer the question.
You don't want to talk.
I asked you a very easy question, and you're a coward. You
Yeah,
can't answer it.
you're not. Oh yeah, okay. Well, you didn't answer my question.
You
So
didn't even
anyways,
ask it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. You can go cry in the comments. All right, we'll move on to our next guest. Conquistador, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conquif says, people in YouTube chat saying they condemned themselves. How can a baby condemn themselves when they can't even walk? So glad I got out of this call. Yeah, thank you so much, Conquistador. I agree with you. The fact that people will condemn babies, little children, is unbelievable, which we didn't even get to that part of the Exodus 11 narrative where that a bunch of the people being executed were babies who didn't have the capacity to sin yet. That's crazy. Chid, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good, and you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Also, Matt, thank you so much for all the face paint, Mac. I appreciate that. Chid, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes to both. And sorry, just because before we get into anything, I just wanted to ask a question real quick. After you, ask some of your questions, is it okay if I also present some stuff to you? Because I don't want us to just go in a circle, like disagreeing with some things. I also wanted to like have another conversation with you, if that's okay.
That's fine, but I only have a couple rules. And one of the rules is if I ask you a simple yes or no question, you have to say yes or no before you can give your detailed explanation. You can't just go ramble on forever on something that has nothing to do with my question. Like if you ask me a question, I just provide the answer. I don't pivot and talk about something else.
Okay, no problem.
Right. So, do you believe that your God is all good?
Yeah, I do.
Does your God ever do anything bad?
No.
If your God told you to do something, are you required to do it?
Yeah, you can say no, but you're not forced to. But yeah, you can disagree.
Do you have children?
No, I don't.
If you had children and God told you to put one of them under the water till they stop breathing, would that be the right thing to do?
I would definitely think logically no, but knowing that God is God, I would think there was a reason for that. Kind of like the Abraham and Isaac situation.
Sure. So you do it.
I might not. It just depends. Like I can't say 100%, but
That's sick.
yeah, maybe. Why?
Sick. That you would harm a
So do you
children.
think
You would drown a children in water because you thought a voice from a sky fairy told you so. That's disgusting. You should be in a
Yeah.
padded room.
But the thing is, it's not necessarily a voice from the sky, though. Like with Abraham, do you think he was listening to a voice in the sky?
Yep, it was a sky daddy, according to the narrative. And it's also true that
Well,
the whole
what
thing
evidence
was
do you have for that?
not only was the whole thing unnecessary, but it was traumatizing to Isaac. Also, Mac, thank you so much for all the confetti. In Genesis 22, when Abraham is tested, God doesn't have to test Abraham. God is all knowing. There's no reason for him to traumatize his own child near to the point of death for God to demonstrate that he's going to be faithful or not. God already knows. The whole thing was foolish.
But that's the thing, you're going off of one example. Abraham had some kind of history with God before he decided to do that
I don't
because he
care.
already done the impossible once. So if someone has done the impossible once,
That's
it's
irrelevant.
like
Does
kind
God
of
know
logical.
all things?
Yeah,
Did God know that Abraham would do it?
he knew that he had the free will to say no. It was up to Abraham to say
Did
no
God
or yes.
know that he would do it?
I can't answer the question. I'm not God.
Yes, you can.
Like,
In your worldview, your God is all-knowing.
but that's not the same thing as forcing people to do what
I
you
didn't say
want
anything
them
about
to do.
forcing. I'm asking what your God knows. Does your God know that Abraham will do it?
Yeah, but all knowing is not the same thing
It's
as
a yes or no. Does your God know the future? Does he know Abraham will do the thing?
Yeah, technically.
Okay,
He
so then
would,
he doesn't need to
but
have Abraham do it because he already knows the outcome.
But that's the thing. I feel like some of the yes or no questions are a bit more complex than just
They
yes
are
or no.
not complicated. It's a yes or no. He either knows something or he doesn't.
No, that's not the way it works, though. Okay, can I give an example?
That is the way that works. If I said, do you know what time you're waking up tomorrow? The answer is yes or no. You either know it or you don't. If I say, does God know what's going to happen tomorrow? It's either a yes or no. He either knows it or he doesn't.
I mean, he knows what will happen,
There
but
you
it's
go.
up to you to, like, you have a control over your fate, your destiny. It's not predetermined.
No one's
'Cause I know
talking
that
about predestination. I don't know why you're bringing that up. We're talking about whether or not God knows the future. So God traumatized Isaac because he needed to put Abraham to the test, which was an unnecessary test since God already knows the future.
Okay, so I don't agree with that premise just because, like I said, all knowing doesn't mean that people don't have the free will to do
But
stuff.
listen, I didn't say a damn thing about free will. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. I'm talking about whether or not God knows he's going to do it.
I'm sorry, are you upset with me in some way? Like, I feel like you're
I need
mad
you
at
to
me or something.
focus.
Yeah,
This is what drives me crazy. So it's irritating
to
when
form
people
my
get up
thoughts,
here
but, like, I can't.
and I ask very clear questions on a very clear topic, and then they keep talking about other things as though they're not listening to the actual conversation being had. So the question is about whether or not God is all-knowing. At no point in time did I ever bring up the predestination or whether or not God is forcing anyone to do anything. So I have no idea why you keep going back to that. So it's very easy. So if God already knew that Abraham would do the thing, then why did he have to traumatize Isaac by putting him through it?
I literally don't have an answer to that question. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I don't. I won't say something I don't know because
That's the
there's
right
no
answer.
point.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have an answer, but that doesn't mean that, I'm not gonna lie to you. So that's what I want to say.
That's the right thing to say. Okay. Now, have you read the book of Job?
Yeah, I have.
Because the book of Job is even worse than Genesis 22. In the book of Job, all of Job's family gets brutally executed, all to win a bet with Satan. It says, on the day that the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down it. The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There was no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Then the accuser answered the Lord, does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed him. You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. So there's a bet that's being laid out here that God instigated, and God says to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power, only do not stretch out your hand against him. So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord and went and executed all of his family members, servants, and animals. And where's the justice in this story?
I mean, I don't think it's everything that God does that is like a test of justice, if you get what I mean.
I don't.
Like, it's not in every scenario that he's trying to display some kind of justice or something. Like, the devil came up to him because he wanted to torment Job, and he allowed for this evil to happen. Now,
Yeah, he
I
did.
feel like Job is a very hard book for a lot of Christians. Okay, let me not say that. I don't know.
If
But for
somebody
me
came and wanted to
personally,
torture your children, would you let them do it?
no, I wouldn't.
What if they made a bet with
But
you?
no, I wouldn't. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. It's
okay.
hard for me.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't you
it's
do
that's
it?
so. Okay, yeah. So let me explain. So because this book is hard for me, because when I think about it from a rational perspective, I'm like, wow, like why should God let this happen? Like Job didn't do anything. It
God caused it
was
to happen.
He didn't cause it. He allowed for it. That's like the
No,
language that's used by
he caused it
scholars.
to happen. He started the bet, he initiated the bet, and then he gave the devil the parameters of the bet. He said, go and take everything he has, just don't touch his body. So he laid out the parameters. He could have made the parameters as such that innocent people didn't die. And then it even says, if we go down to verse 16, some of the death in verse 16, while he was still speaking, another came and said, the fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants. So God himself participated in killing these people.
Yeah, but there's something you said initially. You said God initiated the bet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
Yep.
I think the devil came up to him and said, I want to do this terrible thing to your servant.
God initiated it. God says, have you seen
Really?
my servant Job? Verse 8, the Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job?
Okay, but that's not him initiating the bet. Like, am I missing something? Like,
It
it's
is.
the devil that said he wanted to do that terrible thing. God
Mhm.
wasn't saying, go do this thing to my child.
He did.
He allowed for it to happen. Like, I know what you mean, but like,
No, listen, you can't put this on the devil. This is God's doing. God's in control, not the devil.
yeah, he is. But you're saying that he initiated, like, he just randomly wanted
He
to do
did.
something
Yes.
weird.
God
But he came
suggested
up.
to the devil that he needs to observe Job. And the devil said he only blesses you because you bless him. And God said, okay, bet. Go ahead and torture him.
Yeah, but that's not initiating. Anyways, so I'm not going to. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But what I was saying initially was this book is hard for me because sometimes I really don't have all the answers. I'm not going to come up here and pretend like I have all the answers to Christianity because I don't. I'm not that the smartest person ever, and I don't know everything. But that's why I said I didn't want to get into all the tough parts of the Bible. I also wanted to ask you some questions genuinely
But that
as
is the
someone who was
point.
disconstructed.
You're allowed to ask me questions because you've answered mine. But that is the point of the live, is to make people read the difficult parts because nobody's reading them. They're skipping over it.
No, I read a lot of them too. Like even the thing that happened with Dana and Jacob's sons. I read a lot of these because I really try to contend with these things. I don't want to be just blind faith because you can't just a lot of the saints in the first, second century, they tried to come to Christianity with reason. Saint Augustine, for example. So I try to do that as well. But I totally understand where you're coming from.
Sure.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the whole thesis of Christianity is that Jesus Christ has fulfilled the law and there's nothing else you need to do except to carry your cross and follow him. That's the basic. Is there anything in particular that you disagree with Jesus Christ on?
Yeah,
And
that's
why
not
would that
true.
be?
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what Jesus said because he didn't say that. I'm disagreeing with what you said. Jesus didn't say that the law is now done away with.
No, he didn't say the law is done away with, but he fulfilled the law.
What does that even
So
mean?
So, okay, so let me give you an example. He said, if you love me, you will obey my commandments. So clearly, he's also referring to some kind of existing laws. But at the same time, he tries to let the people know that the main point is your heart, not necessarily how you or how much you obey the law.
How
Because,
does this answer my question?
I mean, didn't you just say that
This is what I was talking about before when I ask very clear questions in the line of conversation, then you say things that are completely unrelated to the question. My question was,
I'm sorry,
what
maybe I
does it
didn't get you.
mean that Jesus fulfilled the law?
It means that there is no need for a man to be bound to the law from the Old Testament.
And
So
Jesus never said
no
that.
more of this No, it's true.
I'll
Because
put it
when he says
I'll
that
put it
I
on the
will give you
screen. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teacheth others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus wants you to follow the law of Moses.
No, not the law of Moses, because specifically he says one time that Moses gave you this law because you're hard of heart.
We'll try this
When he was
again.
talking about
It
things
says,
like
do not think that I have come
divorce.
to abolish the law or the prophets. What are the law and the prophets?
I'm sorry?
What are the law and prophets?
I mean, a pretty simple one is the Ten Commandments and like the
Nope.
prophets in the Old Testament.
The law is the law of Moses.
But that's the thing. If he was referring to that, he wouldn't have said Moses gave you this law because you were hard of heart when he was talking to them about abortion. Sorry, divorce.
Divorce, yes, Deuteronomy 24.
Yeah.
Jesus
So he said he
nope,
gave,
stop. Jesus isn't contradicting Moses here. Jesus is integrating the book of Malachi. In the book of Malachi, God says, I hate divorce. So Jesus is rationing that it's okay to modify this law because God obviously had a different thing in mind, because God actually gave a word through Malachi. But you can't just go into the law of Moses and say all of it's gone now, because Jesus says that you should be following the law. He says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So it's just logically true that by following the laws, you are great in the kingdom of heaven.
okay, yes, you're right. But
There
can
you
I give another verse to like add to this point you just said?
Sure.
The verse that is coming to mind right now is when he was his disciples were eating, and then some of the teachers were like, "Oh, what they're doing is not good because they didn't wash their hands before they eat." And he was like, "Oh,
Mark
so
7.
if you're saying all of these, why don't you then stone your children according to the commandment of obey your father and mother? But then you let that go for Kuban." The logic in that clearly shows that he's not saying that they should then go and stone their children. That's not what he's implying.
That's
He's saying
exactly what
that
he is.
obviously, no, he's saying that obviously
Nope.
that there are some laws that you know are not to be done. Like you know that if these laws, you don't do them because the commandments cannot be totally fulfilled. That's why he came,
They
because
can.
they couldn't fulfill the law.
They
So
can.
if they could, they would have no need for a greater sacrifice.
They
But that's
can.
the thesis of Christianity.
Not only can they be followed, but people did it. And God says you can do it. In Deuteronomy 30, verse 11, it says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. So this is not something that you can't do. And Luke chapter 1 says Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law. So you can do it. And it says here in verse 9 of Mark 7, he said, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your own tradition. So he's chastising the Pharisees for making up their own commandments that invalidate the commands of Moses, which means he wants them to follow the law of Moses, not their own commands.
No, the logic there is not. It's like saying if A then B. He's not saying if A then you should do B. It's more like you don't do B, and rightfully so, because
He didn't say that.
No, I'm trying to talk about the logic like in just layman terms, because
but you're lying on the book.
No, not necessarily, because I heard what you were saying earlier about like the woman and like when they have consummated the marriage and then they show the blood or something to show that they're virgins, and if they're not, then they're killed in front of their parents' homes. But we can see clearly that in the New Testament, Joseph didn't do that to Mary when he found out that she was pregnant because he was righteous. Because that's the thing. It was people that were hard of heart and very stubborn that liked to do those kinds of things.
That's not what the book
says. Why
Jesus.
It is, and that's why Jesus was talking about.
Wrong again.
Sorry. I just want to quickly wrap my thought in a bit, and then I'll let you speak. Sorry, but that's what Jesus is trying to say, because when he's telling them about adultery and killing, he says, Moses told you that if you sleeping with another woman, you've committed adultery. But verily I tell you, if you look with lust another woman, then you have committed adultery.
Yeah, so
And
what?
What do you mean, so what?
So what? We're talking about Joseph. You're really struggling to stay on
that's
topic.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to, when you're like making a conversation, you use different things to buttress your point. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm not trying to jump all over the place at all. Like, I'm saying that Joseph was righteous. Like, the Bible calls him righteous because he didn't do that thing to Mary. So it's understood
I don't think
that
that's the
these
case.
things.
I think Joseph was
No,
a
so why
righteous
would they call him
man, but it
righteous?
doesn't say that not putting her away was the righteous thing to do.
No, it does. It implies that. That's why he's righteous. He's not righteous for any other thing. Like, it implies that in that verse that he put her away in that quiet manner because he was righteous. A lot of the Jews were very hard of heart, very like stubborn, and that's why a lot of the laws were harsh.
The thing
Now,
that
this
made
doesn't
you
justify.
righteous was following the law. Following the law made you righteous. That's why in Deuteronomy it says, by following the law of the Lord, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So if you're saying that somebody is unrighteous by not following the law, then you're lying on God.
Not really. That's why it's very like it's
Don't worry, I'll read it for you.
three-dimensional.
They never read their book. It's okay.
Oh, come on. Why are you saying that?
It's going to be in Deuteronomy. And he also says to follow these laws forever, by the way. In Deuteronomy
Sorry, what did you
10,
say?
he says to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and keep the commandments of the Lord your God. Keep all of them. Keep all the commandments of the Lord your God. He didn't say keep some of them. And then he says to keep them all the days that you live on the earth. Deuteronomy 12:1, all the days that you live on the earth. That's how long you're supposed to be keeping the commandments. In Deuteronomy 12, if you go down to verse 28, it says, be careful to obey all of these words that I command you today so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So the God who gave the commandments said that you will be doing what is good and right if you follow these commandments.
Okay, but Jesus and his disciples were eating from the field without quote unquote following the law, because that some laws are not actually that. Let me just,
There's
without
no
lack of
law
better
against
word,
washing
that
hands.
deep. No, you can't. You need to wash your hands.
There's
before you
no
eat, 'cause
law in the Bible about washing
you'll
your
be defiled.
hands.
I literally think that there is one
There's
that
not.
implies if you don't. Okay, so let me give you 3 examples. When Jesus
It's almost like you don't listen
went
to a
to
word
eat
I say. Find me the law in the
No,
Old
I'm listening.
Testament about washing your hands.
I really don't think I can do that right now. I'm sorry. I don't want to
It's
be
not there. It
dishonest.
doesn't
But
exist. You're lying on the book.
okay, I'm not, but
You are.
I can actually try to find that, and if I
All right,
do,
go ahead.
I'll
Go ahead
let
and
you
find it.
know.
I'll wait.
Okay. But in the meantime,
Nope.
I want
Go
you to
find
think
it.
of.
We'll wait. I'll read a
Sorry.
super chat while you're finding the verse. Go ahead. You got plenty of time. I'm not going to cut you. Go find the verse.
Okay, no problem.
Yep. Gurumi Pace, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, God is all knowing, but is a moron. I agree. Because he knows everything, knows it's going to fail and still does multiple times. And so he just kills or destroys everything to start over and fail again. Yeah, the flood is the biggest failure in the whole biblical history. The fact that he was supposed to send a flood because mankind was wicked and there was Nephilim, and then he sends the flood, and then afterward, mankind is still wicked and there's still Nephilim. A complete waste. It didn't do anything. It didn't solve anything. But thanks for the super chat. Also, Gates of Delirium, good to see you again. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, chat is extra full of crybabies today. It looks like your channel is growing and triggering all these dishonest people. Keep it up. Yeah, you're 100% right. There's a lot of triggered Christians tonight. But, we're here for it. We are here for it. Amir, good to see you again tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Amir says, I'd love to see you run a prompt like Heaven is Eternal Torture to explore the absurdity of the concepts of heaven and diversity of beliefs about it. Believers think that they are going to heaven, but they have no idea about it. That's a good point, Amir. We really do need to do a live topic that is just about the absurdities of heaven. which I would love to do. One of my questions I've asked people before is like, where exactly is heaven? Because that presents some problems of its own. Because the Bible says that there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. We're going to be here on the renewed planet, but our entire cosmos is going to die one day. So God has to create a whole new cosmos, not a whole new planet. Blood type Scarlet and Gray. OH, good to see you in the house. Thank you for the 10-hour super chat. It says, does Doug have hymns? I remember 60 some years ago as a PK hearing the words, on solid rock I stand, all of the ground is sinking sand. Thank you, Doug. Knew you were my savior even then. Amen. The rock of salvation. Doug and his hardness. Doug is always hard for you guys. That's why I'm rock hard for Doug. I'm never flaccid for Doug. He is the rock of salvation. And that's 100% right. He was prophesied even in the Psalms as they were singing songs to Jesus. It was literally prophesying about Doug coming. Also, Gates of Delirium again with a 10-hour super chat. Justin Cook's Christians like the burnt offerings that are supposed to still be happening according to prophecy. Yes, Jeremiah 33 and Isaiah 66 and Isaiah 56. Burnt offerings are supposed to still be happening. There's no reason why burnt offerings are going to be cut off according to the New Testament. Great observation, Gates, though. Good to see you. All right, we'll grab another super chat while the guest is looking for the passage. Astronova, good to see you tonight, Astronova. Thank you for the 10-hour super chat. Andrea Yates, drown her 5 kids in the tub in 2005 to save them from going to hell. Yes, 6 months old, 7-year-old. Praise Doug. He would never support your unaliving your children. I agree. I didn't realize that's who that was, but now that you brought it up, I know. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And yes, that's what religion does. Religion will convince you that if you hear a voice in your head, it's okay to drown your children, as we've already seen. But Doug would never ask that. Praise Doug. And thank you, Astronova. Chidinam guest. Did you find a verse yet?
Chidinma.
Chidinma, there we go. Did you find it?
Yeah, I actually saw one, like in Exodus, where where the Lord is talking to Moses and telling him in which way the minister should wash their hands and their feet.
Yes, the priests, not the people. There's no law saying you have to wash your hands before you eat. This is for the priests because the priests are going before the Lord in the temple.
And then in that same verse of Mark, the Pharisees and the Jews do not eat unless they give their hands a ceremonial
It's like I
washing.
didn't even say anything.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm
it's
giving
wild
you
how I just say things and you never respond to it.
I literally know you want me to respond to that. I thought you wanted to just give you all the things. I'm sorry. But thank you for that. So the second one, is that okay? Should I go ahead?
Second one, what?
So
I'm still waiting the passage where God says you have to wash your hands before you eat food.
Okay, so I don't know if you knew this, but the Jews also had some laws that were not necessarily written, so they call them like oral or ceremonial. And according to that law too, before you eat, you have to wash your hands. Like if you go out, you're unclean if you don't do that before you eat.
Yes, I know. You're explaining my position. My position is that the oral law taught that you needed to wash your hands before you ate, and that's why Jesus chastises the Pharisees and doesn't have his followers wash their hands before they eat, because Jesus did not follow the oral law. Jesus was for the law of Moses, and he thought the oral law invalidated the law of Moses on many occasions.
I don't really think so, because also the Sabbath and like I don't know why are you making that face. Like I'm just saying I don't think so. Is that a bad thing to say for me not to think so?
You're wrong.
No.
Every time Jesus chastises the practices of the Pharisees, he's chastising them for following the tradition of the elders. The tradition of the elders is the oral law. Jesus does not follow the oral law. If he did, he would have his disciples wash their hands.
He did. He didn't have them. It's not like he told them don't wash your hands. He just said sometimes these people were more so concerned with performative, like I don't know, being seen as holy or whatever, more so than actually being holy. And that's why the initial point made earlier was where exactly your heart is at the moment, not necessarily how you look like or what you say or what you do. If you get my point.
Did Jesus have his disciples wash their hands? Yes or no?
Sometimes they wash their hands before they eat. Yes.
Did he allow them to not wash their hands? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're free to. Yeah.
Okay. Was that the practice of the time period?
Some people did it, some people did not.
We'll just read it.
But
They noticed that some of the disciples were eating with defiled hands, that is, without washing them. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. The tradition of the elders dictated that you need to wash your hands, not the law of Moses. And Jesus didn't make his disciples follow the traditions of the elders because Jesus himself didn't follow the tradition of the elders.
well, Jesus definitely respected the tradition of the elders, though.
Name,
Because
give me
the
one
law,
passage where Jesus follows the tradition of the elders.
honestly, right now, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but
There's not.
I do know that he respected the law of the prophets before, because he also
That's not the tradition
he
of the
references
elders.
them. No, it is
It's
though.
not.
Like
The
what the
tradition of the
prophets.
elders is the oral law. The prophets are written.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But honestly, I do think that he did also, because I do remember him saying one time that this is what you have believed, this is what you have done, and so be it. But I'm not exact. I'm actually drawing a blank right now. I'm really sorry. I can't give you more information on that. But I will take your word for it. So thank you for that.
Okay.
But yeah, so I don't know. I hope you're not getting tired of me or anything. I'm really like grateful for the experience. I just wanna just throw some ideas at you and all of that. So the question I asked initially was like, do you have anything like that Jesus has said that you do not agree with, or you think invalidates his, him saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life? Or is there anything you just have against Jesus in particular that you think is untrue? Because the whole point of Christianity is Jesus. Without, St. Paul says, without Jesus, the Christians are to be the most pitied in the whole world. So, um, what do you think of that?
I think Jesus was a liar and a fraud who fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies and failed his own predictions about coming back within the lifetimes of his disciples. In Matthew 16, why is there a big ad showing up? Let me get rid of this thing. Matthew 16 says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he didn't come back. They're all dead. He's a liar. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
But he also says that man does not know the day or the time that he will come.
So what?
So you can't say that it hasn't been fulfilled.
We'll try this again. Did Jesus list the day or the time?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he say that there's a cutoff though?
No, he did not.
He did. We'll read it again. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before the Son of Man comes in his kingdom. Did all those people taste death?
I think he meant death in more so like sometimes he speaks in parables. I don't think it's literal.
What's it mean?
Sometimes it happens. I mean, sometimes he says the wages of sin is death.
Yep.
That doesn't mean you die immediately, but it's more like that is the consequence in terms of your soul.
That consequence. He says, some of you will not taste death, but they're all dead, aren't they?
Yeah, but it was understood according to the Jews then that death is like Sheol, where you go into eternal like suffering. So
That's
Abraham's
irrelevant. We're talking about whether these people are dead. Did these people die?
The way they say it though is they are not dead. Like Christians, I don't know if you know this, but Christians say they are not dead; they are alive with Jesus.
It's
So
wild the
technically, you could say
gymnastics
that
they
it's
have
not
to
lying.
engage in rather than being honest with the book. It says some
No,
of you
I'm being
standing
serious.
here will
I'm
not
being
taste
100%
death, which
serious.
means some of them would have died and some of them would have not died before the second coming. So which ones of them died and which ones are still alive?
I don't know who is dead or not, but I'm just telling you, like literally, you know that sometimes
So then it's
they
not
say
true.
death.
So Jesus
they say
lied
death
because it
as
says
per-
some of you will not taste death, which implies that at least 2 of them will taste death.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like
That's just
sometimes it's
definitionally
usually
true. The word some is never all, and it's always more than one, which means it's 2 or more, which means 2 or more of them would have actually been dead and the rest of them would have been alive.
Not about the word some, about the use of death.
We'll try this
Sometimes it
again.
means.
So it's truly I tell you, there are some, meaning two or more, standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. If tasting death doesn't mean dying, then what does it mean?
So I was saying that death sometimes means eternal punishment, Abraham's bosom, Sheol, and all of these things.
Okay,
It doesn't mean death physically.
then which of them experienced the second death, and how is it that the order of the second death is wrong? Because according to Revelation 21, the second death is after Jesus comes, not before.
That's revelation, like you said, that's irrelevant.
We'll try this again. The second death, the thing that you brought up, not me. The second death happens
I didn't bring up the second death though.
The second death happens after Jesus comes back, not before. And this says, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So it can't be talking about the second death. It's clearly talking about a physical death.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't bring up anything like a second death though. I'm confused.
Well, there's no other death. There's only two deaths in the Bible. There's your mortal death and the second death. There's no other death.
No, there's a moral death and a spiritual death. You can be alive and be spiritually dead. That's it. It's view held in the Christian.
Okay, then which of his disciples were spiritually dead?
I don't know. So what verse are you reading from exactly, and what context?
It's wild that your
I don't know if he's speaking to
go-to
just his
apologetic is
disciples.
going to be words don't mean what words mean. Do you ever get
No,
embarrassed when you
that's
get up
not
here
what
and
I'm
just lie in
saying.
front of 1,000 people?
That's not what
In
I'm
fact,
saying.
it's
Because
more than
they use
1,000.
literary devices.
There are literally 2,000 people watching this right now, and they're watching you get on a screen and read a passage and say none of these words mean what they mean.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Bible uses literary devices, and you can
Without
agree that.
lies, Christianity dies. Jesus taught that he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he said it on multiple occasions. Paul said it as well in 1 Thessalonians and 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Jesus gives all the signs of the end time in Matthew 24. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with great power and glory. Hey, when is all this going to happen? Interestingly enough, he tells you, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And that generation is all passed away.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Initially, is there a name I can call you? Sorry, I just realized I haven't asked for your name for all of this.
You can call me Justin.
Okay, Justin, like the thing is, initially I did say that I don't have all the answers to every single question you have, and I'm sorry if that makes it be inadequate, but I just wanted to have an honest conversation. But I'm just explaining to the best of my ability. And when I say that the Bible uses literary devices, you can agree with that, can't you? Like, you can have some common
This is
ground.
not
Yeah.
a literary device. This is a prediction.
But the thing is, it is hell that is literary, though, because if Paul thought that Jesus would come
Hell
back
has
in the
nothing to
generation.
do with what we're talking about. You are really struggling to stay on task.
No, like if we talk about death and like separation, then hell is naturally part of that.
Hell
But
has nothing to do with the second coming. We're not talking about what's going to happen when he comes, and we're talking about when he's supposed to come. That's the topic.
yeah, but we're talking about death too, and when you die, when you go to Sheol, you're
All right.
separated from
Listen,
God.
I appreciate you coming up, but I think your ADHD is driving everyone crazy. So I'm going to move on to the next guest. Okay.
Thank you for having me on. Have a nice day.
Cheers. I don't know why it's so hard to stay on task. I didn't ask any difficult questions, and it just was one new topic to another. All right, we'll get the next guest in here. Yahweh 404, a wonderful name. That might be my new favorite name. I think this might be Necro. Yahweh 404. If you don't know web coding, that means something. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, is there any reason that Joseph and Mary wouldn't have consummated the marriage on their wedding night? Was that a normal practice in Judaism? Well, they weren't married yet. They were engaged. They were betrothed, and she became pregnant during the betrothal. So that seems to be the situation. So, but yeah, because she was pregnant, he probably wouldn't have gone into her on the wedding night. They had some hangups about that. But Yeah, and the Bible says so. If you read Matthew, I believe it was Matthew, it says that Joseph and Mary didn't have relations until after Jesus was born. So he must have waited until after the pregnancy to to consummate the marriage. But Austin Bullock, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Austin says, praise Doug. Love what you're doing, Justin. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate that. And praise Doug. And also Dr. Joe in the house tonight. Dr. Joe with the $2 over Venmo. Thank you so much. Says, to the last couple of guests, the word justice came from Latin and later Old French to describe a concept. And then the message cut off. I'm so sorry. I can't read. It doesn't show me the full messages when I get the notification. I'm sorry, Joanne. 123 Berserk. Thank you for the question about Wes. Says, what do you think about Wes Huff? Love your stuff. I think Wes is a kind individual. I think he's one of the more likable apologists. I think he's full of crap. I think he does slavery apologetics in the worst possible way. And he has no idea what the Old Testament actually teaches. He's a New Testament scholar. But generally, I like the guy. I think he's a likable guy. I think he's doing his best. I genuinely believe that Wes Huff is a decent human being just doing his best. I just happen to disagree with him. So anyways, that's my opinion on Wes. I don't really have a problem with him. Andre, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Josh, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, Doug doesn't need foreskins. He needs pizza. Definitely. Doug is all for getting stoned, but the good kind of stoned. And that is best coupled with maybe some pizza, maybe some Nabisco cookies. We'll see. It could be anything. Thank you so much, Alexia, for the $10 super chat. It says, Genesis 1, God created the earth. Then he created a couple trillion planets and stars. Seriously, though, why did God create a universe with trillions of stars? Was it for decoration or something? That's always been one of my questions, is if we believe in the God of the Bible, it's really weird that like the world that he created is got so much like superfluous, I can't say the word, superfluous items. Like there's so much there that is not essential, but yet here we are. Logan, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W for Logan. And make sure to check out the link to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And last super chat from Pricey. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. What happens to the people before major modern religions? Do they just get free pass into heaven? And if they do, what's the point of the Bible? I agree. And I bring this up to Christians all the time. They have to concede that there are loopholes to the whole Jesus narrative because a bunch of people are able to get to heaven without believing in Jesus. And if that's the case, people can get into heaven without Jesus, and that means the whole Jesus thing is arbitrary. The Catholics have a kind of an interesting workaround for this that we don't have to talk about now. But I agree. I think it's the death of Jesus is rather arbitrary when looking at the picture as a whole. But we've got now Pedro on the chat. How you doing, Pedro? Pedro? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Pedro? Pedro, are you with us?
I'm back. What's up?
There we go. We got you now. Welcome in, Pedro. All right, Pedro, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and which God do you believe in?
The Christian God, Tetragrammaton, Christ, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, so you're a Christian. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe that this God is all good, completely good?
Okay, according to Jesus Christ's words in the Bible, it says that he said that God is good. So if I'm going to believe in Christ, I'm going to believe in his words. Yes.
Sure. So
God is good.
So God never does anything that's bad. Let me ask you a question. When somebody utters a blessing or a curse and it comes true, can it come true without God causing it to come true?
Can a curse come true without God causing it to come true? No, because everything is done through God.
That's the right answer. I appreciate the correct answer. Okay, so I want to read you a passage, or I want you to read with me a passage from 2 Kings.
I would love to listen.
So in 2 Kings, and you should be able to see my browser on your screen. If not, let me know. But It says, this is referring to the prophet Elisha. It says, Elisha went up from there to Bethel. And while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head."
Oh yeah, I know the story.
Go
Yeah.
away, bald. Yeah. When he turned around and he saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord.
Hell yeah.
And the two she bears came out and mauled 42 of the youth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those poor guys, man.
Now that could only happen if God caused that to happen. And do you think that was good?
Yeah, he sure as hell did protect his prophet whenever that happened. Yep.
Protect them from what?
From them coming at him. They were coming at him, were they not?
They were calling him Baldy.
Yeah, but is that not an act against him?
Do you think that you should execute children that make fun of somebody?
No, listen, I think it's important to protect God's people. And God thinks it's even more important to protect his own people. So yes, it was 100% good what he did.
So it's good that children are brutally executed by bears for being children.
It is good that God protected his child.
Protected from what? From being made fun of? Getting his feelings hurt?
He was acted against. They came against him. That is because you're saying that what you're trying to do is you're trying to minuscule what they did against the prophet of God. You should never. Nobody should ever.
What damage was done to the prophet?
I'm sorry. What?
What damage was done to the prophet? Did his feelings get hurt?
It was a spiritual attack. It wasn't a physical.
It doesn't say anything about spiritual attack. It says they called him Baldy.
Okay. I'm gonna go with your words. I'm gonna go with your words and say it was an emotional attack on his feelings. Let's go with that. Okay. So which would have affected his mind.
So he was emotionally weak,
his faith, which could have also affected his livelihood. So yes,
sounds like a bitch ass punk to me. Have you ever seen what teachers?
Well, I mean, that's your opinion. You have all rights to have that opinion.
Have you ever seen what teachers go through?
Because you're that type of person, right?
Have you ever seen what teachers go through? Have you ever been in a classroom?
Excuse me?
Have you ever been into a classroom? You ever been in one?
Into a classroom, yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
Do you see how terrible the teachers get treated by the students?
How the teacher is what?
Do you see how terrible the students treat teachers?
Okay, yeah. What about it?
Should they be mauled by bears?
Yeah, but they're not prophets of God.
Okay, so imagine that there's a priest that's teaching class.
And in fact, hold on. Let me stop you right there. In fact, the Bible actually states that you should not call yourself a teacher. So yeah, they are literally the opposite of the prophet of God.
All right, keep listening. So if a priest or a pastor is teaching class at a Christian school and the children make fun of them, should the children be mauled by a bear?
No, but they should be disciplined.
No, but why can't they be mauled by a bear?
Because they're not. That's not a prophet of God. They're not. No. Yep. They're not. You're talking about a priest, right? You said a priest.
There are still prophets.
No, they're not. A priest and a prophet are two different things.
The Holy Spirit distributes the gift of prophecy to whoever he wills.
Exactly, according to the Holy Spirit.
So anyone who the Spirit deems as a prophet is a prophet. So
exactly. And why would you say that a priest is a prophet if you don't know that?
So according to the scriptures, a priest can be given the gift of prophecy. And if a priest or a pastor is given the gift of prophecy, then that makes him a prophet. Yes or no?
No, CAN can make him a prophet. Gifts are given.
We'll try this again. If the Holy Spirit gives the gift of prophecy to a priest or a pastor, does that make that person a prophet?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Of course. It constitutes them. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay.
He's a prophet. He has the gift of prophecy. He's a prophet.
That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. So now we have a scenario in which there is a priest or a pastor who has the gift of prophecy. He is a prophet. Let's imagine that the classroom of 50 kids make fun of the person teaching the class. Would it be okay for these children to be executed via bear?
If that scenario were to exist, yes, but that scenario would not exist because it goes against the word of God.
Oh, you should. Somebody check this guy's hard drive. That's insane.
I mean, you can believe what you want, but I believe the word of God.
You believe lunacy. That's wild. Children should be mauled by bears for making fun
Yeah,
of somebody.
sure. You can believe what you want and feel the way you want. If that's who you
Stuff that
are.
you have
That's
to
the way you are.
justify to believe in this God is wild.
I'm not the one that has the heart of stone.
I don't have a heart of stone. You think children should be executed by bears? Buddy, you need to look really deep down into your heart to see what's in there. You think children should be mauled by bears?
Okay, you see, you're still taking you're minusculing the prophet of God, I'm
not minusculing the prophet of God. Have you read the Book of Kings?
Yeah, enlighten me.
Okay, have you read the story in 1 Kings 13 when a prophet of God is mauled by a lion?
Continue.
Okay, so there's a story in 1 Kings chapter 13 where God sends a prophet to pronounce judgment, and he tells the prophet, while you're there, don't accept any food from anybody. Okay, now on his way back from completing his mission, he is met in the roadside by another prophet. So we've got two prophets, right?
Yeah.
Two prophets. Now the second prophet says, hey, I myself am a prophet, and the Lord spoke to me and said that you should lodge with me tonight, accept my hospitality. And so the prophet says, oh yeah, that makes sense. So he does. He goes home with the other prophet, and they eat. And then God sends a lion after this guy leaves the dude's house to maul the first prophet for eating with the other prophet. So it says in verse 24, then as he went away, a lion met him on the road and killed him, and his body was thrown in the road, and the donkey stood beside it, and the lion also stood beside the body. So because this guy listened to the other prophet of God who claimed to have a word from God, God said, nope, not going to have it. I'm going to make sure you get mauled by lions. And you think that's a good thing?
Well, I'm not going to say that's a good thing. I think that's that's what God does. That's who he is. That's, you know what I mean? That
I asked
God literally,
is it a good thing?
So God literally commands you to do something, and you go and do the opposite, and he's not going to punish you.
But God, there's another prophet who claimed to have a word from God. Now we have two prophets. How
exactly? He was claiming.
So we'll try this again. No, the other guy was a prophet. The book says so. So how is the first prophet supposed to know that the second prophet is lying? Are we not supposed to listen to the prophets?
But God comes first.
It doesn't matter.
There's a chain of command.
If a prophet,
so he listened to the second in command.
If a prophet tells you they're receiving word from God, should we listen to him? He's frozen. Really struggling. I think the Holy Spirit took your connection.
Yeah, I'm losing connection.
Yeah, you got that mega mobile. I can pray to Yahweh for a Wi-Fi and see if it works.
This is so bad.
Okay. Well, listen, come on back if you find some reception, okay?
Man, we're going to have to end it here, huh?
Yeah, come on back when you find some reception, all right? All right, we'll grab the next guest here from the queue, and we'll keep the thing rolling here. Also, Albedo, thank you for the $5 super chat. Albedo says, I think Pedro needs the padded room and a jacket that makes him hug himself. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the case. That was some insane justification of behavior. Josh, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Josh says Pedro might benefit from a padded cell. Creepy AF. I know, that's what we're saying. The dude needs locked up. Check his hard drives. Check his basement right now. There's somebody locked in his basement right now. And Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. I really do. All right, we'll grab the next guest. We'll get somebody in here. They keep dropping out on us. Actually, Jeremy sent it twice. Double Jeremy. Are they two different Jeremys? Same Jeremy. Thank you so much for the double super thanks. That guest dropped out as well. I don't know why the guests keep dropping out. I'm trying to pull them in, but they keep dropping out on us. So let me grab the next one from the queue. See if they can connect. Give them a second. How you doing, May?
Yo, what's up, man?
Not too much. How are you?
I'm cool.
Cool. May, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Well, I'm sorry I sounded so feminine. I'm a guy. I am definitely 18, and I am a believer in Paul's Evangel. So you can call me a universal reconciliationist if you need a label. So,
but you're a
that's me.
Christian.
I don't like the term because they get things wrong, and there's no Bible passage telling people to call themselves Christians. So I don't like that. But if you insist, then fine.
Do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
So you're a Christian. Cool. Mac, thank you for all the hats. Big W, Mac. Mac single-handedly crushing the TikTok goals tonight. Thank you so much, Mac. I appreciate that. Is it your belief, May, that the Bible God, the God that you believe in, is all good?
Yeah.
Okay. If the Bible God wasn't all good, could it still be God?
If the God of the Bible wasn't good, could it still be God?
Yeah.
Well, it couldn't be the God of the Bible as he described himself. So no.
I don't know about that. I'm just asking, generally speaking, Bible or not. Can your God?
If we're talking about a bad God, then hypothetically a bad God could exist. So
that's okay. I agree. It is definitely logically consistent that a God could exist that was evil, but you believe in a God that's not evil, so we'll go with that. Okay. So
yeah.
Have you read the books of Samuel?
I'm actually reading the Bible cover to cover at the moment to write a book, but not quite yet.
Okay.
So please.
I'm going to read you a section here from 1 Samuel chapter 2. So the priest Eli was the priest at Shiloh. His family was appointed by God to minister before the Lord continually, but his two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were scoundrels, and they were desecrating the sacrifices and sleeping with the female attendants. Mac, thank you again so much for all the hats. I really appreciate it. Mac's killing these gift goals tonight. Thank you so much, Mac. I appreciate the support. So his two sons are scoundrels, and he does not rein it in. Eli lets it continue, and this really makes God mad. So God sends a prophet to pronounce judgment to Eli, and this is what he says in verse 22. Now Eli was very old, and he heard that his sons were doing all that his sons were doing to all Israel, and how they lay with the women who served at the entrance of the tent of meeting, so on and so forth. And then it says, a man of God came to Eli and said to him, thus saith the Lord, I have revealed myself to the family of your ancestor in Egypt, and they were slaves in the house of Pharaoh. I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, to offer incense, and to wear an ephod before me. I gave to the family of your ancestor all of my offerings by fire from the Israelites. Why then look greedy with an eye at my sacrifices and my offerings, and honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choicest parts of every offering of my people Israel? Therefore, the Lord God of Israel declares, I promised that your family and the family of your ancestors should go in and out before me forever. But now the Lord declares, far be it from me, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who despise me shall be treated with contempt. See, a time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. No one in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. So, because Eli did not reprimand his two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, God says he's going to kill his entire family by the sword. Men, women, and children.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that good?
There's a way it can be good.
How so?
Well, God turns all good into bad in the end, not just for some, but for all. So that means that everybody will see a day when the bad they experienced will make sense and be justified such that each of them will be satisfied with the fact that God did all that stuff in the first place.
So then it's good when people that are not associated with the crime are punished brutally for it?
Absolutely, not relatively.
So you don't believe in justice then?
I believe in justice, for sure.
So you would be okay then if you committed a crime that your entire lineage would be brutally butchered by the sword?
No, because excuse me, ask the question again.
You'd be okay. If you committed a crime, you'd be okay with your whole family being brutally butchered by the sword?
I wouldn't be okay with it, but I can see how God would be able to more than make up for that eventually.
But would it be good? Would it be the right thing to do?
It could be good in demonstrating God's purposes to the celestial beings to which everything here on earth is a show, and even amongst humans in some sense. But, you know, for the most part, relatively from the human perspective, it's you know, it's not very nice. But I can see how justice is still going to prevail in the end because God fixes it. You know what I mean?
We're not talking about.
It's not the kind.
We're not talking about
Mhm.
that. We're talking about the behavior. How is it just to brutally execute women and children by the sword for a crime that they never committed?
Well, this is certainly a passage that I'm going to have to look at, of which there are, of course, many.
There's a lot, yeah.
Many challenging ones. So, you know, I can't say at this time what I would say to that. This is me really just winging it, you know.
I get that. Yeah.
I'm still starting to study these things. And I mean, I'm sure you think that, you know, that's the case for every person who's ever claimed to believe in the Bible, but
most people don't
really
read
think
it, though,
that
you know?
it gets better. Yeah, that's true. That's certainly true.
Right. Want to read another one?
Yeah, for sure, of course.
Sure. Have you read Job yet? That's a pretty popular one.
Yeah, I mean, I've read plenty of Job. Yeah, it takes the edge off to read it as a comedy. It can be pretty brutal to read it as a tragedy.
It is definitely brutal. I can agree with you on that. So, it says, one day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. And the Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" And the accuser answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then the accuser answered the Lord, "Does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face." The Lord said to the accuser, "Very well, all that he has is in your power, only do not stretch out your hand against him." And then you know what happens. The devil goes out executes a bunch of the servants and the donkeys and the animals and the children, and then God executes some of them as well. In fact, God executes in verse 16, while he was still speaking, another came and said, the fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. So God and the devil then go to work, literally destroying all of these people in the most brutal ways, just so God could win a bet with Satan.
Well, I mean, God doesn't need to win a bet with Satan. It's Satan's job to lie and to cause the things that God has him in charge of causing, including harm. So it's not to win a bet.
Who's he
But
lying
Satan
to?
does suppose that, well, you know, he lies to humans about the nature of God.
Does God know the truth?
Yeah.
Does God know that Job is going to be obedient?
Yeah.
Does God know the outcome of this entire narrative?
Yeah.
So then why does God need to torture Job and execute all of his family?
To teach everything in creation the principle of contrast.
That's not a meaningful answer. Why does Job's
I
family
doubt you
need
think that
brutally
if I
executed?
elaborated. Well, the reason contrast is an answer to that is because it means that everyone will be appreciative of the lack of suffering and death.
So you can't
when-
appreciate being alive unless your family's brutally executed? So it sounds to me like you don't appreciate being alive.
No, I mean, we can't appreciate how, we won't be able to appreciate perfection unless we first experience, the opposite.
Yeah, we can't appreciate perfection unless our family is brutally executed. So how did the family get to appreciate the perfection? The ones that were brutally murdered?
Well, they are going to be resurrected as well, and they're going to experience the same moment of every tear being wiped away and the former things being a thing of the past.
Okay, so our mortal
it
lives
applies
are a
to
complete
everyone.
waste then. Our mortal existence is useless because we're just going to be in heaven. Also, you don't know that these people are in heaven. All of the servants and all the children.
No. See, there's no one in heaven.
All of
right
the children
now,
and all of the
as far as
servants
the
were
Bible is
executed, and
concerned.
we don't know any of them went to heaven.
No, I'm not saying they went to heaven. I'm saying everyone will go to quote unquote heaven.
And yeah, because you're a universalist.
Right now they're dead. Right now
fair.
they're dead.
Sorry, I forgot you're a universalist. In your worldview, you're right. Everyone.
That's
does.
all right. No problem. I understand.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then what value does our life here on earth have if we all get to go to heaven and we can just be brutally murdered without any excuse?
Well, it's contrast. It's
For who? Not for the person
same
dead.
answer. Yeah, definitely for the person dead too.
No, because you're dead.
For all suffering and death for everyone. Well, see, the thing is, they've been killed, and they will also be resurrected. And that life that they lived, the futility of this life has its meaning in the life that it is going to become. Because as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall all be vivified. So all will be vivified and enter a new stage of God's story in which it will be very much the opposite end of that contrast. And
So
it will be
are you
better for
unable to experience the joy of heaven because your family hasn't been brutally murdered?
Well, I mean, I've certainly had my own suffering, and I think
Oh,
we've
interesting.
all had frustrations.
So
So,
you-
that's what it's based on.
So you only need a little bit of suffering. You don't need your entire family brutally executed?
Well, God.
I really hope
God,
that later
God decides how
tonight.
much suffering people have.
I really
Yeah.
hope that later this week or later tomorrow, whatever, that you go back and listen to this. It's going to be posted on YouTube, but I want you to listen to the nonsensical things you have to tell yourself to justify this story. I really hope
I really
that
could,
this
but,
conversation keeps you up at night, that you're justifying the brutal execution and murder of innocent people just so an all-knowing God can win a bet with a Satan.
I appreciate that you're challenging me, and I don't have a personal issue with that at all. But I do believe that that what I'm saying has good grounding, and that it's ultimately going to be something that even you're going to vouch for. You know, because
I would never.
Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. So
nope.
That's cool. I mean, I'm not. You know how it goes with people that believe in universalism, as you would say, or as I would say, universal reconciliation, because I think there's a difference. We're cool with people regardless of their beliefs.
A single chance that I would ever worship a God that brutally execute people in cold blood who have absolutely no reason to be executed other than he wants to win a bet with Satan, even though both Satan and the God already know the outcome.
Not even if everyone who suffered in every way possible gets to have a life that contrasts perfectly with that in such a way that everyone is perfectly satisfied.
It's irrelevant.
That they learned from that.
You don't need that. You do not need to be brutally murdered or have your family murdered to appreciate the good things of life. And you already said that.
Well, that's not true. I mean, I think people take for granted that they can only appreciate good once they've experienced bad.
If you can only experience good after you've experienced bad, then God has never experienced good, because before he created the shit show down here, he was good. He created everything good. Before the fall, everything was created good. So now you're telling me that it actually wasn't good.
No, it was good.
It wasn't good. Because you said you have to experience the horrors of getting your family brutally murdered to know what good is.
Yeah, see, that's why Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, so that they could learn about good and evil. That was the point.
Was there good before they ate?
Yeah, but they couldn't comprehend either. They couldn't appreciate it.
Was everything good before they ate?
Yes.
Did God know it was good?
Yes.
Did Jesus know it was good?
Yes.
Did they need to experience the horror show before they knew it was good?
Yes.
Do you have children?
No, I've got people who are dear to me, if you'd like to use them as an example.
I'll use my own child. My child loves me, and I love my child. I've never once had to brutalize my child for my child to experience love.
And neither would I, yeah, of course, because you can't perfectly make up for the most heinous things ever.
No, you're missing my point. My point is you don't need to be brutalized to appreciate good things. Just like I don't need to chew on glass to know that I like steak. All right, listen, May, it was good talking to you. Thanks for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest, okay?
I think not tasting steak is, but anyways.
Okay. Wild. Justifying the brutal murder of somebody's entire family has no bearing on whether or not you're capable of experiencing the good of the world. The things you have to justify to be a Christian is insane. There's everything in this book, every last thing in this book, they have to find a way to justify it. That's why they don't read the damn book. Jason Jack, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, don't minusculize bald shaming while I'm trying to minusculize God's immorality. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Jeremy, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Maximilian in the house again tonight. Good to see you. Thank you for the 1630 for the 16.3 thousand subscribers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This show is getting better every episode. You are doing well. Doug's work, my friend, and doing it so well. Hell, Doug, thank you so much, Maximilian, and thank you for constantly supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. And we are going to be doing the work of Doug up in here. Gates of Delirium becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, Gates. I appreciate that. And Josie Bell, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Nick Trail with a $5 super chat says, "Mash them, burn them, boo, clothe Justin." Yes, that's what God is. That's like his MO here. Torture them, mash them up, chew them up, spit them out, and then just they're gonna worship me anyways. Every knee is gonna bow.
I'm gonna reread that.
All right, so we're gonna get Isaiah into the chat. How you doing, Isaiah? Isaiah, you're on the screen now.
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, sorry about the wait. We've got a long queue tonight.
Oh, no, you good, man?
But you're up.
Man. I have a quick question for you, man. I was asked this recently, man, and I'm glad for you taking the time and you listening to me, and I will also listen to you, and we're gonna respect each other. So I will not interrupt you. Okay, so whenever it's your turn to speak, I wanted to ask you, what is God, regardless of what it says in the text, I want to ask you this one question. What does God, the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of who God is to you personally in your life? Everything that you've gone through in your life, the first word that comes to your mind.
Imaginary.
Imaginary.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe that God exists.
Okay, so you believe that nothing came from something.
No.
Explain that to me.
I don't believe there was ever nothing.
So do you know the definition of nothing? So nothing doesn't even exist, right?
There's no such thing as nothing.
So nobody can describe nothing.
There's
there's something, right? You're something. So
there's no such thing as nothing.
There's no such thing as nothing.
There's never been nothing.
Nothing is that word has no meaning.
I agree, because there's no such thing as nothing. There's never been completely nothing.
So you said that there's no, you don't believe in a God. So
Yep.
then you believe it. So you believe that nothing created something.
Nope, I don't believe there was ever nothing.
So then how do you explain why humans are on Earth, or why
that has nothing to do with why there's something? That's a huge pivot.
So I just want to ask where your head's at, because if you don't believe in God, so do you believe in an all-powerful being then?
No.
If there's no nothing.
Well, I do believe in Doug, by the way.
What's Doug?
Doug is.
So you believe in something? You just said that.
Doug is the rock of ages. He is the rock of salvation. And his holy consort Sharon. This is Sharon, the consort of Doug.
Is this mythology?
And they are Doug and Sharon Stone. They are your gods.
Is this the?
This is your first time here, huh?
So I wanted to ask you this. So Jesus Christ. So are you familiar with his testimony? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yep.
Okay, so and I want to start you off in 1 John.
Why?
So it says
I know what it says.
In the beginning was the word.
I know what it says. Just make your point.
Okay, I know people are probably laughing in the chat, but what I'm trying to get at is that okay. So I actually talk to people who like at gas stations, and
do you believe in the Bible God, Jesus Christ, the Trinity, the whole thing?
Yes.
Is every command of God good?
It says, do you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
That's Romans 10, 9, and 10. I don't. But do you believe that every command of God is good? Yes or no?
Command from God. So you're saying the only person who ever spoke the word
That was a yes or no question. Do you believe that every command of God is good?
Do everything that Christ has said, that everything that he does. Yeah.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. So then I'm going to read you a command of God. I want you to tell me if it's good. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace.
Sir. The people that are in the chat, can y'all be quiet?
I'll get them. All right, guys, if you're in the YouTube queue right now, if you're waiting to come up, mute your mics, because everybody in the YouTube queue can hear each other. It's like a group waiting room. But unfortunately, when I bring people on the stage, they can hear you as well. So just do me a favor, and while we've got a guest up here from the YouTube queue, make sure your mics are muted. so that it's not a distraction to the guest up here talking. Because trust me, it's hard enough to talk to me. It's even harder to talk to me while other people are in your ears. Sorry about that. I forgot that you can hear them. Okay.
It's all good, man.
So we'll start from verse 10. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. So you think it should be allowed to kidnap women and children in war?
I think you should actually read in context, man. So they taught us in school to read in context. So
the context is that when they go to war against somebody who's not a Canaanite,
you got to read the verses above.
We'll try this again. The context is that when they go to war against a nation that's very far away from them, that are not one of the Canaanites, that they're going to offer them terms of peace. The terms of peace is that they will be their forced labor. If they don't agree to the terms of peace, then they'll make war. And during the war, they are allowed to take the women and the children as war spoil. That's the context. So is that okay to take women and children in war?
So what I want to get with you is that that's not in the beginning of the story, right?
It's a yes or no.
So it tells why God is reflecting on these people. Okay, so in the Old Testament,
it was a yes or no.
It's all about God's love. Okay,
it's a yes or no.
The whole Bible is describing and actually
it's a yes or no. I'm not going to let you keep talking till you say yes or no. Was it a good thing that God told them to kidnap women and children when they went to war?
There's more people who have died in the modern society than people ever did in the.
Okay, I'll just let you crash out for a while. No one can hear you, by the way. You're muted. I'll wait for you to stop. Okay, so what I need is a yes or a no. Was it good when God told them that they can kidnap women and children in war? Yes or no?
I think you got to read. If you're going to bring up.
It was a yes or no. Was it good that God told them that they could kidnap women and children when they went to war? It is a yes or no. Go.
All right,
we'll try this for the third time. Was it a good thing when God told them that they could kidnap women and children in war? Yes or no. Go.
So can I tell you this?
Nope. You can tell me anything you want to as long as you say yes or no to my question. I need you to say yes or no, or this will not move forward. You need to summon the power of the Holy Spirit to utter yes or no. So for the last time, was it a good thing? Was it a good thing that God said you can kidnap women or children when you go to war?
Did you know that no man...
Okay, so you won't answer. Okay, well, I'll move on to the next person that will. Sorry you couldn't summon the power of the Holy Spirit or be an adult and say yes or no. I don't know why it's so hard for these people just to say yes or no. Here, let me ask the chat. Everyone watching on YouTube and everybody watching on TikTok or elsewhere on Twitch, put a 1 in the comments if it was a good thing that they could kidnap the women, and put a 2 in the comments if it was a bad thing when he said you can kidnap the women and the children. And this will let me know which the people here are actually Christians, because I guarantee there's going to be some 1s in the chat that think that this was a good thing. But yeah, a lot of 2s. Aaron, thank you so much for gifting 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate that. Big W for Aaron. Thank you for always supporting the channel and all you do, and the community at large. Which reminds me, if you're not part of our Discord community, go to the description of this video or to my profile and join our Discord community. It's amazing. We don't debate people there. We have discussions there. It's a lot of fun. But we'd love to see you there. Josh Barba, again with the $5 super chat, says, Derp, read my illogical context. Derp, God is love. Yeah, that's exactly what we're getting. Yeah. It's always the context when they don't like what it says. But the context. Yeah. All right. We'll grab the next guest. We've got Wayne coming on in. How you doing, Wayne? Wayne, you're sorry, 1 second. Sorry, Wayne.
I hear you.
Sorry, I had to turn you on. You're on now. We can all hear you. How you doing, Wayne?
Good. How are you today, buddy?
Good. Thanks for asking.
I like what you're doing here. You're testing the knowledge. I like that.
It's always the goal.
Now, I ask you, what scripture led you into feeling, what was that defining moment when you read something that was like, hold up, this is maybe not what I want to believe in?
Well,
is there like one that stands out?
For me, it was death by 1,000 paper cuts. The more I read, the more I realized that this God couldn't exist. But I think probably the one commandment that first made me think, oh shit, this is not good, was Leviticus 25. And I still remember the first time I read Leviticus 25 really slowly and the whole thing. It was roughly 2006. So it's been a long time now. But then when I read it, I thought to myself, I was still a Christian. I said, there must be a good answer for this, because this is not good. This is very bad. And I spent lots of time in my Christian journey after that looking for answers, and it turns out there wasn't a good answer for it. But that was just like the first of many oh shit moments with the morality of God. So are you a believer or not?
I hold up, these other guys are talking. For me, it was with Abraham when he told him to go kill his son.
Right.
And back in those days, they sacrificed people, animals, anything that they could.
Right.
So when Abraham went up there and he had no sacrifice, he had to offer up something.
Right.
But when he got there, somehow something stopped him from killing his son, and something else provided him a different sacrifice. And what I say is that God has never asked any man to sacrifice anything. For the word says that by no man's hand can worship God. That's what he says. Who will build a temple for God? Who will build the house of the Lord? Has his hand not built all these things?
So Ezekiel is wrong then?
With what? With compared to what?
Ezekiel claims, according to the book of Exodus, that God did command child sacrifice?
No, it wasn't God. It was Baal. It was Moloch. They are the only ones that are the god of children of sacrifice. Moloch especially. So the three deities that they believed in was the god El, was the god Baal, and Asherah. Those are the three deities.
All right, look in your screen. You should see a browser with Ezekiel chapter 20. Says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up all of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they may know that I am the Lord. And this is Ezekiel's interpretation of Exodus, where Exodus says that they need to offer up their firstborn children.
Well, God says, I will answer them to their own idols and their own abominations. So God is answering them to the way that they want things to be done.
Okay, so was Ezekiel right or wrong?
Well, when God says he answered them in their sins, and
yes or no, was Ezekiel right or wrong on his interpretation?
He was wrong, because God never asked him to sacrifice.
The Lord doesn't speak through Ezekiel then. Okay, just checking.
No, not all of his prophets he does. Some
so Ezekiel got that part wrong. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but there's other parts that he got right. That's the thing. That's the great thing with people like you. Even then, back then, they didn't get revelation, even though they had the word of God right next to them.
I don't think anyone's getting revelation. I think it's all bullshit.
Well, it's an understanding of what's right and what's wrong. If you say in your heart and you say
are true, what parts of the Bible are true?
The part where there's love and forgiveness and mercy.
So the parts that you
because God never told nobody to kill anybody. That's what they said. God
He did
said.
though.
Because the same thing that happens in First Chronicles,
God does tell people to kill all the time.
It says, and state.
That's wild. Well, while you're frozen, I'll read it to you. Samuel said to Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint you a king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both man and woman, child, infant, ox, sheep, camel, and donkey. So God does command killing.
Yeah. Well, no, it says to love thy neighbor as thyself. So God never commanded anybody to kill anybody.
We'll try this again.
And see, that's the thing.
In the passage that we're reading, I need you to focus up, okay? Just tighten up. In the passage that we're reading, the prophet Samuel delivers the word of the Lord. It says the word of the Lord, okay? And it says, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both man, woman, and child. Is that a command from God?
No, that was the devil.
You're wrong. That's a command from God. And God says
the same devil
in Exodus 17. God says he's going to do this. If you read the whole Bible, in the end of Exodus 17, God said he's going to have it done. He says, there we go.
Which God are you referring to?
The God of the Bible.
Because it's the God of this world.
We're talking about the God of the Bible. Okay. So after they fight with the Amalekites and they win the war, after the ridiculous part about Moses having to hold his hands up, says, then the Lord said to Moses, write this as a remembrance in a book and recite it in the hearing of Joshua. I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. So God himself says, I am going to wipe out the Amalekites. And then in 1 Samuel 15:3, it comes true. God gives the commandments to wipe out the Amalekites. And the prophet said so.
But he uses the evil to bring out evil on the evil. He doesn't use
evil.
The good to do evil.
It's not evil.
That's what you got to understand. He
That's
used
God's
the evil
justice.
to punish the evil.
It wasn't evil. God said to do it.
But that's the way that they wanted things to be done, so God answered them in the way that they wanted things to be done. That was
God gave
the law.
the commandment to do it. God kills people all the time in the Bible and commands other people to kill all the time.
Who was it that commanded Cain to kill Abel? Was that not of his own volition? Did Cain not slew his own brother on his own volition?
Cain wasn't commanded by anybody.
Then that's what I'm trying to tell you. Then how can you say that they were mad so much?
I need you to.
It's because of what God told them.
I need
it
you to pay
wasn't
attention.
God.
I didn't mention Cain at all. You mentioned Cain. I said there are
No,
people.
I'm giving that.
I said there are people in the Bible that God commands to be executed. Cain and Abel has nothing to do with this. So, do you agree that God commands people to be executed in the book?
God doesn't command anybody to be executed.
Okay, so
People die because of the hate in their heart. They kill others with it.
I'll just keep reading you the book where God says to execute people. So in Deuteronomy,
I heard where it says.
In Deuteronomy 22, we're going to read another passage where God gives commands, and those commands involve killing people. For example, in Deuteronomy 22, we're going to skip the bloody sheep for now. We did that one earlier. If we go to 22:22. Says, if there is a young woman, a virgin already engaged to be married, and a man meets her in the town and lies with her, you shall bring both of them to the gate of that town and stone them to death. The young woman, because she did not cry out for help in the town, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. This is a commandment from God.
Yeah.
To stone
That's
people.
why when the woman who was cheating and all those men brought her to the temple and said, he without sin cast the first stone, none of them stoned her. They all walked away.
But I need you to pay attention. You said God doesn't command people to kill people, but in his laws, he tells people to kill.
That wasn't God. That was who they said was God.
So then Deuteronomy is a lie.
That's the difference. No, they interpreted as a different God who told them. That's who they thought was talking to them.
So Deuteronomy is a lie.
Before Abraham, they were polytheistic, which means that they believed in multiple gods.
Is Deuteronomy true?
Some of it and some of it isn't.
How do you know what parts are true?
Yeah, I can hear these other guys. Yeah, see, that's the difference between where you get your understanding. If somebody tells you to do this...
Listen to my question. How do you know which parts are true and which parts are not true?
Because if it hurts your brother, it's not of God. Because God told Christ to turn the cheek.
How do you know that
because
that is the
measuring stick? Because it's love. Because there's against love, there is no law.
How do you know that that is the
measuring
measuring
stick? Every other thing, there's a...
Listen, just listen to my question. How do you know that that is the measuring stick?
because God's love endureth forever. His mercy endureth forever.
How
So
do you
before
know
there's
that?
hate, because that's what his word shows.
Okay, but the word
He
says
had mercy.
the word says the opposite as well. Okay, so this is what's happening. You're saying that the Bible said something, and the part that I like, I'm going to say is from God, and the part that I don't like, I'm going to say is not from God. I'm trying to ask you, how did you determine which parts of the Bible are from God and which ones are not?
If it's not of a loving nature.
Nope, wrong again. I didn't ask you which parts you liked. I asked you, how did you determine that the part about the love is from God and that the other part is not from God? How did you make that decision?
Because God is love. And
we'll try this again. How did you make the decision that the parts of the Bible that you like about love are true and the other parts are not true?
To love thy neighbor.
We'll try this again. How did you determine that part was true?
Because against love there is no.
Okay, so you're just repeating nonsense. I'll ask you for the last time. I do not care that you like the love parts of the Bible. I'm asking you, how do you know the loving passages are true and that the unloving passages are not true? How did you make that decision? What measuring stick did you use? Oh, sorry.
Christ did what he did. He turned the cheek.
Okay, so you don't actually have an answer. Okay. It's wild how they can't answer questions. I've never seen so many Holy Spirit-filled Christians literally completely unable to answer the easiest questions ever. It's not difficult. He likes the parts about love. He doesn't like the violent parts. And so he says, well, the violent parts obviously aren't from God, but the other parts are from God because I like the parts about love. Those are the good things. I like that. All right, we'll get the next guest in here. Toma, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, thanks for always speaking truth. I try my best. I really do. And Toma, thank you again also for the $2 super thanks. And then also Doro, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Doro says, new subscriber, first time catching this live. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Doro, for supporting. And thank you for watching live. It is a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing these, even though I have to like yell and shout over people that can't answer easy yes or no questions. Alosa, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken crew. Big W, Alosa. I appreciate that. And now we're going to get Kara from the YouTube queue in here. How you doing, Kara? Kara? Oh, sorry. I got you muted. Sorry, Kara. I had you muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry about that.
Like I said, I think I skipped a few people, but I'm happy to be on.
Well, unfortunately, the queue doesn't really give me like an order that they came in with, so I kind of have to pick at random. I do my best, but anyways, you're here now. Okay. So are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm at least 18 and I'm definitely a believer. I'm a follower of Christ.
Right. And do you believe that the Bible God is all good?
I believe, yes, that he is all good. I feel like there's things in the Bible that people question, but it was all for a purpose in his perfect will.
Okay. So every command God has ever given was a good command?
Yes, because it had a purpose behind it, regardless of what it was.
Okay. You want to read a passage with me?
Sure.
Sure. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 22 and verse 13. There's a law given about how to deal with women that don't bleed on their wedding night. So suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death. Is that a good law or bad law?
Under the circumstances, yes, it's a good law because that was the law in the Old Testament. If a woman was to marry a man, she was presumed to be a virgin, and if she wasn't, then there was consequences they had for that. But if the man is slandering her, saying that she was not a virgin when she was, they took precautions to say, no, this person was a woman, so you have no right to divorce. They were a virgin, so you have no right to divorce them.
Okay, so if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, she should get stoned.
In the Old Testament, that was the custom to if they were a virgin.
They were supposed to be a virgin. So if somebody doesn't bleed on their wedding night, they should get stoned, right?
Nowadays, that's not the custom.
I didn't ask.
But in the Old Testament, in the Bible, yes, that was the custom, and yes, that was the law.
If a woman 3,000 years ago didn't bleed on her wedding night and she got stoned, that was a good thing.
That was the custom.
Do you believe in objective morality?
I don't believe in objective morality, but I believe in the Bible. And if that was the custom in the Testaments, then that's what it was. And the law of the Bible is what stand forth in my mind. And if I was to be living in the Old Testament, then that was the law that I would have to abide by, or the law that I would agree to. So in the Old Testament, saying that if you didn't bleed on your wedding night, you're supposed to be a virgin, and that didn't happen, then obviously there's some type of falsehood going on to say that you were a virgin and you weren't, or whatever the case was, for you not to bleed, because we all know that if you are a virgin and you have sex, there's things that happen that produce bleeding. So if you're presumed to be a virgin, you're presumed to bleed on your wedding night when you first have sex. So if that was the custom, that I would have to agree with that. Not saying that the consequences were in the best light of the woman, but yes, if that was the law, then yes, I agree to it, because yes, I believe in all of the Bible.
Cool. So we'll do a survey for the chat again. If you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, do me a favor, put a 1 in the chat if you did not bleed your first time doing the deed. I want to see how many approximately. I bet there's gonna be quite a few. Oh, a lot of ones. Oh yeah, they're popping off. Yeah, isn't that weird? Do you know statistically that only 42 to 45% of women bleed their first time?
No, I didn't know that.
Which means half of the women executed were actually innocent? So it's still good law?
That was the law of the Old Testament, and yes, I believe it was good law because I believe in the laws and commandments of God.
So it's good when innocent women are executed for crimes they never committed?
No, it's not good when innocent women are executed, but I also believe
that's what would happen under the law.
I understand that, but when we talk about the God of the Bible, there's circumstances where innocent people were put through trials and tribulations. If we talk about
not a trial, they're executed.
Right, but if
dead.
you talk about Daniel and his friends, and when
Nobody
Nebuchadnezzar was
cares.
trying to put his friends to death,
Nobody
they were
cares.
innocent, but the laws of the land said that they were guilty because they weren't bowing down to
Did those laws
Nebuchadnezzar.
come from God?
They did not come from God. They came from Nebuchadnezzar.
Fantastic. We're talking about laws that come from God. According to Deuteronomy, all the laws come from God. And God said to execute innocent women. And you think that's good?
Right. But my point is
That's
that
a yes or
God
no.
saved.
Do you think it's good that God commanded innocent women to be executed? Yes or no?
I've already answered that. And I said, yes, the commandment is the commandment. And I agree with the Bible.
So
but I already said. But my point that I'm making now is that
thank you
when
for
people
proving
were
my point. So my point the whole time is that God is not good. And you just proved it for me, because God will execute people who haven't actually committed the crime. And you think that's great.
Can you show me a scripture where God executed an innocent?
I just told you, Deuteronomy 22 says that they should be executed. It's part of the law.
I know what it says, but I'm saying, can you show me a particular Bible scripture or passage that an innocent person was executed or was put to death?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. Do you think that babies are innocent?
Yeah, bring one up.
Do you think that babies are innocent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you a bunch of samples where God
put to death by God, I'm saying.
Oh, well, that's Job chapter 1 then.
Okay.
Well, first of all,
I can't hear over the chat
first of all,
that keeps talking.
Job chapter 1 and Exodus 11 both include examples. So we'll do both of them. But also,
All
guys,
right.
if you're in the YouTube chat right now, I mean, if you're in the YouTube queue waiting to get in, mute your microphones because the person on stage talking can hear you, and it's super distracting. So we gotta not do that. Let's give the guest the opportunity to talk here. So Moses is speaking in verse 4 of Exodus 11. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, about midnight I will go out throughout Egypt. Every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on the throne to the firstborn of the female slave who is behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the livestock." So this includes obviously adults and children both. It doesn't matter what the age are. If they're the firstborn, they're getting executed. So this is God executing innocent babies.
But if you read on in the passage, it talks about how they put the blood on the door for the Passover.
Only if you're an Israelite.
Right. So meaning the people that were not Israelites were considered to be, if you go way back to the book of Genesis 6, when it talks about how, man mixed with the Nephilim, they mixed with the fallen
The
angels.
Egyptians
and
were not Nephilim.
They produced like a seed that
The
was
Egyptians
not
were
really
not
of God.
Nephilim.
I'm not talking about the Egyptians.
We
saying
are
in
talking
general.
about the Egyptians. I need you to focus. In Exodus 11, God is executing.
I'm focused. I'm just trying to.
In Exodus 11, God is executing the children of the Egyptians. Right? Have nothing to do with the Nephilim. So the Egyptian children that were executed would have been innocent, yes or no?
No, they're not innocent.
We'll try this again. The Egyptian children, the little children suckling at their mother's tetas, they're innocent, aren't they?
No.
Okay, so you don't believe that children are innocent, which is weird because just a minute ago you said that children are innocent. Did you not say that?
But when we're talking about...
Try this again. Did you say earlier, just a minute ago, that babies and children are innocent?
Well, if we read in the Bible...
Wow, just a yes or no. Did you say just a minute ago that children, including babies, are innocent? Is that something you said?
Babies.
Is that something you said?
I said, yeah, babies are
okay,
innocent.
So babies. Okay, so babies are innocent. Point number 1. Point number 2, God executes babies in Exodus chapter 11. Is that true?
Yeah, he did have...
Okay, which means God executed innocent children. Do you think it's a good thing that God executes innocent children, yes or no?
I feel like if that was God's plan and God's purpose, and that was for a reason. If you read further down in the chapter, he explains.
They will justify anything. There's nothing you guys won't justify.
It's justified in the scripture.
It's wild that
I don't
you
have
guys...
to justify it. The word justifies it.
You guys will
you
bend over
reading,
backwards saying that God can do literally anything. He can. If God told you to take all your children and drown them, would you do it?
Look, he told Abraham to kill Isaac.
That was a yes or no. If God told you to take all your children and drown them, would you do it?
I don't have any children.
If
so
you
I
did,
can't say.
If you did, would you do it?
I can't say. I can't.
If you had children, would you do it? Yes or no?
I can't say because I don't have any children.
It doesn't matter.
I would follow God's commands up to the T.
Oh, you would? Oh, you guys are disgusting.
But I can't say because I don't have any children.
You people are absolutely disgusting.
But he told Abraham to kill Isaac, and yet he provided a sacrifice.
Lock them up. Lock them all up. Round all these people up and lock them up.
He provided a sacrifice
these
for
people.
Isaac.
If a magic man in the sky whispers in your ear, you will literally drown your children. You guys are vile people. You guys need to be in an insane asylum.
How? And you don't?
No, absolutely not. There's nothing you could do that would cause me to harm a child.
But you are out here preaching and protesting.
All right, we got to move on from her before we get banned. But they'll justify anything. These people are wild. This is how things like the Holocaust happens. This is how genocide happens. Because if you believe that your God cannot be questioned, and your book is full of vile behaviors by your God, you will justify literally anything. It's wild. I'm never not surprised. I am never not surprised the amount of people that they will get up here and they'll quite literally justify harming children. I'll never get over it. I'll never get over it. All right, let me grab 1 or 2 super chats. We'll get the next guest up in here. Oh my goodness. Lula75, thank you for the $10 super chat. Lula says, they get to pick and choose what is true. When God said what and who is a prophet based on their feelings and who they want to subject to punishment, ridiculous. Yes, that the last guest before the lady we just talked to, he just wants to pick and choose. Let me just pick and choose what I like. You know, I like the stuff about love. You know, I hate the stuff about, you know, women and children being executed. Jurovio, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, there is no free will. All your thoughts are conditioned by your environment and your surroundings through the input of your senses. And I think I agree. I've had some discussions with people about whether or not like we actually can have free will in like a materialist like worldview. And I don't know if you actually can have free will, but I think it goes deeper. There's a lot happening there. I'd love to have a good philosophical discussion with somebody about that eventually, because I actually don't know where I fall in that spectrum. I don't know fully yet what my answer is. I have to work that one out still yet. But Displaced Gamer again in the house. Thank you so much for being here, Displaced. Good to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, is 2nd Isaiah in reference to Jeremiah 25? Also, what was the context of Isaiah 53, 8-9 when it was written? So we don't know. We don't have like a lot of commentary from the time Isaiah was written, other than some of the other prophets. So most people believe that like you could place 2nd Isaiah roughly like 538 or 539, right when Cyrus was getting ready to free everybody. And if that's the case, then there are other prophets who wrote during that time period. For example, you know, Ezekiel and Jeremiah were part of the exilic prophetic traditions. And so if that's the case, you can reference what Ezekiel and Jeremiah are saying about the restoration of the people, and they agree with 2nd Isaiah. Both in Ezekiel and Jeremiah, God says he's going to bring all of his people back to the promised land after they're free from Babylon. He's going to restore their fortunes as though they were before. The north and the south are going to be reunited, and there's going to be a king on the throne over both people groups. And it says that they'll never be divided into two nations ever again. And then in the book of Isaiah, it says foreigners are going to come and they're going to bring offerings and sacrifices on the actual altar, burnt offerings on the altar alongside the Jews. And Ezekiel says the same thing. Ezekiel 44 literally says that the foreigners who join the Israelites in worship will all be circumcised. It says no uncircumcised Gentiles will ever enter your cities again. And it says the kings of the nations will bring you their wealth, leading in a procession. So the prophecy of Isaiah has always been in 2nd Isaiah about the restoration of the people after the Babylonian exile. And Isaiah 53, 8-9 specifically is really interesting because it connects really well with Jeremiah. It says, let me put it on the screen. By a perversion of justice, he was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of my people. And most people say that this must be about the righteous remnant of Israel who are suffering on behalf of the unrighteous members of Israel. Because this is what Jeremiah says. In Jeremiah, I think, was it 11:19 or 19:11? I always get them mixed up. Jeremiah refers to himself in a similar manner, saying that he's suffering righteously on behalf of his own people who are behaving wickedly. He even says that he himself is cut off from the land of the living. It says they made his grave with the wicked and his tomb with the rich. Although he had done no violence, there was no deceit in his mouth. And this is, again, like Jeremiah, supposing that this is the righteous remnant, which is why we read it in the other prophetic books. It says that of the righteous remnant of Israel, it says they will do no more sin. There will be no more deceit in their mouth. They will sin no more, and they'll be firmly established in the land forever. So that's kind of the vision. We can go more into that sometime when we talk about the prophecies again. We talked about the prophecies pretty often, so you know it's going to come up. But also, I'm getting ready to make some long-form videos this year on the prophecies. So when I do Isaiah 53, I'll cover literally top to bottom everything that could ever be said about Isaiah 53. But thanks for the question, Displaced Gamer. Ryan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Isaiah 45:7, depending on what version you read, it has a softer and sometimes harsher language. It's all about the same. Let's talk about that verse. Yeah, Isaiah 45:7 says it's a Hebrew merism, basically suggesting that God creates the light and the darkness and the good and the evil, or the peace or the calamity. I happen to think that it's perfectly fine to say peace or calamity as opposed to good or evil, or, peace or evil. In the NRSV, It says, I form light and create darkness. I make weal and create woe, which is fine. You can word it that way. But basically, the general concept here, if you read the rest of the passage, is that everything that is in existence, every single thing from light to dark, from good to bad, I create it. I've created everything. The Lord Yahweh is responsible for everything there is. So that's kind of what is attempting to be said through that passage. Flanker420, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Flanker says, if people believe in absurdities, they can commit atrocities. Yes, I agree. They absolutely can. Texas Panhandler, again, with the $5 super chat, says, wild to hear pro-lifers defending the murder of living babies. Yes, every time. Every time. These people who vote and will claim that we're wicked evil for being atheists, and for being Democrats sometimes, and they'll go around and say it's okay to execute children as long as God told you. Sabito, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, tax to churches. Wholeheartedly agree. Tax the fuck out of the churches. Let's get that money. Last super chat, guys. Flanker420 again. Thank you for the super chat. Religion will eventually die out. The more we learn about the world, the more they need to contort and interpret the text to make it make sense. Yes, because listen, guys, there was a time period. If we had read these passages in a different time period, people wouldn't have to feel the need to apologize for them. The people, because the culture would say, well, yeah, this is what people do. This is how things work. But as time progresses and society realizes that these aren't good laws, these aren't timeless principles, then the people have to go back to the drawing board and say, oh shit, these don't really appear to be good laws. How can I reconstruct them? How can I contort them so that they're not so bad? You know? Raphael, how you doing?
My turn, guys. Hello.
Welcome in, Raphael. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 18 and I am a believer.
Fantastic. And what God do you believe in?
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Hi.
If you're in the YouTube queue, I know I said it before, but guys, if you're in the YouTube queue, please mute your microphones because the guest that's on the screen can hear everything you're saying, and it's like super annoying and obnoxious. But our current way to take guests on YouTube is not perfect. I'm working on a better method. I just haven't got there yet. But anyways, Raphael, you believe in the Bible God? Did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're a Christian then.
I get yes. If you were to describe it like that, but it's I'm a believer. That's all I can say. But yes, I believe in Christ Messiah.
Okay, fantastic. And do you believe that God is all good, completely good?
Yes.
Okay, so has he ever given a bad command or done a bad thing?
Can you define what bad is?
Well, yeah. In your worldview, we can use your definition. What do you think?
No, I'm asking you. Well, for me, bad is anything satanic, anything against God, Antichrist. That's bad to me.
Is it bad to execute innocent people?
Is it bad to execute innocent people? That is wrong. Yes, that's wrong. It's not good to execute innocent people.
Okay. Is it wrong to execute infants?
Yes, it is bad too. Yes.
Is it bad to own slaves?
Slaves are servants because servants are slaves, and so
no. But is it
people
bad
have nowadays
to own other human beings as though they are property?
Oh yes, that is bad, definitely for sure. Everybody, we love each other.
Right. Okay. Cool. Let me read you a passage. This is Leviticus 25.
Can you maybe do something like New Testament and not like Old Testament, because we're not in the Old Testament anymore.
Sorry, is Jesus God?
I'm sorry. What? Can someone's speaking? Can we say that? Sorry.
Is Jesus God?
No. To my understanding, no, he is not.
Did Jesus advocate for following the laws of Moses?
He did follow the laws and he did fulfill them and created new ones.
But did he advocate others to follow them?
No, he did not. He did not say keep doing these things. He even said that I'm giving you a new commandment.
No, he didn't say that. So we'll just read.
Yes, he did at the Passover.
No, he didn't.
Yes, to love God and love your neighbor.
He didn't say this is the only commandment. He said a new command I give to you, meaning it's in addition to the old ones. So
But he came to fulfill the old laws because he knew no one.
just keep paying attention. Matthew 5:17 says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So based on Jesus's words, would it be a good thing or a bad thing to follow the law of Moses?
I do believe it is a good thing. I do believe we're going to go back to those times after. Do you believe in prophecy? Because you were talking about prophecy.
No, I don't. But if it's good to follow the law of Moses, then we shouldn't be reading the law of Moses and running away from it. So let's read the law of Moses. It says, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property." So this is slavery, right?
Okay, yes, I guess. Well, I mean, I see it as more as helping those that live.
We'll try this again. It says that they're property for life.
Did Jesus do that, though?
Yes.
Did Jesus have slaves?
If Jesus is God, then Jesus commanded this.
I did not say Jesus is God.
That's right.
I said that he's not.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that you're not a Trinitarian. But Jesus advocated for the laws of Moses, so it's irrelevant. And you believe in the God of the Old Testament. So
fulfill the law, as you said.
You believe in the God of the Old Testament, and the God gave the law, so you can't run away from it. So it says in the law, it says in the law that you can own slaves and that they will be your property for life.
The old law. Okay.
Is that a good thing?
It's not a bad thing.
So
we wouldn't like to have a servant or a butler, like I said, but even still get raw people.
It's not a butler. A butler gets paid. These are property.
Servants, they have shelter and food that they provide for them. They're not just out there and sleeping in the streets.
What happens
and stuff.
if you don't feed your slave?
They die. Same way as a butler and servant.
You lose your investment. Yeah. So
same way as a.
So you feed your slave because you have to feed your slave, otherwise they die, just like your cattle. So you're not paying them by feeding them to keep them alive. So I'll ask you again: was it a good thing? Was it a good thing that God said you can own slaves and treat them like cattle?
No, I don't. They definitely not treat them like cattle. But I mean, if you love animals, you would treat them right.
It says that they are your property.
Well, we all do belong to each other.
We are one family. We're talking about slaves. We're not talking about owing each other love and support.
Are we not all slaves? That's what I'm saying.
We're not all slaves.
We're all slaves to the system. If they don't pay us,
we're not all slaves to the system.
Okay. Okay. But I guess it's not good to have slaves. It's not good to. Like I said, for sure we should all be free and be loving one another and living as family instead of having I forgot that word right now. Seniorities and stuff like that. Positions, higher positions, elevating one another and stuff like that.
So it was a bad thing when God said you can own slaves then?
Yeah, and that's why Jesus came and showed us different.
So why did God give bad commands? Because you just told me a minute ago that all of God's commands were good.
It wasn't a bad command. It was suitable for that time and that place for those times.
Why?
Because
what made it suitable for then but not for now?
The time that they were living in, technology, the way the system works.
We'll try this again. Also, what made slavery okay then, but not okay now?
The times. And slavery still exists to this day.
That's not an answer, and slavery doesn't exist in America, and if it did, I would be against that too. I'm asking what specifically made it okay then, but not okay now. What is the thing?
I really wouldn't know how to. I mean, like that's what I think of. Just the times that they were living. It's completely different from today. There's not like today where there was restaurants and where they had jobs available
there were jobs.
Everybody worked for their food.
There were jobs.
That was their job to eat. That was their.
There were jobs in the ancient Near East. Were you aware of this? That people had jobs
of different nations and.
We'll try this again. Are you aware that people in the ancient Near East had jobs?
Again, in the other ways.
We'll try this again. Are you aware that people in the ancient Near East had jobs? Yes or no?
Let me answer my.
We'll try this again. It's a yes or no question. Are you aware that people in the ancient Near East had jobs? Yes or no?
Yes, I do know. There
fantastic. Okay, so is there a reason why the Israelites could not have paid these people and hired them as servants?
God wanted his people to live under his laws and his.
We'll try this again. Is there a reason why God couldn't have told them to pay them as hired laborers rather than own them as slaves? Is there a reason why he couldn't have done that?
He's God. He could do what he wants.
That's not answering my question. Is there a reason why God said to own slaves rather than to pay them like they're hired servants?
Hold on. Are you quoting scripture to me, though?
I'm asking you a simple question. Is there a reason why God said to own slaves rather than to hire them?
Probably, to own something is more sentimental than to hire help, because, they're just like meaningless. And usually, like I said, back then they used to have to own them. And so you're able to bring them up as a way that you want to.
You're cooking yourself deeper and deeper.
Bro, I'm answering your question and you keep interrupting me.
We'll just continue to read the passage. If you go back to verse 39, God explicitly says, don't make your own fellow Hebrews serve as slaves. He says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear the Lord your God. So God says, don't treat your own fellow Hebrews as slaves, but you can treat the foreigners as slaves. So if it was better to be a slave, why didn't God say the Israelites can be slaves?
They tried to slave them, and they were slaves many times, and they still kind of are.
What's more preferable, to be a slave or a hired servant?
Definitely a hired servant. Christ calls his people his servants,
so
not his slaves.
Why is it better to be a hired servant than a slave?
Because a slave is to be owned, and nobody wants to be owned.
That's
and
right.
You see, even the slaves were set free after their time for doing their job.
No, they weren't. Only for Hebrew. So you're saying that it's not good.
Those are your people.
It's not good to be owned as property then. You're saying that?
Definitely, it's not good to be owned.
Okay, so then why did God give them a command to do something that's not good?
So yes, I'm not sure why he did that. I'm not God. I don't know why he's doing what he does.
That's the right answer. Yes. Stop doing slavery apologetics. It's embarrassing.
No, I'm not. Dude, I'm answering your question honestly, and now you're like insulting me by thinking you know so much more when I'm answering your question.
You're justifying slavery.
I'm not justifying slavery. You're also still justifying the Old Testament. Again, what did Jesus show? Did Jesus come and save anybody? And what did he do? He set people free.
He didn't
like
set
seriously,
a single
do
slave
not see
free.
that.
He didn't, what did he set them free from?
From slavery.
No, he didn't.
Spiritual slavery.
There's no such thing.
Do you not see the contradiction of
no such thing as spiritual slavery?
The old laws.
That's in your imagination.
And ignoring Jesus. When the old law spoke about Jesus since Genesis. Bro,
Jesus doesn't show up on a single page of the Old Testament, not one.
Wow. I did know the scripture. I wasn't prepared for this, but I definitely had that scripture. And I promise you, oh man, it's so awesome that it does in clear daylight. And not only that, but there's other doctrines, which I don't know if you
I understand
and you can see
Jesus.
that you know other doctrines.
Not a single Old Testament passage is about Jesus.
Like the book of Enoch. I don't know if you believe in Enoch.
Enoch says that the earth is flat and a dome was over top of it, and there's windows in the dome for the sun to come in and out.
And it also talks about the sheep that was going to come.
Are you a flat earther?
I do believe in flat earth. Yes, I do.
For fuck's sake, there's no hope for you.
Oh wow! So now just because I have different beliefs,
explain
I'm just
the 24-hour sun.
At me? That shows very loving. So it's,
explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you explain what?
Explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
The Earth is not rotating. Obviously, the sun is going in circles, like the way they showed. Which is maybe if Antarctica is maybe all around us, or in. I'm not sure. I'm not an astrologer or whatever.
I know you're definitely not sure because you can't explain it whatsoever.
Do you have some?
Explain for me how GPS satellites work.
Explain to you what?
How do GPS satellites work?
Again, I'm not a technician. I don't have advanced PhDs as you apparently, or I didn't go as many school years for everything you studied apparently, because you know everything apparently. But I'm sorry, I couldn't answer that. I don't know about earth things. I mean, I do, but my concerns are about greater things and tangible things. But
Yeah. Do you think we should be allowed to sell our daughters as slaves?
oh, definitely not. That's prostitution. But I know, right? You're gonna go back to the old laws. I know. I understand that. Yes, I know. But what did Jesus say
So
to the harder?
prostitution was good when God said you could do it?
I'm not sure what the context to that situation is.
When a
If you want
man
to pull it
sells
up.
his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So you can just sell your daughter as a slave, and somebody's going to take ownership over her and her sexual reproduction.
But it also says she can be redeemed.
Only if the master is displeased with her.
I'm not sure why they did things back then. They didn't have currency like that. Like I said, where they could go buy stuff. They did things, as maybe to unite families or.
So it is good to sell your daughter as a slave then.
Yeah, no, it's not good. Yeah, definitely not good. Nobody should say.
Okay, so it's not good, but it was good when God told you to do it.
Again, God didn't tell me directly to do it. He told the people back then in those days, and their system, the way they live.
But God told his people to do it.
Yeah, but Jesus told me different though.
I don't give a damn. Jesus supported
Obviously,
the law of Moses.
You get so fixated on God, you forget about Jesus.
We already covered this. Jesus advocated for following the law of Moses. And the law of Moses says that it's forever. God said to follow the law forever. He didn't fulfill anything.
Bro, you just read the scripture not so long ago. Like seriously, you're like contradicting yourself like many times, and I'm
what
the
do you
crazy
think the
one.
word fulfill means?
It was exactly what it says, to fulfill everything.
What does the word fulfill mean?
It's very self-explanatory.
No, it's not, because you're really confused, because you think the word fulfill means to abolish.
To complete. No, I didn't say abolish. He said he came to fulfill it, which means that nobody else has to.
Does fulfill mean that it goes away?
The sins of the world upon.
Try this again. Does fulfill mean that the law goes away? Yes or no?
No, but he never said keep doing it.
Okay, so the law's not done away with.
And so who's greater, Moses or Jesus?
Try this again. So the law's not done away with.
Yeah, according to Jesus, it is.
No, it's not. Show me
he
one.
Didn't say keep doing this.
Show me one.
He said it came.
Show me one passage where Jesus said the law is done away with.
Okay, maybe don't say that precisely, but what did he show us? And this is how he said the sheep will know him by how they are.
He explicitly tells you to follow the law. I already read it to you again. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same would be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them would be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus himself said that following the laws of Moses will make you great in the kingdom of heaven. So you're never going to be allowed to run away from the laws of Moses.
No, like I said, and I do believe that. I mean, you're right. He didn't abolish it, but I do feel that we will go back to those times, and those things are there for a good reason. Like in Deuteronomy and Numbers and all those. Like about like king stuff and stuff, and even still how to treat one another. And I'm sure that now, like I said, Jesus came and showed us a bit, because again, back then there was no mercy; it was just straight law and death by law. And same way kind of government is, in this system now type thing a little bit. Well, you get in prison, but what's the point of being alive in prison, And but even still, well, for the most part, unless but even still, nobody should be in prison. Nobody should be doing bad. But who defines bad, and stuff like that. But or who defines good, or what is good? Apparently, if good doesn't exist to some people, like that say God is not good, and if God is the author of good, but if you say He's not, then who is? You and yeah, I don't think that's true. That
you take medication.
What I say is good. When me saying you is bad, which if I'm good, my word is true, and
you
yours
take
is
medication.
Not. I do not.
Just checking. I'm going to read you 2 Samuel chapter 12. I assume you haven't read this one either. So in 2 Samuel chapter 12, David is being.
Assuming you only make an ass of.
David is being punished for taking Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And listen to the punishment that God gives. He says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So do you think it was a good thing that David's wives were raped as punishment for David's sin?
Justice sucks. If you're doing bad,
It's a yes or
it
no
sucks
question.
regardless
Was
how
it
it
a
comes.
good thing that David's wives?
No, it's not good. Do you want that somebody
Okay,
did to
so
your
then
wife, and
so then
especially, or especially your
okay, so
child?
your God's
And
not
the
good.
justice comes whichever way it comes.
It's
It doesn't matter
wild.
how it comes. What if it came
It's
by
wild
death?
how terrible your God is. At least you're admitting to it. Your God is not just. He punishes people who didn't even
He
quit.
just, yeah, I mean,
He punishes people
he
who never
killed somebody
actually.
else for their wife. How is that not bad? I mean,
I
that's bad.
agree. Okay, so
And
then we finally came to a point of agreement. God is not good because God is not just. I'm glad you're the first Christian tonight that was able to get up here and give me an honest answer. We finally came to an agreement with a Christian that God is not good. And now that you're honest, I have to actually cut you. Also, you need to seek help. Okay, let's see. We're going to get the next guest from the queue, and we're just going to keep on moving, guys. These guests are off the chain tonight. They're all head cases. Everybody, they're all head cases. Algorithm, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, remember Christians, by 2060 or sooner, the U.S. goes secular. Pew Research Center. And if tonight is any indication, it'll be sooner. Christian apologetics. Yeah, puke. Big old puke for Christian apologetics. Slavery is good. Selling your daughter is good. So on and so forth. This is ridiculous. His Hotness says, I need a glass of whiskey for all these pretzels. I agree. In fact, here in a little bit, I'm going to get into my whiskey stash because these guests are unbelievable tonight. I mean, I'm here for it. I mean, it's entertaining as hell. I'm going to get a lot of clips out of this. That's ridiculous. Hale, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hale says, next time, can you please bring up Demolish Doctrine when he comes in? He was in your queue for almost 3 hours today waiting. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of people that have been waiting in my queue for a long time. And unfortunately, I don't really know who's in there first and who's been waiting around the longest, but I do what I can. If he comes back, we'll get him in. Josh Barber, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, can you have New Testament without Old? Flat earthers are so incredibly stupid. This clown is no exception. Yeah, I'm never surprised by biblical flat earthers. At least they're being honest with the book. Job 38:14 and elsewhere describes a flat earth. So it's a flat earth according to the book. They're, Anyways, Jen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jen says, I really appreciate your deep knowledge and education in biblical studies. You actually read it in context and they can't seem to stand that. 100%, Jen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind words. And yes, I know the context. I read it in context. I know all the passages, and these people lose their minds because they've never read the book. Bridget, thank you so much for the $3 or Venmo. Bridget says, there is something in the water tonight. Guests are insane. Yes. Guys, the water's insane tonight. The guests are off the chain. All right, last super chat. We'll bring our guest in here. Ryan, thank you for the $10 super chat. And Ryan says, if you say the Bible is real, you will be beaten with it. If you say it isn't real, you'll be beaten with it. If you say nothing, you will be beaten with it. Alan Watts talked about this. Break the stick. 100%. Yes, that's what we're doing here tonight. We're literally beating Christians over the head with the book tonight, and it's a wild ride. All right, we've got I think Benjamin in the box now. How you doing, Benjamin?
Hey, thanks for having me again on. You kicked me out, so you can pick another one. You weren't able to talk to me.
Oh shit! All right, well,
sorry about that.
No worries. Thanks for being here. That's weird. Interesting. All right, we'll grab the next one. Let's get Tom in here.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Tom. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Tom, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 18. I didn't catch your name.
I'm Justin.
Justin, it's nice to meet you, Justin. I haven't been here for a long time, so I don't really know much of your beliefs. So, you're an atheist?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I read the title of your video, and I saw that you said that is God good? Is that right?
My contention is that by all definitions of the word good that we have in the English language, God can't qualify as good because he does horrific things that are completely unjust. So do you think that it's a good thing that, say, women and children should be brutally executed by the sword for a crime that they never committed?
Okay, well, hold on a second. I think we have to define what good means.
No, we don't.
How would you define the word good? Well, how do you define that?
In your worldview, is it good if a woman and her children are executed by the sword for a crime they never committed?
This is kind of like a dialogue, so like
Oh,
I
so
kind of
you're
like want
too afraid to answer the question. So it's pretty easy. In your worldview, is it good if a woman and children are executed for a crime that they never committed?
I don't mind. I don't mind comparing my worldview to your worldview. Like that's not a problem.
Cool.
That's not
So
an
in
issue
your
whatsoever.
worldview, is it a good thing if a woman and a child are
What are we
executed for a
comparing it
crime
to? Like,
that they never committed?
you're not engaging in a dialogue here.
I'm actually engaging, and you're terrified to answer the question. So I already know all your dumb Phil Bro talking points. So either answer my question or I'll move on. Is it a good thing in your worldview if women or children are executed for crimes that they did not commit?
Okay, what does good mean? What do you mean by that? What does that mean to be?
If whatever you want it to mean, is it good in your worldview if women or children are executed for crimes that they've never committed?
I will give you an answer if you define it.
It's a yes or no. In your worldview, is it ever a good thing if women and children are executed for crimes that they never committed? Yes or no?
What does good mean?
Okay, so you can't answer it. Cool. I'll just take that as you're incapable of having dialogue. That's fine if you lack the cojones to have a discussion. I thought it was pretty easy. Hey, chat, answer for me, yes or no. Is it a good thing when women and children are executed for crimes that they never committed? Go. A lot of no's. Really. Guys, I don't understand how you can just say no like that. Like it's so easy. It's so weird that somehow all of us just kind of instinctually know that, hey, maybe we shouldn't be executing women and babies for crimes that they never committed. Wild how all you heathen atheists can say that with such confidence. Okay, well, we'll get the next guest in here. Welcome in, Joel. Joel, are you with us?
Yeah, sorry. I had my mic on mute.
Cool. Welcome in. No worries. And I appreciate that. And for anyone else waiting in the YouTube queue, while we've got a guest up here from YouTube, make sure that your microphone is muted because the guest on the stage can hear everything that you guys are saying if your microphone's not muted, and it's really distracting. So we want to give Joel the opportunity to have a dialogue with just one person and not 10 people. So Joel, are you a believer?
No. I was a fundamentalist Christian for the first 38 years of my life. I've actually been following you for a while and listening to you, and it's actually helped me a lot in conversations. And I won't take up too much time because I know your thing is talking to Christians, but I just kind of want to ask a couple questions if you don't mind. I'm an atheist. My deconversion was really bad. I was diagnosed with religious trauma syndrome.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Assembly of God with all of the hellfire and blaspheming the Holy Spirit. And I mean, I was born in the 70s, so I watched the old Rapture movies, the horrible ones where, they showed or almost showed scenes of kids getting decapitated that wouldn't receive the mark of the beast and all this horrible shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I cuss? I don't want to get bleeped. Yeah. Okay. So this is my question to you. And I do ask this in sincerity, because like I said, I've been following you, I've been binging your videos. And I would support you financially if I could, but
don't worry about it.
Times are tough right now. But my question is all of this really beneficial? Like these kinds of conversations, because I watch the line, I watch Atheist Experience, and all of my family are MAGA. They're all Christian. And not to be a tattletale, but when I was in the queue, I was listening to all of the other guests, and it seems like it's a pointless conversation. I'm at the point now in my atheism where good fences make good neighbors. And I mean, when I was in the queue, all they were doing was throwing ad hominem attacks. They're saying things that are ridiculous. As someone who was a fundamentalist Christian for 38 years, I could refute any of these guys. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And a lot of them don't realize you have a master's degree. You've got 2 degrees. A lot of these people are armchair theologians. And I just find the arrogance amazing. Like, I just don't understand where they're coming from. And then they try the no true Scotsman fallacy. You were never a Christian. I played guitar in church. I preached in youth group. I went door to door witnessing. I did discipleship programs like Lovers and Laborers. I did all of these things. So you're not going to tell me that I wasn't a Christian. I read my Bible twice a day. I prayed. I witnessed. I went door to door witnessing. If I wasn't a Christian, no one was.
Right.
I knocked on people's doors. I went to the mall and harassed goth kids in the early 90s and told them they were going to hell. So you can't tell me. So yes, it is. You see, and I hear this dude saying it's not a Christian attitude. Yes, it is. You don't get to define what Christianity is, dude. I hear you in the queue. You don't get to define what Christian is. You're not a gatekeeper. You're not God. You need to shut up. You can't tell people what a Christian attitude is. Who do you think you are? You're not even supposed to judge people. It says that God shall not judge. And as far as for the Bible verse that says you shall know them by their fruits, look at your fruit.
Get them, baby. Get them.
I don't ever remember arrogance being a fruit of the spirit, dude. So before you rattle off bullshit about what you think Christianity is, why don't you read your Bible a little bit more and close your mouth a little less? Because let me tell you something. It's better to be quiet and not be known a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Yeah. So before you start your nonsense, I'd love to have you on my own chat, because this is nonsense. All of your ad hominem and your no true Scots, you wouldn't know a logical fallacy if it sat on your face. So all this bullshit is, yeah, and I still hear you. It's nonsense, dude.
Joel, please do me a favor. Please join our Discord community.
I try to, man, but I'm technologically illiterate. I'm 49. I didn't grow up in that generation. I don't even know how to do it. I tried, and I would love to. That's why I came on here.
All right, so Joel, here's what I want you to do. In my YouTube profile, I've got an email address for the account. Send me an email. I want to connect with you offline, okay?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just here to ask you. So I guess do you honestly think that these kind of conversations, because this is not what helped me deconvert.
So they are helpful. I get a lot of messages from people saying, Justin, I watched your lives and they really helped me to recognize that this religion is foolish. And I know that it helps because when I was deconstructing, I was watching a lot of debate streams, and I found that the debate was a really good form of hearing both sides of the argument. And it turned out that the atheists just had better arguments.
Well, I guess the reason I ask is because what made me deconvert wasn't these debates, wasn't these questions. It was getting a college education.
I agree.
And
it's not for everybody.
I've learned that education is kryptonite to Christians.
Right.
It's it's not something that they value. It's not, because I talk to young earth creationists, flat earthers. I took, and to the guy that's a flat earther, I took 2 semesters of astronomy at a state university. If you're still a flat earther, Eratosthenes in 200 and something BC found out that the earth wasn't flat. So you're dumber than people were in 200 BC. That's how embarrassing that is, dude. People knew more before 200 and something BC. The Greek philosopher Aristophanes measured the earth and got within 100,000 miles correct now.
But listen, Joel, I love a good rant, but we got to keep the debates going, okay? But Joel, connect with me offline, okay? I want to talk to you, okay?
Sure, yeah. Were you there? Dude, that's not the way the scientific... Oh my gosh, man. You're too stupid to even respond to.
Well, thank you so much for coming up, Joel. Let's connect, okay?
Yeah.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, I want to connect with Joel and get him on a live stream with me so we can cook together. That guy's a riot. Listen, if there's a way to get that guy on a stream with me so we can cook people together, I'm going to make that happen. This guy's awesome. Put a 1 in the comments if you want to see Joel get on live with me and cook people, because that guy's amazing. Mark Bauman, thank you so much for the $250 Venmo support. Big W, Mark Bauman. Mark says, keep up the good work. And Mark, thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. Mark has been a huge supporter for us. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly generous. It really is. We're going to grab another guest, and we're going to read a couple super chats as we do. DL, thank you for the $20 super chat. DL says, Christians say the Bible is literal until they don't like what it's saying. They are the originators of moral relativism. You're right. Listen, if they don't like what it says, 1,000,000%, they're going to say it's a metaphor. It doesn't mean what it says. Well, it contradicts this other thing. And they're going to do exactly what you said, DL. They're going to say, well, I don't like that part. So I'm going to find a way to throw that part out. La Paquette, thank you for the cranes on TikTok. Big W, La Paquette. I appreciate that. Good to see you in the house tonight. And Law 527 says, for this guy talking, thank you for the $10 super chat for the guest that was up here, Joel. Joel was crushing it. And Johannes Brahms, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, on behalf of the kind caller, thank you so much, Johannes. Yeah, Joe's he's a cool dude. I like this guy. I hope he emails me so we can connect offline. All right, we're going to get the next guest in here. It looks like we've got, what's this screen name? It says Christians are P3DOs. So you must be an atheist. How you doing?
Oh, skip me. I'm just hanging out in the...
Oh, not a problem then. I'm going to go ahead and pull somebody else up, okay? I'm going to leave you
cool.
I'm going to leave you in the queue though. This is awesome. Now I got somebody in the queue that's going to be badgering the Christians in the queue. This should be a lot of fun. This is getting wild, guys. We're having an insane night tonight. This is a wild night. Welcome in, Wayne.
Yes, sir. Yes,
wait,
sir.
Wayne, didn't we already talk?
Yeah, just for a few minutes. I was rude.
All right. We'll get Nate up here then. Nate, welcome in.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing pretty good. Sure. I have an ear infection, so I'm hard of hearing. So I apologize if I ask you to repeat something.
No worries. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Oh, and what God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. And do you believe that the Christian God is all good?
I do. I believe if the Christian God exists, he is necessarily good.
Cool. And do you believe that it's ever good to execute women and children who haven't committed a crime?
Yeah, I think it's possible that can be good.
How so?
If it is ordained or if God asks for it to happen, basically, if he orders somebody to do it or something like that.
So good is anything God tells you then?
Anything that God tells you is good. Yes.
Okay. So if God told you to round up all the infants in your town and put them through a grinder and turn them into meat paste and then to paint your walls with the meat paste, would that be good?
Yeah, I would have to assume that is a good thing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for letting us know that you're morally bankrupt. That's all we needed to hear from you.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Nah. All right, we're gonna grab somebody from the TikTok queue now. We finally got through our backlog on the YouTube queue, and we'll grab somebody from the TikToks. These people are wild. They will say literally anything is good. Also, Nikahi, thank you for the $2 super chat from Joe to Doug, Big W, and Toma. Thank you for the $1 super thanks. I appreciate that. Mike, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes. No, I'm 20 and I am an atheist, but I did have a question, if that's okay.
One question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you know how, I know you say this as a joke, but when you guys say, Hail Zeus or whatever, you know?
But yeah, we joke because we're like, well, have you seen the lightning? That means that Zeus is real, right?
Yeah. I know it's a joke. I know you don't actually believe it, but like, I always had this question because I know that Hanji is what is it? Hellenism?
Hanji's Hellenic, yeah.
Yeah, always had that question. If someone else is in here is Hellenic, would they like to educate me on? Because I swear that I read somewhere at least that Zeus was also like going around raping women. I don't know if that's true, so please educate me if I'm talking out of my ass right now.
So Zeus did go around and lay some pipe. But I'm not entirely sure if we would consider it by force. It's been a long time since I've read Greek mythology. I read it. I'm not joking. I read it way back in the late 90s. That's the last time I went through it. I used to know it really well when I was a teenager. That's why I didn't study it when I was in college. But I've forgotten almost all of it. So I apologize. I can't really give you a lot of good input. But Hanji is floating around on TikTok. You can find her. She's
please, Hanji, educate me. I love Hanji so much.
She's not in the live right now, but Hanji is going to be live tonight on somebody else's live, and she's also active in our Discord community. So go ahead, go to the link tree in my profile, join our Discord.
Already here, baby.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
already in.
send her a message on Discord. She's in there.
All right. I always want to know what a malakia is, anyway. So.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
Good.
I
Good
don't
to
know how
hear
to
from you.
leave. They just dropped me. So thank you.
Cheers. Good to hear from you, Mike. Yeah, guys. Remember, we have a huge and growing Discord community, and we'd love everyone to join us. That is the place where we can discuss offline and have dialogue and have community. And it's a really good place for people even to get support and whatnot. So, anyways, Shay, welcome in. Or
What's
Shane.
up, man?
Sorry, your name got cut off on the box. Shane. Shane, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 29, and not to make like a string of non-believers for like not no debates or whatever, but I'm kind of like deconstructing. But I just had like a question for you, like what your opinion was on something that's been bothering me for like a long time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was in like a super like fundamentalist, like fringe Christian group that was like a deliverance ministry. Have you heard of these?
Yeah, I used to go to a church that practiced deliverance ministry.
Right. So you kind of know, like they tell you, oh, you have like demons in you that God gives you as like chastisement and stuff. Like
Yeah. Like Christ for the
is
Nations or Bethel or whatnot.
things like that. Yeah, dude. So, and the leader was like super verbally abusive towards me and like other people in this thing, right? So like I guess my main question is like what do you because I've seen some, you know how they like talk in other voices or uh speak in tongues or whatever, like they call it like the demons manifesting. Like how would you debunk that? Do
Well,
you think
people
like
have been speaking in tongues for, 3,000 years. It's a pretty common occurrence. There was a study done on speaking in tongues in the early 2000s, like 2001, 2002. I should pull it up and put it on our deconstruction cheat sheet or put it in the Discord. But what they did is they took people from different languages that claimed to speak in tongues, and they recorded all the syllables that they spoke when they spoke in tongues, and they determined that people who speak in tongues almost 99% of the time will only use syllables that appear in their language of origin. So somebody who's English will never use syllables that only appear in like, Mandarin. Because your brain is just stringing syllables together. It's not actually inventing anything new. It's not something from the angels. It's just something that the human brain can do. And I know there's a number of atheists here on TikTok that will sometimes speak in tongues during the live just to demonstrate to people that anyone can do it.
oh okay. Okay, and then the other thing, like the demons thing, and
All right.
I know someone in the someone in the comments was like, "This feels like a bait and switch." Like, no, I'm being for real. But like, because like one thing that occurred to me is like, okay, well, if all my life the thoughts in my heads was just like demons saying stuff to me, then that was never me in my head. Like, it was just. Does that make sense? Like, because
Well, I mean,
with
you don't
the
believe demons exist, do you?
I this is like the thing that I'm trying to like come to a conclusion on,
Well, let me ask you a question. Imagine that there is a God. So we'll assume that there is a God that exists. Well, why would he allow demons to exist?
Um, that is a good question. I mean, like yeah, I don't think that he would. I mean,
No.
the thing that they would say, like this group, they'd be like, oh, well, it's for his purpose, like kind of like how in Job or whatever, when he like makes a bet with Satan, like they would say like, yeah, God controls everything, including Satan and the demons. So like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I think it's
I feel super brainwashed. Is basically what's happening.
Well, we all were. I used to believe in demons and spirits and ghosts and things like that. In fact, that was one of the ways that I knew for a fact when I stopped believing. I knew for a fact that I didn't believe anymore. So I used to, for some reason, when I was younger, I thought like really old, creepy buildings might have like departed spirits in there or whatnot. And I used to love horror movies. I used to watch Amity horror movies when I was younger.
Yeah,
And
same.
I was always intrigued by the idea that there could be like, some souls that are like, still here on the earth, troubling people. And I remember, so the house that I live in actually looks a lot like the Amityville horror house. And
That's
remember,
badass.
I know, right? When I first got into it, my brother, I have a brother. I gave him a tour of the house, and he got to the attic. Remember the attic of the Amityville horror house? It had those two windows on the both sides of the chimney that looked like eyeballs, and it was kind of creepy looking. Well,
Yeah.
my house has that, and my brother got up into the attic, and after like 30 seconds, he's like, "I gotta go. I can't be up here." So because he's like, "This is too creepy. This is it feels like demonic, you know." And it was at that moment I was like, "Oh, I don't believe in any of that stuff anymore," because this is my twin brother. Actually, my twin brother and I used to both be afraid of like these types of things, like demonic possessions and things like that. So it was telling to me that without even thinking about it, but my brother felt the room that we're in and felt like, oh, this is kind of got a bad feeling about it. And I didn't have that feeling because I no longer believed. So it sounds like you still believe something.
Yeah, I do, and I'm like trying to just figure out what to do like with my journey and stuff, because it's. I know that before I started believing in God, I didn't think that there was anything besides just like the natural world. And then it's funny because I actually went to Alcoholics Anonymous. That's how I started believing, and then after that, I went down the freaking rabbit hole of rabbit holes, bro. Like, and then I ended up on Jesus, and I was like, wow, cool. I feel good, and then I ended up in this group. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I don't mean to like.
That's okay.
I just don't have a lot of people to talk to about this, man.
Okay.
So
Well,
I appreciate you.
Did I already ask you if you're in our Discord yet?
No, a few of the people in the community in the comments have been telling me to get on.
Yeah, definitely join the Discord. Just copy and paste it right into your browser. Would love to see you in the Discord community. A lot of people are in there deconstructing. The community is getting bigger and bigger as well. I think by Easter we're going to have like 2,000 people in there.
Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely join the Discord. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to see you in there. And you can do direct messages in there too. So like if you're like, hey, I got a question for Justin, just join the Discord, send me a direct message. I check my messages every day.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think you're fucking awesome too because you're so funny how you deal with people, and you have not, to make a joke, you have the patience of a saint, bro.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Shane.
All right, bro.
But
Thank
yeah, it was
you.
good to hear from you, man.
You too.
Hope to hear from
Take
you
it
soon.
easy.
Have a great one.
You too.
Deconstructing is hard, guys. It really is. I remember going through a lot of pain during my deconstruction. Joe Gilmore, thank you for the 666 over Venmo or Cash App. I mean, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Bridget, thank you for the $2. Bridget says Joel was awesome and was glad to watch him unload. Yeah, watching Joel unload. Listen, I enjoyed that. We got to get Joel back on. I want Joel to co-host a session with me. I suspect Joel is a lot of fun. I mean, if I had to guess, if I had to make a wager, I'd say it'd be a lot of fun to host something with Joel. All right, let me grab another guest here. All right, we've got Team Jesus on the line. How you doing, Team Jesus? Team Jesus? Did you freeze? I think you froze. No, he's moving. Team Jesus, can you hear me? Do you know that you're on the screen, Team Jesus? He must have the volume turned down. Team Jesus, do you know you're live right now?
Doing good. How are you doing? Give me 1 sec.
There we go. We got him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
1 second. I think my speaker's muted. All right, I think I can hear you.
Sure.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Awesome. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. Non-denominational Trinitarian.
Fantastic. And do you believe that God is all good?
I do.
Do you believe that it's ever good to execute women and children?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to read a passage. This is 1 Samuel 15. Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." Was that good?
Mm-hmm. In the context of God's judgment, there's a whole lot of backstory into who the Amalekites were. And so that's part of the divide I think you're stepping over by putting a mortal, modernist perspective on morality and what is good and bad compared to the perspective that we're taught through the entire scripture and context.
So I asked you if it was ever okay to execute women and children, and you said, no, it wasn't okay. Now I'm reading a passage and you're saying it is okay?
Well, I guess when you say, is it ever, that's the part we'd have contention. I think when God comes back, the whole entire world is going to be wrapped up in his judgment in a minute. That's every child, woman, person, regardless of age, right?
So it is okay to execute women and children?
I don't think for our moral purposes, no. But if God has deemed judgment on a nation in this context that was sacrificing their children to molten gods, and they would literally put it in the belly of a molten, I think it was a bull, Moloch. So God wiped out that lineage. And also when you do the due diligence of looking through the Bible, seeing where this took place, so then you might be aware of the fact that the cities where God used the verb, and you can look up the Greek,
Hebrew.
There's a different verb between driving out the inhabitants of the land and then where God gave direct commands to kill the people in the land. And
the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, not Greek.
Yeah, sorry. Hebrew. When you look at the root words through the Strong Concordance.
The Strong Concordance is not a lexicon.
Okay. So what do you use to define these words that were written in Hebrew?
Well, first I learned Hebrew. I went to school. And second, I would use the Brown Driver Briggs Dictionary. And then I would use the Hallet, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. Those are your two standard dictionaries or lexicons for Hebrew. The Strong's Concordance is a concordance of the King James Bible. The only thing it's going to tell you is how words were translated in the King James Bible.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so the fact of the matter is...
But is it okay if I land my point on that real quick?
Go for it.
Okay, because essentially when you look through the story of where... heard you mention Egypt and the situation of Egypt when the Hebrew Israelites were brought out of Egypt into the promised land where the Amalekites dwelled. There was a whole backstory on the conduct. There's a whole backstory on the nation itself. And particular to the Old Testament,
I know the story.
When sins have risen to a certain level, much like Nineveh, God casts his judgment on the nation and they're wrapped up.
Cool, but I know the story. So the Amalekites lived 400 years prior to their execution. So these babies and women had nothing to do with the crime that was committed 400 years prior.
Okay.
And the
I get that's your stance, but there's also passages of the Bible, if we're going to talk about the Bible in context, right, that talk about God visiting the iniquity of the fathers to multiple generations.
Yeah, Exodus 34:7. That's where that's quoted. It's also quoted elsewhere, but so Exodus 34:7 is actually problematic. Do you think that the sins of the fathers should be punished on future generations?
I believe that there's a big gap between, I don't know how old you are. I'm a little bit over 30. I don't think I have the full context to place my moral judgment on what God has explained. I think there's areas where even like Abraham, God's saying he's going to go to Sodom and Gomorrah and destroy the whole city. Abraham stops and says, okay, I'm going to plead with you. If there's 20 righteous, right? 10 righteous, 5 righteous, will you spare the city? And that's an example of God's mercy.
Well, that's not true.
It is true.
It's not
true. That not in Genesis? Is that not in Genesis? Where
it's in Genesis chapter 18, and Abraham says, "Far be it from you to wipe away the righteous alongside the wicked." God never said that I won't wipe away the righteous alongside the wicked, and we see clear examples where God says He will do it, and He does do it.
Well, God is specifically Genesis 18. Can you pull up Genesis 18?
Yep.
Just so we can
In Genesis
solidify what you're saying
18,
there.
it is Abraham who is exercising caution over the destruction, not God. God is capitulating to Abraham's request, not the other way around.
Yeah, because sin is a spiritual act, right?
No,
like,
it's not.
It is.
It's not.
I'm saying from the perspective of the Bible, which I get, we have two different paradigms, but that's where I'm trying to land on clear definitions between your paradigm, which is rooted in your morality, versus the biblical morality and the biblical judgment that God gives, which is in context of the scripture.
Right. And your morality is that anything God does is good because God said to do it.
No, I'm saying God gives us the reasons why he's doing things, why he's casting judgment, why these nations are being destroyed. For instance, with the Amalekites, not to try and jump back and forth because I want to get to the crux of where we were going with Genesis 18. But what God is doing is exercising judgment on people he created.
I know.
Much
I'm asking
like
whether or not that is a good thing. Is it a good thing for children and women to be brutally executed for crimes that were committed 400 years prior?
I would say that obviously looking at innocent women and children, absent, from a moral standpoint of humans doing it to other humans in the name of, whatever they want to do. No. If there is a God, which is the premise of the Bible, right? So I'm granting that, like, today, if you were to say, like, hey, I don't like these people because they're whatever, right? And 400 years ago, they did X. I think we could overlap this with slavery, right? And the Caucasian descent in America. This happened, this happened, this happened. So I think retribution should be this. I would stand in the gap and say no, right? Because that's coming from a moral judgment.
Well, slavery is not good.
No, I don't think, and we can get there. I'd love to get there, but I don't want to stick with Genesis 18, if you don't mind, with specifically this example, because what I'm trying to unpack is that if there is a God, right, which is by the biblical standard, there's a reason.
And he's frozen. I assume there's a reason why God froze him. If I was God, I'd be embarrassed of this too. Let's see if he unfreezes. Definitely that Temu Wi-Fi. He got one of those wish.com routers. That's what happened. That's right, Philodragon. It was a Spirit Wi-Fi. He's got that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi. Yeah, he dropped out. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Welcome in, Arthur.
Hey, Justin, right?
Yep.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing one day at a time.
Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am. Believer. So believer's an interesting word this year. I've been through some stuff that makes me kind of question. And when I asked a buddy of mine, he actually pointed me towards your podcast. So that's kind of where, so that's kind of where we're at right now. So I'm kind of in a weird kind of push-pull between what I know and what I've learned and what I've kind of been taught over the past 30 years of my life. I'm 32 years old. Okay. And kind of where I've put myself in terms of me asking and crying out and realizing I'm not getting anything back. So I don't know. I've listened to your stream a little bit, and I'm kind of curious to hear where you're from and kind of like what made you, because your knowledge of the Bible is quite extensive. So I'm just kind of curious as to what. Now we can get to your topic in a second, but if you don't mind, I just want to know what was your breaking point, or what kind of pulled you away from what I would assume to be your kind of your faith as what it was, I would imagine, because you were originally a Christian, correct?
Yep. Yeah. I was a Christian for 20 years, and I was in ministry for over 10 years. And I went to Bible college and seminary. And for me, it was studying the Bible that took me away from the faith, because the Bible's a vile book. It's horrendous. And it's full of horrible morals, like as we've been talking about, and if you've already seen, executing women and children for crimes that they never committed. God saying that he's going to have David's wives raped. We have to say that word for TikTok purposes because they have AI police, but God has David's wives raped because David sinned, and horrific stuff. The God of the Bible is not a God of justice. He's a horror show God, but also it's full of failed predictions. The Old Testament, there's dozens and dozens of failed predictions. Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even close to one. The closest you ever get is that he rode a donkey, according to Zechariah 9:9. But the prophecy of Zechariah 9:9 is not about a jackass on a jackass. Zechariah 9 is about an actual king who delivers his people from their enemies. So Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. He failed his own second coming predictions in Matthew 16, Matthew 24, and Matthew 10:23, and Mark chapter 13, and so on and so forth. So the Jesus character simply is not the Messiah, and the God of the Old Testament is a barbarian. It also gets history wrong. It thinks that the earth was created in 4000 BCE. It doesn't take into account anything that we know about science. It says that the earth is flat in Job 38:14, and there's a dome over top of the earth, so on and so forth. So
Yeah,
the Bible,
I just thought that was interesting.
yeah, the Bible is just not a source of truth. It can't be. It's not. It says things that are untrue over and over again. So the fact of the matter is, at some point, we have to take ourselves to the drawing board and say, like, if a bunch of stuff is in this book that is simply not true, and it makes all kinds of failed predictions for the future, at what point do we just say to ourselves, this cannot be from God?
So you're saying, so this cannot be from God. So you believe outside of the Bible that there is God?
No, I don't. But when I left Christianity, I did for a while. I actually was an agnostic for a number of years after I left Christianity, because I thought, well, it might be true that Christianity is wrong, but there could still be a God. But
well, I mean, do you think kind of like, I don't mean to bring it out of the idea of faith and belief. I mean, do you think scientifically and mathematically, I mean, the idea that we have what we have out here, I mean, if you go out of our scope of the earth, I mean, it's chaos out there. I mean, it's absolute chaos out there, but it's kind of organized. It's chaos. Oh, it's chaos. Yeah. Oh, I'm not denying that. It's absolute chaos here. But I mean, the chaos out there, I mean, we got things that are going from one side of our solar system to the other in a matter of a second. And the fact that it hasn't knocked us out of orbit is kind of phenomenal, I think. So at what point do we say this is all chance and that there's actually a creator? Maybe not maybe not the creator of the Bible, but something. There's got to be something.
Yeah, so I feel you on that. And so the general argument for this, I think, is two-pronged. The first prong is that we haven't collided with something because there is such a large amount of space between the bodies of space. It's way bigger than people realize. But that being said, in like 2 or 3 billion years, our galaxy will collide with the Andromeda galaxy, and they'll be completely wiped out. So like we know, given enough time, we were going to be wiped out for sure. And this is a little bit problematic because we have to assume that if God is real, that eventually he's going to have to remake everything. He's going to redo everything. But that being said, let's
provided that Christ doesn't come back first.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though? But like that would be where that would be. And it's, if you look at it, billions of years doesn't make sense to us.
Right.
In that sense, right? Because otherwise Christ would come back, because it doesn't make sense that in the next 10,000 years he wouldn't come back, or in the next 25,000 years he wouldn't come back. Because then we look at the Bible and we look at Bible history, because Bible history was, I think creationists call it the earth. They say that the earth is no more than 10,000 years old.
Well, yeah, it goes back to 4,000 BC, according to most histories.
Right, 4,000 BC, but that doesn't make sense when you look at the Andromeda galaxy, and
we know that's not true. But
because the light's not old enough.
Right. Let me put the nail in the coffin for you, though. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's imagine, for example, that we would say like the universe exhibits some level of fine tuning because there's like these parameters that allow for life and whatnot. But to me, I think this is a flawed argument because, for example, if God was so intentional that he created all these parameters for life to exist, and he was so careful to fine tune everything, why'd he shit the bed when it came to the earth? 97% of the water on the earth is poison. You can't drink it. You'll get dehydrated. Like a third of the earth is completely uninhabitable. Like another large portion of the earth, you can't even grow crops on because it's desert. And so we've got this huge issue where the earth is executing 100,000 people a year through natural disasters. Children are being born with bone cancer. There are diseases that Lesch-Nyhan syndrome is a a syndrome that children can get that causes them to gouge out their eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if God fine-tuned everything, then he shat the bed when he got to the earth. I think it's more likely that evolution is true and that we're not a product of God. We're a product of a long, long process of cosmic evolution.
So, I mean, so now I don't mean to, here's the Christian in me, right? Because this is what I've been taught. In the grand, I don't want to say in the grand scheme of things, because that's a cop-out. If we say that God fine-tuned everything, right? Like, let's go back to Genesis. Adam seemed pretty much perfect, other than the original sin. One would say, or at least theologically, we would say that the earth has fallen to the point to where, well, this isn't God. This is what life is without God, or this is kind of like the human body is without God, right? Yeah, Blake just gave me the thumbs up on that, so that's what he believes in that at least. But right, so but that's kind of where I would say, and we could make the argument with that. It's like, okay, well, you know, and I've heard some of your streams before where it's you know, God made demons, God made the devil. And again, and here's the Christian side of me talking, and this is not the rational side, maybe, right? Without God and just me thinking critically as a human, would say that maybe that Satan and the idea of the devils and the demons is the idea of a presence or a state of being without God. Not saying that he didn't create those angels and he didn't create Lucifer. Lucifer was a cherub, according to theology.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
If God disappeared tonight, the clock strikes midnight, God disappears, he no longer exists. What changes tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good question. See, this is why I wanted to get on with you. I've been watching you for a few months now, and you have some good stuff that I don't normally talk to with people. Well, if he had everything in place, right? So if he made all the mathematical equations, E equals MC squared, everything that makes this universe tick, if he left, presumably nothing would change.
Right.
Right. Nothing would change. And that's the interesting point there. But I guess Christianity, again, here's the Christian in me speaking, and I apologize for that. I know your job is to deconstruct it. But the Christian in me would say, well, yes, of course, but if the world continues, and the world continues on and on and on, and we don't need God, that's fine and all. That's fine and dandy. I get to have my whiskey and Coke. Well, you get to have your whiskey and Coke.
No, that's not my suggestion. My suggestion is that if there's no distinction between your God existing today and your God not existing tomorrow, then your God is indistinguishable from not existence, which means it seems more plausible that your God doesn't exist.
I suppose. Yeah, I would suppose. But biblically, at least, again, biblically, we would find out that that's not the case once we die.
Yeah, I mean, if the Bible's true, but the Bible, as we've discussed, it simply isn't true, right? I think if there's a God, it's not the God of the Bible.
So what do you think, let me ask you this, I guess, to switch, to shift a little bit. Who would you say, at least in the, I don't know, on all the religions that have been had, who do you think is the most plausible idea of God? Or like what would be, whether it's, you know, God of the Bible or, you know, the spaghetti monster, what would you consider to be?
Well, I think the most plausible version of God is probably the deistic God, the God that just kicked things into existence and then stepped back and let things happen, because that's consistent with the world we have around us. That's consistent with the idea that the planet is executing its inhabitants. It's consistent with the idea that God is, you know, sitting around and, you know, children are getting raped by adults. that's consistent with all the things that we observe. But I would say this, that's only if you believe a God exists. I don't think we actually have a need for a God. I don't think that there was ever nothing. I think there has always been matter, space, and time in some form, even if you think that form was quantum foam. So for me, like,
I do agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that.
If something's always existed, then there's really no need for God to create it. At that point, if something has always existed and then there's also a God, that probably means that God evolved from the environment, from nature, which means God's just like a super evolved, being like we, but more evolved.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
But anyways, listen, I appreciate the question. Are you in our Discord yet?
I'm not, sir.
Don't go ahead to my profile on YouTube and click on their Discord link and join our Discord, because we do a lot of these discussions offline as well in our Discord community, because a lot of people deconstructing in our community. Of course, a lot of them are atheists, but we've got people from all stripes in the Discord. We'd love to hear from you there.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, Justin. Thank you for having me tonight.
Absolutely. It's good to hear from you, Arthur.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. We're going to get the next guest in here. Arthur was very kind. I liked Arthur. We've said it before, deconstructing, guys, is hard. It really is. Also, Jamie Davis, good to see you tonight. $2 super chat. I appreciate that. It says no fulfillment. What about Isaiah 54? Well, Isaiah 54 is kind of an interesting passage, and I don't know which part of the chapter you're technically referring to, but I don't think you're referring to the part that you think. You're probably referring to Isaiah 53. Let me show you a passage in Isaiah 54 that clearly is a lie. In Isaiah 54, this is after the Babylonian exile. God says, this is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth. So I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you, for the mountains may depart and the hills may be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you, and my covenant of peace shall not be removed. So God says, I'm never going to be mad at you guys again. I'm never going to punish you again. And then we know really only about 250 years to 300 years after that. Actually, about 200 years after that, they were punished. They were completely brought down as low as they possibly could be by Alexander, and then by the Ptolemies and the Seleucids under his generals after that. So it wasn't a good time. And so that was a lie. Also, Johannes Brahms, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big W, it says all the boys hate Jesus because he was hung like this. That's right. Guys, Jesus was hung, which is weird that Jesus was hung, but he also couldn't handle wood. The guy just wasn't trained properly. Alex B, thank you for the $10 super chat. Alex says, will you please tell Doug that I think he's cute? Absolutely. Alex B, Doug appreciates the sentiment. In fact, Doug also appreciates the sediment. So praise Doug, and thank you for admitting your heartfelt feelings towards Doug. Doug loves you for it. Aaron, again, with more gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Aaron. I can't express how much I appreciate this. Gifting out memberships to people. 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. It's incredibly generous. I really appreciate it, brother. I really do. All right, we're going to try to get another guest in here. We've got Lobster Lars. How you doing?
Yeah, hi.
How you doing, Lobster?
I'm not a Christian. I just wanted to come up here and mention something quick that I've noticed. Kind of a pattern. I've realized.
Well, I'll give
is that okay?
I'll give you a second to talk because I actually need to use the restroom real bad. So you're in charge. I'll let you say what you want to say. You're in charge of the whole thing. I'm going to use the restroom while you're addressing our lovely people in the community. Okay.
All right. No big deal. Yeah. Ultimately, I just realized that whenever a Christian asks you, what do you ground your morality in? It doesn't matter what you answer. Because ultimately what that question just is it's a question that's meant to be asked over and over again, regardless of what you answer. they're not really doing anything more than asking, but why should I care? Over and over. And that's not a coherent argument. You're basically just claiming to have solved the is-ought problem. You're bringing a tactical nuke to a philosophical discussion, and you destroy your own in the process. It doesn't. Appealing to God doesn't solve the is-ought problem. Because as easily as you can ask, what do you ground your morality in? Even if I can answer then and talk about like empathy and like reducing harm, and then you just ask, okay, but what do you ground that in? You know, ultimately, it's just a decision that I have made. I have decided that it is good to do that, just like Christians have decided that it is good to follow God. We're in the same boat here. We're in the same boat here. Appealing to God does not solve the is-ought problem. That's it. Oh, and Justin's back, just in time.
I miss anything?
Nothing much. I was just pointing out how appealing to God doesn't solve the is-ought problem, which is what appears to be the case whenever they say, but what do you ground your morality in?
Right. They have nothing. Their morality is anything God says.
Yep, that's because that's just what it boils down to. It's just God can do whatever he wants, and for some reason you have to take an hour to drag it out of them.
That's it. It's 100% what they believe, and that is consistent with the Bible. But listen, and Lobster, are you in our Discord yet?
Yeah, I'm in the Discord. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm
glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm gonna get one more guest in here before it gets late, and I have to go to bed. Okay.
Sounds good. I'll catch you later.
Cheers. Good to hear from you, Lobster. Dubs for Lobster, Lars. Big W. Team Jesus found some Wi-Fi again. We'll get him back. How you doing, Team Jesus?
Good, man. My laptop completely shut off, so I apologize.
Oh, that happens. Don't worry about it. Okay, where did we leave off?
So I believe we were looking at essentially the moral crux of whether innocence in women and children, is ever moral, or the murder of innocent women and children, if that's ever going to be, a moral thing. That's kind of where we left off, and then we were going to the example of Sodom and Gomorrah and God being willing to save the entire city if there were even a few righteous in it.
Yep.
That's kind of a pretext to the biblical morality versus, I'd say kind of more of an, at least from my perspective, like more of an abstract morality that's established through, your own lens or what you think personally should or should never be done.
If I commit a crime, should my significant other have to go to jail for it?
No.
Is that ever a good thing if that happens?
If she's complicit in it, that's different. But if she has nothing to do with it, obviously by human law, I'd say no.
If God causes that to happen, is it good?
What do you mean? Your wife to die because of your mistakes?
If I commit a sin and God decides to punish my son or my wife or my cousin or somebody else who had nothing to do with it, is that okay?
I believe it is, yeah. From the perspective,
you guys
right?
don't defend anything.
Where I'm going, because I'm not just going to say yes and then just say,
wild.
No such thing as innocence. There's no such thing as a judicial process. When God gives a decree, right? Just simple example, Garden of Eden. If you eat from this tree, you shall die. God gave warnings, commands ahead of time saying, I will visit the iniquity that you commit on your family, on your children, and on your children's children.
Yeah,
right?
You think that's good?
I believe it's moral because of who did it and who
is it good.
I believe it's God's judgment, and I believe it's good if it's explained ahead of time. Number one, as a warning.
It wasn't explained, by the way. So, but why is it good when God does it, but bad when we do it?
Because we're not God. First and foremost, lived 30 years.
So your definition of good is anything God does.
No, I'd say my definition comes from my faith that the judgments, the morality, whether you read Proverbs, whether you're reading through the Bible in context and you see why God destroyed a certain city, I can see why God destroyed the Amalekites that were sacrificing their own children.
That's not in the book.
Molten bull
Not only is it
And
not in the book, it's not true. There's
so
no material evidence from the land of the Amalekites that would suggest that they were sacrificing babies.
So specific in I'll look into the Amalekites specifically, but every kind of where I was getting to with the
So,
Strong's
in your worldview, it's okay to slaughter babies because sometimes other people killed their babies. So the answer to sometimes a baby dies is slaughtering all the babies. That's some hypocritical bullshit.
I'd say it's a bit of a mischaracterization of what I'm saying, because I'm trying to root why I would say it's moral, why I would say it's good.
Yeah, it's moral because you think that they were sacrificing their babies sometimes. So you think the thing that fixes sacrificing babies is executing babies brutally.
No, I'm saying perfectly, right? That God has explained fully how the process of sin, right? He talked to Cain, and I'm using this as an example. I'm not trying to pivot. I'm trying to, much like you said earlier, sin is not a spiritual thing. I'm trying to show you that according to our differing worldviews, if you're going to take the Bible at its word, you got to look at it in context, and you got to either believe that what it's saying is true, or that it has some validity, or at least within that paradigm is congruent, or you reject the whole thing, and that's your prerogative, right? God told Cain, sin crouches at the door and desires to rule over you, right? But it's my will that you would rule over it. And so what does Cain do? He doesn't regard God's warning, and then he commits murder. God calls that wrong, right?
So
and then when you
murder is wrong. What is murder?
Murder is, from our context, right? Because we didn't create anybody. I mean, you can have offspring.
What
but we
is murder?
Anything, nor humankind. Murder is ending somebody's life when you see fit by some means, tool, or weapon.
Okay, so it's good when God does it, bad when we do it?
What's that?
It's good when God does it, but it's bad when we do it.
Yes, because God is the creator.
That's wild. Is there anything God could do that would be bad?
You have to stand on that line and
try this again. Is there anything God could do that would be bad?
Is there anything God could do that would be bad? Is that what you just asked?
Yep.
If he lied?
So that would be bad if God did it.
Well, I'd like to hear why.
So if God executes babies, that's good. But if God lies, that's bad.
No, I'm saying purely because these are getting disjointed, right? Because my whole point is that in context, these murders aren't just happening, right? They're not just puffing out of thin air. These are in context judgments against the nation that has committed sin.
Sure. Did the baby sin?
As creator.
Did the baby sin?
Sorry, somebody was talking. But essentially in the context of the Bible.
That was a yes or no question. Did the baby sin?
Yeah. The baby did not, but his parents did.
How do you know that? What sin did the women of the Amalekites commit?
I'm assuming some of them sacrificed their children to idols.
That's not in the book.
Idolatry.
That's not in the book.
It's very much part of the cities and nations. Maybe not Amalekites specifically with this passage. And I'll do some more digging and look at what exactly the pretext to this was. But this whole entire saga, right? This arc of God pushing out the nations before Israel as they enter into the promised land, all of it is directly laid out with their paganism, their child sacrifice, their idolatry, the same-sex options, the things with animals. And then also several nations tried to oppress the Israelites when they were passing through out of Egypt. Am I wrong? Am I wrong or am I right there?
One nation.
I'd have to look it up. I believe it's either the Canaanites, the Moabites, and I believe the Amalekites.
The Canaanites are a collection of people groups. The people that oppressed them along the way and attacked them from behind were the Amalekites. That's Exodus chapter 17.
Okay, so that is, and does it not say, because that is true, and does God not explain that I am visiting your city with judgment because of what you did when my people were passing over the waters?
Yes, in Exodus 17, God says he's going to wipe out the Amalekites. Then 400 years prior, he wipes them out. The reason why he wiped them out, according to the book, is because of what they did in the wilderness. But But the people that got wiped out had nothing to do with that. They lived 400 years after that.
Mm-hmm.
So he wiped out people who had nothing to do with the crime.
Yeah, the descendants of whoever the forefathers of the Amalekites were.
Did the descendants do the crime?
Are very important in the Bible. You're able to track, okay, Esau had an offspring.
Did the descendants do the crime?
They did not do the crime, no.
But they got punished for it.
They did, because
God, so your God
judgment
punishes people that didn't commit the crime because your God is not just. You do not believe in a God of justice.
Juxtaposing, again, can I...
Do you think it was a good thing when David's wives got graped for David's sin?
Hold on a second. Can I answer to your previous point and land, and then we can move on to that portion? But I want to at least be able to respond to kind of the summary judgment that you're placing on what I'm saying and responding to. Because, again, from the paradigm of the biblical text, which is not just one story written by one person, it's 66 books by different authors across centuries, right? It's very logically and clearly explained that God gives a judgment and he gives a reason for his wrath, and it's because people rebel against his judgment. That goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. All the way
We're not
back
questioning why he does stuff. We're questioning whether or not the stuff he does is good. Is it good that people who didn't commit a crime are punished for other people's crimes?
I would say in God's context, he can do what he wants, and yes.
I asked, is it good? Is it good when David's wives get graped because David sinned?
Hold on. I would like to at least, again, land my point because I kind of
just say yes or no.
I said yes or no. I told you yes, but I would like to.
So it is good. So it's good when women get raped because of their husband's sin. See, this is why you guys need locked up and put into a padded room, have the key thrown away. Somebody check his hard drive, check his basement. He thinks women should be literally raped if their husband commit a sin. You guys are disgusting. You're sick.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Nah. We heard all we need to. I'll clip this later. You can watch it on YouTube. All right. Well, we're done with him. We got everything out of him that we needed. Guys, it is late. I'm getting really tired. I need to get a little bit of sleep. I don't think I'm going to make it till midnight tonight. I apologize. I'm really trying, but I'm losing steam here. I can only hear so many people justify rape before I'm done with them. But listen, guys, thank you so much for all the love and support. We got a couple super chats. Let me grab them real quick. Glycan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says this guest is very easily wrong. World A, you throw a baby off a cliff and there's no God. Is it wrong? World B, you throw a baby off a cliff and there is a God. Is it wrong? You have no arguments. That's an interesting point. So like the problem with like this divine command theory is there is no actual way to know what is right and wrong because God gives clear judgments on what to do and what not to do. And then he violates those judgments, those commandments. And then sometimes he does stuff that we don't have any clear direction on. Like he doesn't mention whether or not it's okay to like unalive children for, just merely being part of a sinful lineage. But God does it. So is it justified to do it without God's command? It would seem yes. It would seem the answer is yes. But Johannes, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, you guys all notice the Nazis are Christians? Yeah. Isn't that funny how the Nazis and white supremacists and what they're always Christian? I wonder why that is. Johannes again with the $2 super chat says, God kills babies? Fine. Abortion? No. But remember, it's good when God does it. It's bad when God does something, it's good. When we do the thing that God did, it's automatically bad. Aaron, thank you for the $5 super chat. Aaron says, so it's immoral for Allah to command genocide and children being slaughtered in jihad, but it's okay when Yahweh says to do it. That's a really good point, Aaron. I should have brought that up because if we read these commands in another holy book, they'll bend over backwards to tell me how terrible that God is for doing it. But when we read it in their holy book, they'll defend it. They'll defend it tooth and nail. But listen, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight and for all the super chats and the gifts and all the shares and all the likes. We're like over 300,000 likes on TikTok, and we had a huge crowd in here on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. If you're not in our Discord yet, please do join our Discord. We would love to see you there. And with that, we need to go raid Cyber, guys. We need to go raid Cyber. I'm going to put it on the screen while so we can see where he's at. Give me 1 second. Also, thank you for the $2.99 super chat, Marduk, or $2 super. Thanks, Marduk. I appreciate that. All right, he is live right now. He's almost always live when I'm getting offline. Let me open up his profile here. I'm gonna try to. There we go. There we go. It says I'm not logged in. How am I not logged in? Weird. That's weird. Give me 1 second. Get logged in. We'll get Cyber Deconstruction on the screen. Then we can all go raid Cyber Deconstruction's live stream. Some of you already know Cyber Deconstruction, but let's go give him a good raid. Oh, fucking suspicious activity detected. I'm logging in from my computer, asshole. I literally hate TikTok so much. I can't wait for TikTok to get banned. This is the most trash app ever invented. Now I got to figure out how to get into my Google Voice number and verify my account because I don't want to use my actual phone number. All right, let me put it in my verification code. I hate having to log in continuously over TikTok. TikTok's the worst thing ever invented, but it's so good at so many things. It allows us to have a really good debate community. It's really good for growing an audience. It's got a lot of great features. It's just the way that it's managed is a train wreck. All right, we're going to get Cyber Deconstruction on the screen here, guys. We got him. We got him. Cyber Deconstruction right here. You see him on the screen. How many people are in the live right now? How do I get him? The live open. I want to see the live. Show me the live. Is he live? It shows that he's live, but it's not showing me the live video. The TikTok website itself is just absolute trash. It's just trash. I just want to see the live video. Show me the live. Now I've got 10 tabs open and not one of them is showing me Cyber Deconstruction's live stream. I don't know why, guys, but listen, here's it is. There we go. We finally got it. We got over 100 people in there. Can we get to 125, guys? Can we get Cyber Deconstruction up to 125 people watching? Send them a raid. Tell them I sent you. I'll meet you over there in just a couple minutes when I get offline. We're at 117 now. I want to see 125 people over there. We're at 121. Let's pump his numbers up. Cyber Deconstruction is a valued member of our deconstruction community. Let's show him some support. Give him a raid. And we're going to watch him cook here the rest of the night. And we're at 124 now. One more there, 130. Thank you so much, guys.